Hello, hello! Welcome everyone to stage 4. Today we're going to be talking about account abstraction. Our first speaker is named something something. Thank you. Oh, but will I have the title or no? No, I have it on my phone. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Daniel. So, our first speaker of the day is Daniel Yanev. Daniel is the CEO and co-founder of Rhino.fi, and the talk is called The Age of Account Abstraction, Opportunities and Challenges. Daniel will delve into the transformative impact of making Web3 seamless and accessible and help us understand how to navigate and thrive in this evolving landscape. Welcome to the stage, Daniel Yanev. And next up on the stage is, next speaker is blah, blah, blah. Okay, perfect. So I end the Q&A, and at the same time, I announce the next speaker. Yes. Perfect, yeah.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Testing 1, 2, T. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. พูดตลอดเลยนะ Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
We will be starting in 10 minutes. 10 minutes to go time. everyone, and welcome to day 3 of Devcon. You're here bright and early, I can see. How are you feeling? Everything good? Yeah? Woo! All right. So we're going to have a set of lightning talks about chain abstraction and account abstraction. And our first speaker is Daniel Yanev. Daniel is the CEO and co-founder of Rhino.fi, and the talk is called The Age of Account Abstraction, Opportunities and Challenges. So Daniel will delve into the transformative impact of making Web3 seamless and accessible and help us understand how to navigate and thrive in this evolving landscape. Please welcome to the stage, Daniel Yanev.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dan Yanev, co-founder and CEO of Rhino.fi. And yeah, today I'm going to talk to you about account abstraction and some of the challenges and opportunities that brings. We only have 5 minutes, so let's get right into it. We would have heard a lot about account abstraction at this conference, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of that, but just to recap kind of what we're trying to achieve as a basis for this talk. Where we're aiming to get to with chain abstraction is that users are oblivious to what chain they're transacting on. That's completely removed from the UX. They don't care, as Vitalik called yesterday, the credit card experience. And the second assumption we're making is that users get the best execution of what they want to do. If I want to buy ETH with USDT, I can assume that I'm going to get the best price for that. But what do we have today? Today we have dApps which are deployed on multiple chains, often in a messy way. For example, Aave is on 13 different blockchains that you need to kind of choose from the UI, connect different wallets, and so on. L2s and chains have direct-to-consumer power. So there are these kind of strong brands like, let's say, Base, Scroll, Arbitrum, and they attract consumers directly in different ways. And the ecosystems can be quite separate, either ideologically or in UX. So for example, a Solana user might find using an Ethereum L2 very strange, and vice versa. But as we have heard a lot about this week, there are a lot of technologies coming which are going to change this and bring us closer to that dream state. Now, I think that's going to have some consequences. And the way we can think about it is, pre-internet and pre-Amazon, you could have had let's say an electronics store in a town, and all the towns would be separate, and your store has a captive audience, the people in this town, right? So you could afford to run a crappy store. Like your store could be a bit expensive, it could not be very good, and people would still come to it because they don't really have choice. Now, when Amazon comes along and people now have access to the same amazing marketplace, running a crappy store becomes quite difficult, right? Like you can't attract users anymore. You're competing with kind of the best from all around, not just in your town. And I think something similar is going to happen with the different L2 ecosystems. That once users have access to the best protocols and so on kind of equal footing, the ones which are not the best are really going to suffer. That's going to cause a few effects. The first one is the kind of winner-take-all liquidity. What I mean by that is that we have a virtuous cycle that reinforces and makes the best products the best and the worst products even worse. Let's say, again, in our example, we want to buy ETH with USDT. Our order gets routed to the most liquid pool, and that happens with kind of all the orders. Now, that generates more fees for the LPs in that pool. More LPs go into that pool, it becomes even more liquid, and so the wheel goes, and that attracts everything. And so, you know, the top, like let's say, a few pools for this pair maybe get use. The bottom ones will get no flow whatsoever. So that brings to the next point that like duplication is pointless. Having the same pool and the same protocol or a fork of it deployed on 20 chains or multiple times on the same chain makes no sense, and it will make even less sense in this world. Now, that sounds a bit threatening. A lot of our ecosystems are duplications and forks right now. However, there is also an upside to that, which is the opposite. Is uniqueness is rewarded. If you build a dApp or a protocol that adds value to the ecosystem, it will now be exposed to the whole ecosystem, not just this chain, but all the ones which are connected to it. So if you build something of value, it will be exposed to a much bigger audience, regardless of what else happens on this particular chain. You no longer need to have kind of primitives on each chain. Which brings to my next point that in this situation, if we think about that a unique use case is what brings value to the chain, the kind of value of this chain and the value of this protocol converge. So we could see the kind of app chain thesis coming back that you only need one good use case on a chain to make it successful. So we could see each use case having its own chain. For example, if we here created the layer 2 and the only thing on it was we integrated Thai baht payments, now that could be integrated into the rest of the L2s, and so they could access that, and we could have nothing else on this chain. So the use case in the chain converge. So we're just wrapping up now. So I guess the whole point of what I'm trying to say is many of you may be founders, builders, maybe investors. Don't waste your precious time and energy building forks of things. If you have that voice going in your head like, oh, let's do another Uniswap fork with a token on this new chain and we'll make loads of money, shut that down. Shut it down and do something that matters, because you'll be rewarded more than ever, because this mechanic makes sure that like unique things that add value get exposed to the whole ecosystem immediately. So you'll be rewarded more than ever for it. Yeah, thank you. And I think now we're gonna take some questions.
Yes, thanks a lot, Daniel. All right, so we're gonna do the questions with the catch box. If you're familiar with it, I'm just gonna throw it to you. You're gonna speak into the box, and that's how we're gonna do it. So raise your hand if you have any questions, and we'll get the box to you. Come on, yes, amazing. So get ready, and catch.
So you talk about unique dApps on chains. Have you got any examples where this is already kind of bearing fruit?
Yeah, so I think we can see examples of some chains that have managed to like build a moat because of difficult to copy mechanics. For example, Tron, which we're at Devcon. It's not an EVM chain, but Tron has a very big network of payment service providers, which has made it very useful in a lot of emerging economies. And now, although Tron is expensive and kind of out of fashion and not as modern, and like other chains are poised to kind of steal their users, that network of PSPs is difficult to replicate, so they have a moat, and that has use. And I think we're going to see something similar happen with Coinbase, Base, and Inc. from Kraken being very efficient on ramping Rails, because they have the kind of relationships with the banks and payments providers that other chains might not have, and that's something that will be difficult to replicate and compete with.
All right, I saw another question over here. Can you get the box to this person? Perfect.
Yes, my question is that I think liquidity definitely is the key here. What are some of the best practices or strategies has worked to basically tracking liquidity to the chain or app?
Yeah, so in terms of, how do we attract liquidity? How do we fight this mechanic? So the first one, which, it doesn't sound serious, but it kind of is like bribing the solvers and the intent networks. I think we will see chains or protocols essentially sort of paying for order flow, which is something that exists in traditional markets. I guess the other one, which hopefully is more positive, is building kind of more and more efficient protocols so that they can have better outcome for users, maybe with less liquidity or generating more rewards for the LPs.
Perfect. And that's all the time we have for questions. Give it up again for Daniel Yanev.
Thank you.
Lovely. And we just keep going. So our next speaker is Gregory Rocco with a talk titled Product-Led Blockchain Development. Gregory is the head of portfolio at Ethereum Ventures, as well as a co-founder and product advisor to Spruce ID. And in the talk, Gregory will go over the history of product-led growth, how it evolved to product-led protocol development in Web3, and finally, what product-led blockchain development means in the context of app-specific rollups. Give it up for Gregory Rocco.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gregory Rocco, as mentioned, and I tried to figure out what I could do in a short amount of time for a lightning talk. I felt like you'd have a lot of highly specific technical talks, so I figured I'd give product a go when it comes to giving one of these. So the title itself is Product-Led Blockchain Development, so it's kind of covering the whole lineage of going from product-led growth for startups to product-led protocol development, which was originally coined by Dan Romero a couple of years ago when thinking about Forecaster, and then finally product-led blockchain development, which is this new era of everyone seemingly wanting their own block space for some strange reason, but we'll figure it out eventually. But the subtitle here is Why You're Wrong and the Market is Right deals specifically with making sure that whenever you think about product development, protocol development, or even blockchain development, that you are serving some customer need and not your own interests to a certain degree. You have to be interested in what you're doing, but at the same time, you have to serve a market. And a disclaimer to this talk is that I was a founder and I was wrong plenty of times. I specifically started my career in this space in decentralized identity, which namely is a hard space to crack when it comes to product development. And probably there are just very few companies and protocols that have done it. Maybe ENS is the closest to product market fit when it comes to identity. But user-controlled credentials generally were quite tough. Going back into the core basics of product development, one of the kind of core pillars there is product-led growth. Namely, that's whenever you build a product, you specifically have to make sure that customer needs and customer experience are at the forefront, dictating everything that you do and become the full kind of motion for what you do. So feedback comes in, you then take that feedback as a product developer, and that's what influences engineering, design, messaging, and everything in between. It shouldn't come from, oh, just one more feature and all these users are going to use it. It never works out that way. It's specifically in the case of someone requesting a feature from what you build, you bring something to market, you get your initial set of users, and you're constantly using that messaging to inform what you're going to do and all the decisions you're going to make when thinking about product development. This was the framework for a long time when it came to startups. It's what I was indoctrinated with when I went through Y Combinator. And then later in the space, since we're all kind of building these emerging protocols and blockchains, the framework had to be changed a little bit because it was a bit of like a blue ocean space when it came to protocol development. Kind of fast forward a little bit later, and you have the situations where developers do developer-y things, where the developer might have an interesting idea and might have some problems bringing it to market, specifically because they're just kind of handing a protocol over to someone and saying, here, build on this. Build all these great ideas on my protocol. It'll be great. But the problem is it's not taking those first principles into account. And a couple of years ago, Dan Romero from Forecaster put out a post called Product-Led Protocol Development. And it specifically dealt with the idea that as a protocol developer, you're building the first apps and clients that leverage your own protocol and are then taking the feedback from those to inform protocol development. Namely, in his case, there are three core tenets of product-led protocol development. The first is that users use apps and clients, they don't use protocols. So let's use Forecaster for the sake of the example. Users are using Warpcast. They're kind of making posts, they're interacting with the application. On the back end, it's Forecaster, the protocol, that's kind of informing all of these interactions. The second thing is that a developer worth their salt will make sure that they're concerned with meaningful daily active users instead of the coolest technology that they want to use. A developer that's building for an audience specifically and not experimenting. And the third and final part of it is that protocols are valued based on the clients and app success that build on said protocol. So it's always making sure that apps and clients are at the center here, and that if you're building a protocol, you are defining the blueprint for how that protocol should be used by being informed of what's happening on these apps and clients that people are actually using. And then finally, to round it out, complication requires a bit of order. Recently in the space, we're finding protocols wanting to have their own block space, building app-specific rollups, and I think just the bottom line of all this is just making sure that if you kind of go down this route, that you have to be the block space you want to see in the world. You have to make sure that when you're building this, you are building the killer app leveraging this block space, that you're not going the usual route of building this thing and saying, hey everyone, we're going to get a growth marketer to bring 1 million developers through the door, and then they're going to build a whole bunch of stuff on our new protocol, and it's going to be great. It's like, no, you're going to be building the app that specifically leverages this for what you designed it to do. And if it doesn't work out well, then you might need to hit the drawing board again. But it's all specifically going back to this core idea of product-led growth, where you are presenting something to the market. You're presenting the end users with something to use. They are then informing what happens with that and everything in between. So kind of returning to first principles, I encourage experimentation, but at the end of the experimentation, if you do wish to bring something to market, please keep designing and developing with users in mind and making sure those users are able to give you feedback to inform the next stages of what you're building. So, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Gregory. And now we have a little bit of time for questions. Wow, someone's ready. I can see that. All right, let me get this box to you. Ready? And go.
Hello, thank you. I'm curious to have your opinion about the fact, like, don't you think like the space is even designed to not incentivize like competition between different rollups? Because they're all looking to attract liquidity, attract user, and just grow like individually. And so this doesn't go in pair with like taking care of really user, because they compete for user, they compete for liquidity, and there is like a lack of interoperability really. So what are your thoughts on this?
So in the case of like very app-specific case, you're then competing with others.
Like we don't need all those rollups.
No, we don't.
It's unnecessary. Like,
I think I'm in agreement with you. We don't to a certain extent, but making sure that if you were building something to then build in those use cases at the same time. I might not be understanding the question correctly.
Well, I think like the space is designed in a way like everyone wants to start their own rollup, get users, get liquidity, but at the end, like we're not building something that actually can be useful for people. Like, and it's also sometimes just serving like the ecosystem.
But to an extent, so if there is a dominant use case that's an app-specific rollup, then good for them. I hope it amasses the most amount of liquidity in that own way and dominates that space if it's providing a good enough of experience. Like I want to allow the ability for anyone to create that app-specific rollup, but at the same time, I want someone to win. And that's okay because it means users getting the value. And if that app-specific rollup turns around and does something against user wants, there's another app-specific rollup kind of waiting for that, or waiting for that user base.
Okay, thank you. Is there another question? Because otherwise I will ask another one here.
Yes, there are others.
So you essentially mentioned that developers should focus on building a product that the market wants.
Yes.
What makes it, and we see that most companies actually are having a hard time doing this. What do you think makes it so difficult to apply that very easy, fundamental first principle thinking?
I think being in the space for a number of years, there's a lot of cases where people aren't working deeply enough or pinpoint enough on a very specific issue. Namely that, good example, like let's use a hypothetical of like social protocols, or like someone building a chain for like all the social protocols. They're thinking mostly about, this is again a hypothetical, but like we're going to amass all the social protocols, they're going to be using our chain, their different clients and all that, without building the very specific client themselves and saying we're going to be offering this experience first as a first-class citizen. They're thinking too much about offer it to everyone before let's get the experience right and figure out how to then open it up. And I think that's been a part of the thinking, or an issue with the thinking for a long time. It's ambitious, and it's very like a good thing overall, but at the same time it becomes difficult to provide that very narrow experience or solve that very specific problem before thinking too widely. And I think you have to balance both of that when developing and designing.
Perfect. And that's all the time we have for questions now. Maybe you can catch Gregory later, but for now, let's have another round of applause for Gregory. Lovely. And we have our next speaker ready. Our next speaker is Derek Chang. Derek is the founder and CEO of ZeroDev, and the talk is called Chain Abstracted Smart Accounts, How to Build Amazing Web3 UX in 2024. So Derek will explain how developers can build amazing Web3 experiences by combining AA with CA in the form of chain-abstracted smart accounts that can spend their balances on any chain without bridging. Let's hear more about this from Derek Chang. Give it up.
Hey guys. All right, so hi everyone. So my name is Derek. I'm the founder of ZeroDev. So today I want to talk to you about this new concept called chain abstracted smart accounts. So very simply, a chain abstracted smart account is a new type of account that changes how we think about Web3. So with a normal smart account, as you can see here, we have what we call a chain-centric point of view, right? So with a normal account, you think about your assets in terms of different chains. So you might have, for example, 500 USDC on Base, 300 USDC on Polygon, and 200 USDC on Ethereum. But with a chain abstracted smart account, you can afford to have what we call a asset-centric point of view, right? So now you can just think, oh, I have 1,000 USDC in my wallet, and it doesn't actually matter which underlying blockchains your tokens are actually on, right? As far as you are concerned, you own 1,000 USDC, and you can spend them instantly on any blockchain. So that's why chain abstracted smart accounts is better than a normal account. So let me tell you about how chain abstracted smart accounts actually work. So very simply, a chain abstracted smart account is simply the combination of two technologies, smart accounts and intents. So let's first think about how intents work, right? Let's use the most popular intents bridge, which is a cross, as an example. So here's how a cross works. In order to bridge, in this case, say 50 USDC from Base to Polygon, the first thing you do when you use a cross is that you send 50 USDC from your accounts into a vault, right? And then the second step, the solver, there's going to be an intent solver on the other side that transfers 50 USDC to your accounts on the other side. And finally, they reclaim the 50 USDC on Base through some kind of cross-chain proof showing that they did send you 50 USDC. And note that the reason why we need the vault here is because without first moving the vaults, without first moving the tokens into the vaults, the user can very easily scam the solver by taking their money away after the solver paid for them on the other chain, right? So that's why it's important for the account to first lock the tokens into a vault before the solver can send them the tokens on the other side, right? So this is how intents work. So now let's think about how we can add smart accounts into the mix to enable chain abstracted smart accounts. So again, it's the same flow. So you first lock the funds into a vault. But here, when your smart accounts, when your account is a smart account, which means that it's a smart contract, the solver can do something a little different, which is that instead of just sending you 50 USDC, the solver can actually make a call to your account, which is now a smart contract, with the 50 USDC, and then your smart account can interact with whatever application, right? So these 2A and 2B here, these two steps, are actually one single transactions, and this is only possible because your account is now a smart contract. So the solver calls you, and then you call the dApp. So now we have, moved from a system in which we can only do transfer, which is the normal intent bridges, to a system where we can do executions, meaning that your smart accounts can now interact with arbitrary applications. And the huge benefit here is that this is gasless, right? This is gasless on the destination chain, because the transaction was submitted by the solver, so your account actually doesn't need any ETH, right? So from your account's perspective, it was able to interact with the application without holding any ETH, and you are just spending USDC. So this gives you gasless transaction on the destination chain. But this system is still not perfect, because if you look at the source chain, you see that you are still, to actually execute a transaction on the target chain, you still have to first send a transaction on the source chain, right? So you still have to hold the gas here. So that's why, we can actually also have the solver work for you on the source chain as well, right? So again, it's basically the same as the last flow, except that in the first step, instead of having your smart accounts transferring USDC to the vault directly, here, the first step is to have the solver call your smart accounts to trigger the transfer to the vault, right? So again, because the transaction was originated by the solver, your smart accounts actually doesn't need to hold any ETH, right? And again, this is only possible because your smart account is a smart contract that can accept calls. So your smart account will transfer the funds to the vaults, which then triggers the transaction on the other sides to interact with the application. So let's recap what we have achieved here. You now have like one single unified balance across all the chains that can be spent on any chain, right? Like any tokens you own on any chain can be spent on any chain. And we have achieved gasless transactions in the sense that, for example, here, you literally need to own nothing except USDC in your accounts to perform this transaction, right? Because like all the gas on both the source chain and the target chain are handled by the solver. And the user never interacted with the bridge manually, right? From the user's perspective, they are just sending a transaction, and then like the bridging is handled by the solver under the hood. So that was just like the tip of the iceberg as far as like how chain abstracted smart accounts work, especially like with the next Ethereum upgrade picture. Like when with EIP 7702, all the existing wallets such as MetaMask will be able to be upgraded to smart accounts. So that's when this huge issue of L2 fragmentation today, this huge UX issue of like having to bridge your tokens all over the place, will be solved through chain abstracted smart accounts. So today, we already offer a early solution in beta. So if you want to check out how to improve UX, through chain abstracted smart accounts, feel free to check out ZeroDev. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. All right, we have time for questions now. Yes, you've been so great about coming up with questions so far. All right, whoever catches it is going to ask the question. And here you go. You are ready.
Maybe some basic questions. The solvers kind of approve it to move funds from your accounts, right?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So the solver is pre-approved to move funds from your account.
Okay, so let me be very clear.
Are there several solvers approved to do this, or only one solver?
Okay, so I guess I can't see my slides anymore, but basically one thing I have skipped over for simplicity is that the very first thing that the user do is to sign an intent, right? So the user has to sign a message first, right? So that intent is fundamentally what's authorizing the solver to move the tokens on your behalf, right? So you sign the intent, and then when the solver calls your smart accounts, they include the signed intent, and that is why your smart account will allow them to move the tokens for you. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Maybe you can discuss this more after the talk.
Yeah, I have a question. So would this be able to work, say I have a $50 chain A, $50 chain B, I want to buy something with $100 on chain C. Can that work?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, if you think about the flow, right? So in that case, the solver would just like give you 50 USDC on the destination chain, and then you will be spending 100 USDC in total on the destination chain. Yeah.
All right, that's all the time we have for questions this time. But again, thanks, Derek, for the wonderful talk. Let's give it up for Derek. Lovely. So if someone is here for the first time, you can ask questions after the talk. We're not doing the meerkat thing, just old-fashioned, raise your hand and ask your question. If you want to go to the bathroom, it's on the right at the end of the hallway. And meanwhile, we're going to welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mislav Javor, and the talk is titled Achieving Chain Abstraction Through Transaction Orchestration. So Mislav is a software engineer and founder working in the blockchain space since 2016, which in blockchain years is basically forever. And in the talk, Mislav will explore the concepts of transaction orchestration and single signature multi-chain permissioning. All right, let's give it up for Mislav.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. As you see, I renamed my presentation, but it's the same thing, I promise. So we basically just rebranded some things. I applied here as co-founder at Cluster, but now I work as VP product at Biconomy. So without further ado, we only have 5 minutes, so let's get started. So one of the things that we basically deal with today is, let's call it monolithic execution. Let's call it like this. You have your normal blockchain transaction, you encode the transaction, you sign it, and you send it to an RPC node, and the RPC node sends it to a block builder who then, it goes to a miner or a validator or a sequencer, they include it into the blockchain, and that's it. That's monolithic. And some of the features of the monolithic environments are, they're unicast. Like one RPC node communicates to one blockchain. They're isomorphic in a sense that an EVM node doesn't understand an SVM transaction, nor like a near transaction or a WASM transaction or whatever. Signature scheme coupled, your Ethereum node really does only use one signature scheme for everything. They're non-composable, so imagine if you are pre-signing 2 transactions, so 1 and 2, you can't pre-sign that the second transaction takes as its input the output from the first transaction. And they're non-collaborative. If you have multiple transactions that you want to execute, first of all, you can't even bundle them in a single object, but even if you could, there is no way for a collaborative execution where, let's say, a solver solves for a fraction of your transaction, then a bundler solves for the next fraction of your transaction, etc. Yeah, these are the problems with monolithic execution. And that's where we go into this modular execution, what we used to call transaction orchestration. Modular execution environment, in essence, is using super transactions. And a super transaction is a single data object which can contain the payment information for how you want to pay for this super transaction, user ops, intents, off-chain actions, ZK proofs. It's modular, it's extensible, and it's also recursive. So what does this enable? So this enables essentially a node to commit to multiple actions to the user, and the user permissions these multiple actions with a single signature. It requires smart contract accounts. It relies on ERC 7579 validator module. It encodes all of this into a Merkle tree. Then you sign the Merkle tree root hash, and after you've signed the Merkle tree root hash, this essentially gives permission to all of the leaves to get executed. What's the cool thing about modular execution environments? Well, like one of the coolest things is that they are modular, obviously, but they are also recursive. What does this mean? So let's say I'm a node which has committed to execute something for you, and I don't know how to execute the entire thing that you have given me. Maybe it has like a intent to move funds from Optimism to Base, and then it has a requirement for two or three user ops to execute certain, let's call it like this. Intent, user op first, remove my supply from Aave on Optimism, then an intent, move this USDC from Optimism to Base, and then a user op supply to Aave on Base, which is basically, let's call it a rebalancing an Aave position in a single transaction, a super transaction. And this is kind of, let's say, this can be done by a single node, but for an example, let's say a thought experiment, let's say that the node doesn't know how to trigger an intent. It doesn't know how to front liquidity. What can happen essentially is that one of the leaves of this Merkle tree can be the root of another Merkle tree, and then one node can commit to another. So essentially this is a data structure for a new type of transaction, which is recursive by default and which has multiple elements of execution by default. We are trying to essentially push this to become one of the main, if not the main, data model for transactions within a chain abstracted world, because it bridges gaps between, so like the leaf can be a Solana transaction, it can be an Ethereum transaction, it can be a WASM transaction, payment can be like an on-chain payment, it can be an off-chain payment, off-chain actions, for example, you can trigger a call to some API, then require this to generate a ZK-TLS proof that something has been executed. So it's very extensible, very modular. It really effortlessly achieves all the elements of chain abstraction, like gas abstraction, single signature, multi-chain stuff. And yeah, also what we are building is a modular execution environment, which is a permissionless execution layer for all of this. But I wanted to keep this technical and not shilling our own thing. So yeah, this is it for super transactions and modular execution environments.
Thank you, Mislav. And now we have time for questions. Raise your hand if you have a question. I know you do. Don't be shy. Yes. All right. So I'm going to throw you the box. Get ready to catch it. Yeah. And go.
Okay. How do you ensure transaction atomicity in a multi-chain environment? Let's say you did a transaction on Optimism and mainnet, and then something happened to Optimism, and someone claimed that the rollup was faulty and the block reverted. What happens to the transaction which was settled before?
So the super transactions and modular execution environments are just technical concepts. They don't really guarantee or not guarantee atomicity. So an example of a modular execution environment can be one which guarantees atomicity. So we are currently working with certain block builders who can build blocks on top of multiple blockchains at the same time. So you can get a pre-confirmation whether or not it's going to get executed everywhere or nowhere. A lot of things don't really require this type of hard atomicity. Like, for example, this case that I said with Aave. The worst case, if a piece of the transaction fails, you'll just retry the transaction on the destination chain. And then, so even a super transaction can contain also retry instructions. So you can pre-sign all of the retry instructions that are needed. In our experience, 99% of everything goes through. But yeah, for certain cases, let's call it maybe trading or DeFi positions where maybe you want to do a cross-chain flash loan or something like that, where atomicity is very important. There we are already in active conversations with certain projects which do block building on top of multiple rollups at the same time. And then yeah, you basically get a pre-commitment to inclusion of all of the transactions within the super transaction hash.
Right, thanks.
Cool. We already have another question lined up.
Yeah, my question actually was the same as about atomicity. So in general, it's convenient way to put all transactions together. And do you have some ways to prescribe a sequence of transactions? So let's say this transaction should happen before this one, or some mechanisms like this.
So in general, they are sequenced by default. So a node will not execute a transaction if it simulates a revert. And also there is this entire trustless protocol with staking and slashing that actually ensures the liveness of all of this. But let's call it if you are bridging to Base and the transaction on Base requires 100 USDC, until you have 100 USDC on Base, it will not, the node itself will not execute that piece of the transaction. The secondary part which you can do is you can set conditions with on-chain variables. So for example, let's call it transaction on Optimism triggers a cross-chain message onto Base, which updates an on-chain variable, which gives permission to the second transaction in a row. So we are actively working with a few cross-chain messaging protocols to enable this functionality. The entire idea is that you should be able to write, let's call them smart contracts in only front-end code, where it's you put if-else conditionals, just call this transaction if output is bigger than this, then write to this chain, set this transaction. We're also building an SDK called Abstract.js that's gonna enable all of this. So essentially the nodes use reverts for sequencing. So until the transaction reverts, nothing gets executed. And then you can use on-chain variables to control the sequence flow. But let's call it, for this Aave example and for a lot of other examples that we have, sequencing happens automatically. Because until conditions are met, nothing gets executed. And sequencing is implicit in the flow that you have already set out.
Lovely. That's all the time we have for questions.
Right.
Thanks a lot, Mislav. Give it up for Mislav. All right. So our next speaker is Radina Talanova, a product owner at L2Beat. And Radina's talk is called Chain Abstraction is Risk Abstraction. So the talk aims to provide a nuanced view of whether chain abstraction truly enhances user experience or introduces new layers of complexity and vulnerability. Let's find out which one it is. Welcome, Radina.
Hi, everyone. I'm Adi, and today I'll share with you my thoughts on chain abstractions and the associated risks. So a quick refresher, what is chain abstraction and its main goal? So the idea here is to provide a user experience that is all about enabling users to use applications without having to interact directly with bridges or chains. So what can possibly go wrong here? This is a very simple example where poor implementation of abstraction led to a user losing some funds due to slippage. What happened here is that a user tried to bridge from Degen chain back to base, and because the UI was using an external bridge instead of a canonical one, it first had to slap funds to it, and this is where things went wrong. So the user incurred an 87% slippage. And the thing is that this wouldn't have happened if a canonical bridge was used, or maybe if the user was informed that an external bridge is used, or if they had the option to choose. So this example is trying to show the pitfalls of account abstraction, chain abstraction when implemented on the wrong level. So how can we do it better? There is this example of an intent-based protocol, and there are lots of different designs. But the idea here is that part of the risks are moved away from the user. So here we have this entity called solver that basically, once the user deposits funds, the solver almost immediately provides the funds to them on the destination chain. The idea here is that the user still has to trust the solver to not censor them and the escrow smart contract on the source chain. But apart from this, they don't have to care about finality and settlement because those are risks that the solver is taking instead of them. And there is this concept of chain abstracted balances. This is the third example. The thing here is that if the user only sees one total balance that they have across all chains, they might not realize that, for example, most of their funds are on a high-risk chain. And this is because the assets that you have inherit all the risks of their underlying assets, which depend on the bridges and the chains that were used. This is an example with Ape on Ape chain, but there are lots of different examples. And here, the token that is on Ape chain is basically inheriting security from the canonical bridge as well as layer 0. So the point that I want to make is that, first of all, if there are any risks where the user can that can still affect the user and they can potentially lose funds, they should be shown to the user. They should not be hidden. And in the example with the chain abstracted balances, I believe that at this stage we are not ready to hide the risks just because most of the chains are not secure enough. So chain abstraction should not be risk abstraction in a sense where there are risks that the user is not protected from and they are not aware of them and they might cause funds to get stolen or lost. But chain abstraction should be risk abstraction in the sense that we should try to protect the users from those risks. And this can be by limiting some actions on the front end or by introducing some additional entities who would bear the risks instead of the users. And as a last thing, I want to say that we at L2Beat want to, we believe in transparency, and so we also like red warnings. So we introduced this tool called Insight, where you can check all the risks of your portfolio by inputting your address. So in this example, you would see all the underlying tokens of Ape on Ape chain and all the risks that come from the canonical breach or layer 0 or the token itself. And this is mostly targeted towards regular users who want to know how risky the assets they hold are. But if you are a developer and you want to make the best decisions on behalf of your users, you can also find this useful. So make sure to check it out once it's live. Thank you.
Thanks, Radina. All right, we have time for some questions. Who wants to ask one? Raise your hand. Don't be shy. You can do it. If not, I'll ask a question, and I know your questions are better. Yes, amazing. Oh, hello, you. And catch.
I want to ask, like, for a simple finance product, like a very, very simple one without all the sophisticated stuff, what would you recommend to devs? Obviously, when you're onboarding completely newbie users, you don't want to expose everything. What would you recommend devs do?
Yeah, so I think that if the developers want in some way to onboard users without introducing them to the complexity of the chains and the bridges, so using some kind of chain abstraction, in case they don't want to surface all the risks because it can be overwhelming, they should make sure that they make the best choice for their users. So it can be something like limiting the chains they support based on the risks that they might introduce, or limiting the assets, or maybe doing some kind of summary of the risk, like high, medium, low, and then profiling their users to show the risks depending on their user profile. Thank you.
Cool. We have time for another question. Anyone? Yes, here.
Another question is that for the, I think the chain abstraction, definitely greater user experience, and also you mentioned the risk mitigations as well. But in general, beyond like the insights, what are some of the kind of mechanisms we should you guys put in place to increase the users trust, confidence of the reliability of the abstraction on that?
So the question is, what procedures should be followed?
Primarily, what other mechanism you put in place to increase the credibility and increase the trust from the user for the account abstraction?
All right, so I think that when implementing chain abstraction, and I guess we can use this example with the intent-based protocols. In this case, for example, if the user has to put some trust on this new entity called solver, we should make sure that it's reliable. So maybe we can do something like decentralized solver networks. So for every trust assumption that the user should make, we should make sure that this entity is to be trusted and it is decentralized enough.
Cool. And there's time for one more question. Let's see if anyone has it. I think someone has a question. Yes, yes, yes. No. That's okay. Thank you so much, Radina. Give it up for Radina. Awesome. And next up on the stage, we have Konrad Orban with a talk called Chain Abstraction, but I want to know where my tokens are. Yeah, about right? So Konrad is a CEO, a co-founder of Peanut Protocol, and we'll talk about how we should think about where assets live. Give it up for Konrad.
Hello. Hi. This is not going to be nice. I'm here to tell you that it will be your fault if things go wrong, and I will explain that.
in greater detail. I think it's such a nice segue to have Redina's talk earlier, because exactly what I want to talk about is the responsibility you have when you abstract chains and when you curate the infrastructure that you have. So about me, I'm the peanut brain at Peanut Protocol, and we've been doing chain abstraction when we still called it chain agnostic payments. So we do chain abstracted payments. You can do a payment, let's say, in 10 USDT on Optimism, and someone can receive 10 USDT on Polygon. We don't use intents. We don't use fancy solvers. We use simple bridges to make that happen. We've been around for a while now. So yeah, for generalized chain abstraction, I think it's important to ask, like, why should I even care where my tokens live? So I think I personally care because the risks are very different to something like a traditional centralized financial institution. When you think about a bank, you have legal guarantees and you have bailouts that secure your funds, and you don't need to worry about the exact capital, the underlying capital of the bank. You can be pretty sure that you are able to withdraw your funds in any mature economy. In crypto, well, we don't have legal documents to back us up. We have smart contracts. So I want to talk through two dilemmas. One is simple UX and like very stripped down UX and exposing all of the risks. So L2 beat, when bridge beat. I think it's a slide that I stole from Redina that I briefly want to talk about. Look at all of the risks that are involved in such a simple thing as just having USDC on orderly. Getting USDC on orderly. You not only have all the circle risk, then you get like the mantle risk, you get the canonical risk, layer 0 and so on. That's crazy. So let's make the pizza green. And let's talk through some ways we can communicate these risks to end users. So we have this first generation of chain-first UIs, which emphasize the chain, and then the assets. So that's like MetaMask, where you have to pick your chain, and then it only shows the assets on that specific chain. Then we have asset-first UIs. So Rabbi, I think, is a really nice example, where it shows you the assets. It will even show you the network as separate entities, but it will show the asset first. So it will show the network as a small thing in the back. Well, how should we do it as product people? What should a product person do? Should they just like slap thousands of warnings everywhere? Surely that's not a good way to onboard users. It gets even worse when we abstract everything and we just have like a final balance and we just assume that everything's going to route it everywhere, right? Yet we have to expose these things somehow, especially that with chain abstraction, essentially what happens, I would argue, is that the fat protocol thesis kind of stops existing and the middleware thesis plus the app thesis become much, much broader, which means that you are much, much more responsible for curating the infrastructure and the middleware you're using and what you're exposing to the end user. So there is this phenomenon, I think, that we'll see with mass onboarding and very simple apps where we'll have a race to the bottom in terms of not showing these risks, right? Like as a business, especially as a startup, I want to move fast and break things. And yeah, it is a disadvantage. It is objectively a business disadvantage to be like, warning, this thing is at risk. Warning, that thing is at risk. Which means that it's even more important to internally, as a product team, to vet the infrastructure that you're using and consult tools and people like L2Beat and maybe BridgeBeat in the future. One thing that I wanted to emphasize is that the market doesn't seem to price these risks strongly. Like 1 ETH on some random L2 is going to be exactly the same dollar value of ETH on mainnet. So it seems that the market just doesn't price these. Maybe because we haven't seen a catastrophic risk yet.
a catastrophic failure yet. So yeah, if you ever want to chat about interoperability for payments, DM me, I will send you money. These are my details.
Thank you, Conrad. And you can already talk to Conrad right now if you ask a question. Incredible, right? You can ask your question by raising your hand, and I'll get the box to you. Yes. Oh, that's far. Maybe it's easier if you do it from there. No, it's okay. You can stay.
Okay. I like standing up anyway. So I understand about the counterparty risks of the bridge introducing, different risks to the bridge asset. But in the far future, if we have solved smart contract security and all that, with like ZK or whatever people are using, do you foresee it being at risk parity across all the chain, and therefore chain abstraction is viable?
I think when we say chain abstraction, it's still some basket of chains that you as a product creator curate, right? So I think maybe there will be a world where all this tech will go down to zero. It's going to be very, very simple to have like really, really, really good tech there where we don't need to do all these audits essentially. Yeah, it's up to you to curate. I think that's my main argument. Yeah.
All right, we have another question.
But in the far future, yeah.
Oh,
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
For someone that's new into the space, me here.
Oh.
For someone that's new into the space and building, doesn't have like a plethora of knowledge of existing third-party risks that exist with bridges, like how do you actually assess and price in that risk when building? Where's the best place to do that?
Yeah, really, really good question. So L2Butte is a great place. I think my main message would be, again, it's you as the product owner or even like co-founders who have to make that decision about curation if you want to hide the risks. Like you're faced with this dilemma of like either you expose the risk and you're fair to the user and say, well, it's going to be your own fault, you're responsible, which creates worse UI, or you curate it for them and then don't get surprised if people will spam your support email if they lose their funds and they will hunt you down.
Cool. We have time for another question. Anyone wants to ask one? Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. Yes, you do. Fantastic. Get ready to catch and go.
Good catch.
And do you think if that's going to create a barrier of entry for like new L2s to enter because like there's a risk in a new player?
I think it's the opposite. So I think as with any research project, there's a first mover disadvantage because you're pouring in millions and millions into the biggest brains of the industry to design a new infrastructure, and then anyone else can just fork that or build a very similar copy, whilst inheriting all of the niceties of the first mover.
But it wouldn't apply for if they are using a new technology, for example.
Yeah, sure. If you're building something new, then you need to convince everyone that it's good tech, and you need to really pitch yourself. I think that's also a message to all infra projects, like pitch to apps that you are the best option, is the secure option for your users, because app developers have this responsibility towards the end users of curation. Yeah.
Lovely. That's all the time we have for questions. Thanks again, Conrad. Give it up for Conrad. Fantastic. So how is everyone feeling? Good? Yes? Energetic? Tired? Hoping for better things? Happy that you have all the good things you have? Yes. All right. We're experiencing emotions. We are alive, I think. So if you want to go to the bathrooms, they are at the right end of the hallway. You can do that. You can take pictures if you want to. Just make sure that they're without flash so that you don't distract our wonderful speakers. And speaking of wonderful speakers, next up on the stage is Greg the Greek, the CPO and co-founder at ChainSafe and a co-founder at Sigma Labs. And the talk is called the Endgame Wallet. When does abstraction go too far? So Greg the Greek will make us wonder, how far are we willing to go in the name of efficiency? Something to ponder. And while you ponder that, please welcome to the stage Greg the Greek.
Hey everybody. My name is Greg, or Greg the Greek if you know me online. I'm one of the co-founders at ChainSafe and as well as Sprinter. We recently rebranded a few days ago from Sigma. Today I'm going to be talking about the Endgame Wallet. This is coming from about a year, well over 1 to 2 years worth of standards work. That's something I do a lot in my spare time. And it's something that we focus a lot at Sprinter is driving how we can look at like multi-chain and getting the UX there right. We don't have a wallet. We don't really do wallet infra. We work in solving as well as we've been doing building bridges since 2018 and we're protocol engineers at ChainSafe. And I was one myself for ETH 2.0. So I'm trying to remove as much bias as possible. I'm objectively looking at the standards when we go through here. So let's do a little, I want to do a little memory lane. I want to bring out a little pain. I don't know if many of you remember the world before EIP 1193, but this was when you download a new fancy wallet and then all of a sudden no app would ever be able to work with it or communicate with it. If you were an app developer, you had to manually code in, communicate with like MetaMask or communicate with fancy new wallet. There was a time when you couldn't even have multiple browser extensions, and that was pre-multi-injector provider. There was also, this is still a problem, let's be honest. We're getting close to aggregate balances that look nicer, so your USDC is better. Or how about network switching? Or even, you go to a dApp, immediate wallet pop-up. We've been iterating and fixing a lot of the UX challenges we see, and we see that the improvements that have been happening over the last couple of years. These iterations have all come from ERCs, EIPs, and CAPEs. And that's why they're really important that we start adopting them. But frankly, where are we going right now? We're actually right now, the chain abstraction space has kind of fucked us. We are right now selling application developers that they need to deploy a smart contract wallet for their app to get the best features and the guest users. If you hear that statement, frankly, from my opinion, you're going down a road where you're going to have to do a very ugly migration path within 6 to 18 months, and it's just the wrong way to be dealing with smart contract wallets. Unless you, as the app developer, are willing to deploy wallet infra, and when I say wallet infra, I'm saying like a MyCrypto website, like a full rage quit mechanism so they can migrate to something different, to someone better. You're just vendor locking them inside your own system, maybe inside the wider system of the deployer who gave you that. Because frankly, are you well equipped enough as an app developer to deploy preferences for the user's smart contract wallet? If they want to say, because we're going down an intense system, are you willing to express a preference for them to ensure that if they say, I want 1 ETH always to exist on mainnet, never take away that 1 ETH? If I have 2, it can go down to 1. Are you ready to deploy that type of preferences and those type of feature sets to them? Because if you're not, you should never be giving them a smart contract wallet. You're setting them up for failure and you're setting your users up for an awful UX experience down the road. And frankly, it just creates fragmented balances and it doesn't get us anywhere. And the biggest problem we still have today is that, do we have any mobile app developers here? Have you ever tried to communicate with a smart contract wallet that was deployed by another team? Yeah, it doesn't work. It's impossible. We work with game developers. They can't connect to remote accounts. It's literally impossible. And that's because we've moved into a world of passkeys. Passkeys are domain separated. If ChainSafe issues you a passkey, only the chainsafe.io domain can ever access that same passkey. So you need a way to talk to them. And that's where I'm going to be going with this. A quick note, and I'm going to be very, this might be a bit of a lie, but I think we're getting there. Within 1 to 2 years, we're probably going to see 90% of transactions will be solved. There's no doubt about that. We are going down that path, and that's going to happen. So with that in mind, we have to think there's this big debate of smart wallet versus dumb app and so on and so forth. Frankly, if the app is going multi-chain and you're interacting with different contracts on different chains, you are smart. You have to be smart. You have to know how to actually make and bridge those connections. Otherwise, the wallet's always smart. Let's be real. They need to be the one to ensure that the user is there because they need to be deploying that wallet infra I was describing earlier. Now, let's do this endgame. I'm going to verbally abuse you with ERCs, and that's totally fine. There's other sessions today that will help you learn about these ERCs more in deep. I'm going to go over them as quickly as I can, as effectively as I can, and use Web2 examples so you can understand why they're important. These EIPs and ERCs and capes are written by well over 20+ people. So when I say there's like no bias in here, I'm just stitching the stuff together that we're talking about in the wallet meetups at every conference. Okay, here's your general interaction, right? dApp, wallet, very simple. We know we want to deploy 4337 everywhere. That's a given. It's the best UX we can get because we can't get native account abstraction. We know passkeys are the easiest way to onboard a user because seed phrases are too complicated, private keys are difficult, and frankly, the whole experience that we've been doing before is just because we in this room, frankly, are ahead of the curve. It's not going to work for most people. Passkeys are a must, and they live at the wallet level. The next way to actually broker this system is to realize that your dApp's never going to actually have a wallet, like a smart account. Your dApp's going to use an embedded wallet. Why? You can blind sign in the background as long as you have permission. That means you can actually maintain the same Web 2 experience you thought you needed. This means that you don't need to go and make a job posting that says, hey, I need a Web 3 designer. No, you just need a designer. You need a really good designer that knows what they're doing. And that's it. You can build Web 2 experiences. You can get a perp desk that looks like Robinhood. There's no reason you can't do that. The embedded wallet allows us to have that control. We need to know how to register people. Now this is one that a lot of people don't realize. The CAPES, Chain Agnostic Improvement Proposals, green field, playing field for not just EVM, but the whole spectrum of blockchain standards. CAPE 275 basically says, how can we get to a one-click onboarding? I type in gregthegreek.eth, it looks up to see who deployed my smart contract wallet for me, and from there, we generate a slug for an HTTP request, or an iframe, or whatever. And this is where the magic happens, ERC 7555. 7555 is the same thing as OAuth. It's the idea that it links you, when you click sign in with Google, it links you out to Google, right? Because I looked up in the registry who deployed this wallet, I can actually go in directly to that user, so I can use that passkey to get access to that 4337 account, and now I can use it with the embedded wallet on my app. But permissions, 7715. We stack a permission across the wire protocol. By stacking a permission across the wire protocol, what you end up getting now is you can be expressive. Hey, my perp desk wants to spend 1,000 USDC per hour and make it expire in 24 hours. What does that resemble? A JDBT token, something we're used to. We're making the app development cycle easier here. Finally, 7579. Rhinestone team, big shout out. The idea here, your app wants to be a little bit more expressive. The smart account isn't what you want it to be. So you can develop a plugin, directly link it onto the smart account that you don't really know about. Finally, 7811, if anybody keeps up in standards here, you probably haven't kept up with this one. It got announced last week, and there's gonna be a lot built up on top of it. The simple gist, I wanna know from the wallet, what are the assets? I don't wanna use an indexer anymore. I'm tired of having to go and query, an RPC node on a for loop over the assets I want to know about. Just tell me, what do you have? What's the balance of it? It's single chain. We're gonna take it multi-chain. There's a lot of other ERCs that go on this, but the interesting thing, the one thing to keep in mind, 7555, it's super ambitious, very ambitious. We're not there yet, we're really close. We need all these other EIPs to get standardized on top. But once we do, the one thing we get is we get this communication channel that we've never had to a remote account, the same way we do with OAuth. So when a Web 2 user comes into the Web 3 space, it looks like Google asking for an app asking Google, hey, can I borrow your calendar information? But in this way, it's going to register plugins. It's going to ask for permission on how to spend wallets from your funds. This way, we're not depositing funds into, Polymarket. Instead, they're borrowing them. And I think I'm running out of time. There's a timeline here. I'll skip to when end. I don't know. I got quoted two years from now the other day. I'm not going to lie, I think we can be a bit more ambitious. Frankly, we're not protocol developers. I was one previously. We don't need to go slow. We can go fast. We can break a bunch of shit along the way, and we can get to what we need. Thank you so much, and you can find me here.
Thank you so much to Greg the Greek. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but feel free to speak to Greg the Greek after this talk. And we're ready for our next speaker. Our next speaker is Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu is a co-founder at Epoch Protocol and will give a talk titled Putting Intents and Users Together. This talk will explore how we can approach intents in a way that users will adopt more readily by leveraging the latest standards and EIPs. Give it up for Abhimanyu.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. All right. I'm Abhimanyu and co-founder of Epoch Protocol, and I will be simply talking about how we can make intents actually approachable for end users. So to start with, I'll simply tell you what intents actually are. And to put it simply or in the easiest way, if you want to do something or achieve something on the chain and you don't know how to do it, or you're not sure how to do it in a most optimal or efficient way, you can find an intent solver who can do it for you. And once they have an optimal solution, you can simply get it executed. Now, the problem here is if you give something totally different to the end users, they are very reluctant to try it out. We at Epoch Protocol tried to give different user flows to end users. We did a lot of user experimentation, and the conclusion was if we give a user flow that is not standard or what user is not familiar with, they won't try it. So how do we solve for it then? Well, part of it is already work in progress. We get intents being used in existing user flows. You can take a look at Uniswap X, Cow Swap, or Across, where you already see intents are being used, but a user may or may not realize it. But it improves the efficiency or the rates that they are getting. The second step should be or can be something like improving existing flows or simplifying existing flows. I'll give an example for this, but I'll just cover the third point as well first. Creating completely new intent-based application, that should be the last step, where there are totally different flows and which are using declarative input as a new paradigm. But now coming back to reduced steps and simplified flows. So for this one, let's take an example. There can be a dApp that requires a very specific token on a very specific chain, and you simply have something like DAI on optimism, and you don't know how to get to that very specific chain or get that very specific token. So how you do it? You can start with something as simple as putting a button in the dApp saying, hey, onboard my user or bring my user in the right state. And behind the scenes, all these ERCs and EIP would be used to get it executed just like how it happens in normal transaction. You click on a button, you see a MetaMask pop-up saying sign it, and you can be done with it. But behind the scene, what should be happening, or how you can orchestrate the entire thing, is you can start with the EIP 7702 that would go live really soon, where a user can leverage any smart contract wallet implementation without actually deploying it to their address through EOA. They can send the transaction through their normal MetaMask or the normal wallet they usually use. And they don't have to transfer their assets out to another smart contract wallet. They don't have to deploy anything to another smart contract wallet. They can just start readily be using it. You can abstract away gas and all the other complications using efficient transaction bundling through that comes with 4337. You can also make the entire thing interoperable. If a user wants to use a safe implementation or a ByConme implementation or something else, you can use 7579. What 7579 does is it gives you a plugin standard that can work across multiple dApps. So multiple wallets. So what a dApp can do is create a plugin, and that can work with Safe and ByConme wallet or the ZeroDev wallet. And dApp can just, whenever a user comes in, dApp can just plug in their plugin to the wallet and have no vendor lock-in at all. And lastly, when your intent requires something like a cross-chain execution, there is ERC 7683 that's from Uniswap and across, which defines like how the standard of a cross-chain message should look like. If there are multiple intent solvers working on both sides of the chains, or like all the chains that an intent is supposed to be interacting with, this defines like a clear structured object that says, hey, this is supposed to be done on this chain and this is supposed to be done on this chain, and that can be leveraged to get an intent executed across all the chains. So to wrap it up, for the users, the experience would be as simple as just clicking on a button and saying, I want to use my DAI to get this very specific asset. And as soon as user clicks on it and hits sign, all the intent solvers do their work. And lastly, it all gets executed through any specific smart contract wallet implementation using 7702. Well, that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Abhimanyu. All right, we got time for questions. Please raise your hand if you'd like to ask one. This is lightning talk, so you gotta think on your feet, or I guess you're sitting down, think on your butts. All right, ready? And let's go. Almost. Sorry about that.
Hi. One question on wallet interoperability. You said that you could expect dApps through 7579 to interact with the contracts. But each smart contract account is developing their own SDK with different capabilities. So how is that possible? And also, how can we expect dApps to create their own custom plugin to interact with different contracts? And connected to that, this would anyway achieve interoperability but not portability of the same account across dApps. So I was curious about these two aspects. Thanks.
Yes. The way I think that this can be easily done is something like a dApp can create their own plugin. So if you as a user come with a safe wallet, dApp simply puts their plugin into your wallet, and then dApp knows what the interface for the wallet is going to be because they can get those transactions executed through their own API, not API endpoints, but contract functions. So they can just start calling the contract functions they know from the plugin. But if a user comes with, let's say, Biconomy wallet next time, they can just plug the same plugin into the Biconomy wallet as well. And they can expect the same interface again. So it's sort of like you create your own interface, how you want to call the smart contract wallets. And whatever wallet implementation a user comes in with, you just plug your plugin into it and execute whatever you want. And that's it. You don't have to worry about. Yes, you can do it without going through SDK. You can simply make the smart contract calls. I think it's your other option is getting totally vendor locked. Like with 4.3.7, users got dApps got completely vendor locked. If a dApp wanted to interact with Safe Wallet, they had to interact explicitly with Safe Wallet, and if a user with Biconomy wallet would come, they won't know how to interact with it.
Perfect. All right, do we have another question somewhere in the audience? I know you're all curious people. You want to know more? Yes? Okay.
What do you hear me?
Yeah.
I think, okay. What do you think the kind of substrate is going to be where intents actually get posted and propagated to so that solvers can find them?
There are a few different players who are working around this thing. We are working around the same thing. There is Anoma, there is Kalani. The idea here is one of the solvers gets an intent and they propagate it to entire network with the hopes of there will be more intent solvers who can solve parts of it or like the entirety of it. So with us, it's just like one solver getting it and propagating throughout the network and all of them putting in their solution. With something like Anoma or Kalani, it's like a solver fulfills partially and puts it out on the network, and others can pick it up and solve the rest of it. But it's a work in progress, yeah.
Got it, thanks.
Perfect, and that's all the time we have for questions. Give it up for Abhimanyu again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lovely, lovely. All right. So we are going to have our next speaker in a moment. In the meantime, if you want to take pictures, feel free to do that. As long as you don't use Flash, that's all cool. If you want to go to the bathroom at any point, you go to the right from here until the end of the hallway. And without further ado, we're going to welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is Munir Benchemled. And Munir is a founder at Paraswap and Lita Labs. Munir's talk is called Exploring Various Approaches to Achieve Effective Decentralization for Intense Base Protocol. Say that 3 times in a row. In this talk, Munir will present the status quo, various architectures, and new trade-offs in terms of where intents fit in the trilemma of fees, execution speed, and execution guarantees. So welcome to the stage, Munir.
Everyone. Okay. I'm glad to be here. Seems like this is a intense morning and a very intense one. So I'm Munir from Lita Labs. We're known for building Paraswap, a 5-year-old protocol, and recently Portuguese that allowed us to launch Paraswap Delta. So the first time Paraswap is now in the intense space, and it's a great thing. So I guess you heard a lot about intents. I believe it's now something that is second nature. So I'm going to jump directly to what are intents in the context of trading on-chain. So it's basically one way of expressing an outcome without describing the details of that outcome in simple terms. So if you are a user, you want to swap a token A for a B, well, what you do, you sign an order or an intent. You send it to a backend API in general, like 99.99% of the time. But behind the scenes, there are what you call solvers, resolvers, market makers, agents, how we call them, that will compete for user flow and will bid on an auction, and the best bidder is going to be the winner. So we have 2 entities here. We have the user who have a desire, like I want to swap token A for B. We have solvers, agents, you name it, competing for user flow. And as I said, there is an API in between that does the whole work. Like, I mean, users still are mastering their key. The system is like work as any DeFi protocol, but the thing is that API, which acts as a central point of failure, if it stops working, the whole system is not useful. It's not working at all. So that's a problem. And this is what we're working on in Portuguese, in trying to create an alternative. But the challenge is, and what we are also proposing, is a way so that we can still preserve the user experience, because if we introduce a fancy decentralized layer, let's say an app chain, well, we won't ask users now to interact with yet another chain. That's not going to be great. It's not going to be good for UX. So the thing is, we keep that backend API, that centralized backend API, but the thing is now it's optional. So you can use it, you can run it yourself, so the user and the relayer can be the same thing. And that allows us to still give the user exactly the same experience, but still having a neutral network that can run this system of intent interactions. So the system look like this. We have on the top left the user interaction. So it means user want to do action XYZ. I talked about swap, but it can be I want to provide liquidity to Uniswap. I want to do a cross-chain liquidity providing on another AMM, or maybe I want to deposit my USDC on Aave and earn yield on another chain, or maybe completely abstracting that chain. I use a relayer. I can be my own relayer. It can run literally on my laptop. So I publish the auction or my intents on the network. We have an auction manager. This is the heart of the system that you're going to zoom into. The rest of the process is the same. We have a competition. The winner is going to win, get to execute the user trade. The rest is not new. So we have multiple ways for achieving that. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to get really deep, but there is the possibility of running the auction manager on an app chain. Something that's not new, we have like DYDX who are running the whole order book and a matching engine on an app chain. It's working well. The big limitation here is privacy, because we may be pre-leaking MEV on the user side, but also on the agent side, on the solver side, like all the bits would be public. There are solutions yet, but here we get into more complexity, like commit and reveal schemes that can be a bit challenging as well, but it's one of the approaches. The other one is one I like a lot, is the TEE, maybe, or MPC, or a combination of both, where we can have a bunch of nodes who are running on, if we go with TEE, running on a trusted execution environment, so it means like a closed environment, a private environment, so we solve the privacy issue of like pre-leaking of MEV. And issue with TEE is we rely on a specialized hardware. Issue with MPC is a bit slower than TEE. So maybe a combination of both could do the job. It's something that's still a work in progress or research in progress. The other one is like the holy grail for competing on encrypted data. That can be a perfect solution, but unfortunately, this is the FHE, a full homomorphic encryption, where the nodes can compute on data fully blindly without having any idea of what's inside, and getting to like select, like in this case, select the winning agents based on the best bidder in terms of price, gas, you name it. But the problem is FHE latency is not acceptable yet. It's way, way too slow. It can work like on batch computations and not in real time, where it's very important in the case of like trading on chain and many other use cases. So that's maybe, we still maybe a few years ahead. There's some work on building some ASICs, like again, specialized hardware, which would become a limitation. But still, yeah, this could be the best solution at some point, but we're still a few years ahead. Thank you guys, that's all I had. Happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Munir. All right, we have time for questions. Raise your hand if you want to ask one. You've been amazing in terms of asking questions so far. Let's keep it up. Let's keep going. Yes. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Is there a specific service which solves this intent problem usable by many DEXs, cross-chain swaps, or each build their own intent solvers?
You mean on the product side or on the agent side?
On the product side. Does it make sense kind of to have a scalable product here which is serving this intent services for many cross-chain solutions?
Yeah, for cross-chain, I think it's becoming more and more like a normal thing between codes. So we're seeing more and more protocols normalizing cross-chain interactions. So if that's the question, I would say that's just a matter of time. We're not far away from making cross-chain is like the normal thing to do and thinking beyond cross-chain. But if it's a question about having generalized purpose intents, it's something I believe less that it's going to be the case, because the complexity of each protocols makes them so different to have a general purpose solving mechanism. So that's what, if that's the question, I hope I answered.
All right, time for another question over there.
Yeah. So as someone who has not explored intents yet, I want to ask how to participate as an agent or a solver in this network. Like what exactly a solver is? Is it a piece of code or like a market maker bidding for the prices? What's that?
Yeah, it's definitely too broad. It's always a piece of code anyways, like someone has to write a code that will answer a user intent between code, like user desire to do something. The simplest case is I want to swap token A for B. And the one who provides the best price is going to be like quoting and competing with others. Like you may run a fancy algorithm and connect it to many exchanges, the DEXs of course, and running this algorithm that will answer the user intent. But it can be other things, like nobody has a integration of Aave that will let any user put USDC cross-chain on another chain and earn a better APY. That's also a use case that can be like fulfilled by an agent.
All right. I think we don't have time for another question, unfortunately, but feel free to catch Munir after this and talk to him about everything you want. Give it up for Munir again for the wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. All right. How's everyone feeling? Energized? Yes? Let's hear it. You can do better. Come on, come on. Yeah, awesome. So I hope you're pumped for our next speaker. Our next speaker is going to be Meda Kotari, who will give a talk titled Wallet Infra 101 and Where Innovation Needs to Happen. Meda is currently a product person for Uniswap Labs. And in the talk, Meda will go over the infrastructure stack of a standard wallet, and then also go into where in the stack innovation should happen or is already happening, and why that's exciting. All right, welcome to the stage, Meda.
Cool. Hey guys. So as you can see, I actually changed the title of my talk really last minute. But my name is Meda Kotari, and I lead product for all of the wallet-related things at Uniswap Labs. So in this talk, I want to cover some of the incredible infrastructure innovations that have happened over recent years and why I think they're going to bring in the next wave of users in crypto. Forgot my little thing. So when we talk about onboarding the next billion users, often the narrative online is focused on blaming crypto UX for why we haven't had mass adoption yet. But what does better crypto UX really mean? Like if you look at a lot of our apps, they're already beautiful, they're clear, they're comparable to Web 2, and based on recent breakout successes for apps like Polymarket or trading bots or whatever you use, I feel like it's safe to say that users are willing to overcome a lot of friction to do what they want. In my opinion, what crypto often lacks is more opinionated products. And what a lot of these infrastructure innovations that I'm about to highlight do is give developers optionality to build more opinionated products. Historically, I think we've put a lot of burden of choice on users for every micro decision, whether it's how they store their seed phrase, whether it's how they pay gas, whether it's what chain they're on, everything else. So I find a more useful framing for the crypto UX problem is how do we make it easier for users to do more with their balance? Before I get into these innovations, I kind of wanted to set the framing and identify core problems to a really quick case study. So for this, I'm going to use my dad as an example. He's a software engineer. He's technologically savvy. He trades a lot on apps like Robinhood and E-Trade for stocks. And he knows what ETH and Bitcoin are and holds some, but doesn't really know much about it. He doesn't really know about ERC20s, L2s, the underlying technology, anything else. So he somehow finds out about a token. This actually happened a few months ago. Let's call it BLA token. And he asked me for help. And so I help walk him through how to buy it. So I walk him through the process. He only has crypto in his Robinhood like centralized exchange account right now. And so I had to guide him through downloading a non-custodial wallet, explain what that non-custodial word meant, and then what a seed phrase was and why it was so important. And then I had to walk him through transferring his ETH from the centralized exchange into this new wallet. But it turns out the asset was on Base, and he didn't have ETH on Base to pay the gas, and so I had to explain what bridges were, what L2s were, what gas was, and then we had to bridge his ETH over to Base. And then he was finally able to swap the asset using Uniswap. But, of course, he had to reserve some of that ETH for gas. That took so many steps, so much education, so much time, and one of the biggest issues I think all of us see in the space right now is onboarding. And my dad specifically in this case was a very high intent technical user, and it took him several minutes to create a wallet and was thrown so many new concepts right up front. Currently, I feel like we're taking high intent users who probably come in wanting to do something, wanting to try out a wallet or buy an asset, whatever, and we end up surfacing so many friction points for them that they end up churning before even completing the action that they initially set out to do. Luckily though, there are so many infrastructure advancements that have been made already that make this whole process easier. There are quite a few, but for the sake of time, I want to focus on 4. So the first one is account abstraction, specifically through EIP 7702. So account abstraction and smart contract wallets have been in the zeitgeist for a while now, but one of the biggest issues with most of these implementations is that they're not compatible with EOAs, which are the most popular form of existing wallets. 7702 basically allows EOAs to get some, not all, of the benefits of account abstraction without forcing users to fully migrate into a smart contract wallet. So while this isn't fully comprehensive account abstraction, it does 2 things that I think are really exciting. One is gas abstraction. So in my dad's case, he wouldn't have to worry worry about the concept of gas or gas tokens, etc. And another thing it does well is batch transactions. Second is this growth of multi-chain standards. So it's very clear we're going through a multi-chain world. Block spaces are getting more and more specialized, and I feel like we don't give enough credit for how much Ethereum has evolved here. Like I remember just even a few years ago, going from one chain to another was so cumbersome. But now, with intent-based standards like ERC 7683, which a couple other speakers before me talked about, and with block-space standards like the superchain that Optimism came up with, and just generally more options for different types of bridging, we have way more of a unified experience for cross-chain interactions that are happening on-chain. So now it's up to dApps to figure out how they want to represent these multi-chain interactions, like how much they want to abstract and how much they don't, but it is so much easier. The third thing I want to mention is embedded wallets. So as I mentioned before, onboarding is a huge issue in this space right now. And all the innovation happening around embedded wallets allows users to create wallets in seconds. And also users can use familiar concepts like email or social auth or even passkeys, which are becoming increasingly popular outside of crypto. And sophisticated traders are already taking advantage of this tech when they're using certain Telegram bots and things like that, or dApps that are using things like Privy or Capsule under the hood. The last one that I want to talk about is AI. So can't forget that as much as our industry is innovating, so are others. Everyone, I think, is aware of the massive impact AI is having on consumer apps right now, and I'm pumped about the confluence of that and crypto. And I think there's a ton of stuff here that I could talk about with AI, obviously, but the ones that I want to focus on are context and discovery. So with AI, we can rapidly give users more context and information on the actions that they're trying to do on-chain, as well as the assets that they're trying to buy. Another big issue I see in crypto right now is discovery, and I think fine-tuned AI can really help with this. So clearly right now is the best time to build consumer apps in crypto because of all this infrastructure innovation that's been happening. So I want to end with a call to action to builders, especially new builders. All of these new consumer app devs, I hope you guys build more opinionated apps utilizing this tool chest of infrastructure to give users the most smooth experience possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. And we have time for a question. Let's see. Okay. And there you go. You got it.
Yeah. Thanks for the talk. It's very inspiring. I would like to ask maybe a meta question. If there's a top 3 app, because we want a consumer app you want to build, what would be the top 3 you can recommend for us to build on that?
Did you say top 3 dApps I would recommend building? Did I get that right?
Yes. It's more like I want to get your thoughts on that.
For sure. That's a great question. Let me think about this. There are so many exciting things right now. I would say one is just a better information aggregator. So something that's more personalized based on your trading history and also assets that you own in a fun way. I think that would be really exciting. Another one is a multi-chain dApp that's super completely abstracted. So I saw some demos for this that some Optimism devs did, and I think stuff like that would be really cool where the end user doesn't have to care about the chain that they're on, but they're able to interact with people who are using multiple chains. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Lovely. We have time for another question. Yes.
Just speak. Oh. In your opinion, what's the biggest drawbacks to 7702?
Oh, that's a great question. I think there's 2. One is smart contract risk. So you're introducing just more smart contract risk since you're delegating to a contract. And then the second one is just lock-in. So if we don't standardize the 7702 implementations that wallets do, it could lead to a case where, let's say I have a seed phrase on Uniswap wallet, and then it implements 7702, and I get all these cool features like gas abstraction, but then I export that private key and put it into let's say MetaMask or Coinbase wallet or whatever, and then suddenly those guarantees are gone if they're not using the same 7702 standard. So that's something I do worry about. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. That's all the time we have for them. Thanks again, Meta. Give it up for Meta. Lovely. All right. So for whom is it their first Devcon? Okay, not too many. Second? Third? Yeah, fourth. Almost nobody. Nobody's been to DEF CON 4 times? Yeah? Oh, maybe next time will be your fourth. Fantastic. So hope you've been enjoying the talk so far, because we still have a couple coming up before we take a break on the stage. And our next speaker is Phuc Thai, a researcher at Ronan Network. Phuc is giving a talk called From MPC Wallets to Smart Contract Accounts, which will outline a path for mass adoption of smart contract accounts by using an MPC wallet as a transitional solution. So we're going to find out all about that from Phuc. Welcome to the stage, Phuc.
Hello, everyone. My name is Phuc Thai. I'm from SkyMavid. So today I'm going to talking about how to from MPC wallet to Abstraction. So I think from the previous talk, we already understand that there is a lot of issue with the current EOAs, is that it's too complex for some non-technical and even technical users. There's inaccessible recovering mechanisms. So to solve this problem, we had a few solutions in place already, and I'm gonna want to highlight two main thing is MPC wallet and Abstraction. So both of them can offer a lot of help with onboarding new users, offer social login, key recovery, and some transaction policy. So the difference between MPCs and Abstraction is most of the thing MPC do on the off-chain, including key recovery and transaction policy. While on Abstractions, it have more transparencies and everything can happen on chain. And with Abstraction, we can also have more user can also have more flexibility in a lot of feature for convenience, such as batching transaction, gas sponsors, and automation and something. But Abstraction is relatively new compared with the MPC technologies. It is 40-year-old technology already, and it's ready to be adopted right now. So, so one of the problems with MPC is that user cannot have enjoy the flexibility that Abstraction offer, but with the introduction of 7702, we can actually combine it with MPC to offer a great help. So this is a picture from Vitalik blocks that, as we can see here, with MPC and 7702, we can achieve most of the goal, all the convenient goal that Abstraction still can be achieved, and some of the security goal. So such as like here we can see that automation can be done if we can delegate the account to some the keys that are stored on the server, abstractions, sponsoring, BAS, and everything. So the reason that 7702 can be great combinations with MPC wallet is that the current infrastructure of MPCs already in place that can have with some of the feature of 7702. So one of the key things I want to highlight here is that the privilege de-escalation. That in MPC we had multiple key sets that store in the user device, in the server, that we already had a system in place for this. And with 7702, we can set the MPC account to set code for that account to enable delegation, so some access to the key set that either in the client device or in the server that can do some of the operations that user can do day to day. And so another thing that I want to mention here is that one of the problems with current MPC is that when we select a threshold for MPC, we usually need to involve a trade-off. For example, if we use like 2 out of 3 threshold, some transaction can be signed without the user knowing. But if we use 2 out of 2 threshold, then if every transaction needs to be signed by user, but the user, the key cannot be recover if the user lost the key shard and they have not had any backup. So with the 7702, we can introduce a time lock on-chain key recovery that we can have either key shard can be gain full access to the wallet if it initiates a transaction, and then the other one do not have challenge that in, let's say, a 30-day period. So I think that's it for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Phuc. We have some time for questions. So raise your hand if you want to ask a question, and I'll get the box to you. Or if you're further in the back, a colleague of mine will do it. I know you want to know things. This is your chance. If not, then I'll ask the question, and trust me, you don't want to hear my questions. They're not going to be that good. Okay, well, I'll still do it. If you want people to come away from this with one thing and start implementing that in their work, what would that be?
Can you elaborate that a little bit?
So we all go back home after Devcon, and you want people to do one thing. What's the thing that you want people to do?
So I think the thing I want people to do is to push out 7702 as soon as possible.
Yeah, cool. Anyone have a question? Or shall we call it today? Yes, amazing. All right, I think I can do it, maybe? Yeah, okay. And 1, and 2, and woo! Ah, almost.
Okay, so my question is a little more on the gas abstraction part. I know MPC wallets can be connected to AA wallets, and my question is there another solution that is more sustainable compared to just sponsoring the gas for every transaction?
Yeah, can you elaborate it a little bit?
So some wallets, because most of the non-crypto native users don't have a concept of gas that they have to pay for each transaction. A lot of protocols and applications sponsor this gas so that the user can continue with using the application. And the way they do it is that they fund the paymaster, and that paymaster pays for the user's transaction fees. And my question is, are there any solutions that you think can make this sustainable for the applications?
So I think so that is a good question, but I think the sponsor. So this is come from that if the app developer that they want to be more convenient for the user, so they want to onboard more users. So one of the things they can do is that they can ease out the onboarding process and pay for the gas for the user. So I think that can be a great help in this case.
All right, that's all the time we have for questions. Thanks again, Phuc. Give it up for Phuc for the wonderful talk. Lovely, lovely. So this is going to be the last talk before we take a longer break on the stage. But don't go anywhere just yet. There's still one more, and trust me, you wanna be here for this one. And After that, we're going to have an hour-long break until 1 p.m., so enough time to have lunch, enjoy some Thai food. I don't know about you, I'm really loving it. I live in Germany, where black pepper is considered spicy, so I'm really having the time of my life, enjoying things that actually taste like things. Fantastic. So our next speaker is going to be Nuno. Nuno is a senior product designer at the Ethereum Foundation, and the talk is called "My Mother Will Not Use It." Right? It's a great title. So in the talk, Nuno will cover the different mindsets designers need to improve and optimize the work for Web3. So without further ado, welcome to the stage our last speaker of the morning session, Nuno.
Hey, hello. Nice to see you all. So let's get started. I have a lot to cover. Oh, let's go back. So my name is Nuno, designer at the foundation. I work for Ethereum.org mostly. That's where I spend all of my time. And this is my talk. I submitted my talk based on this tweet from Wesley that he said, "My mom will never use crypto. Trying to optimize for her is a waste of time." And this triggered something on me because I used to, on my other talks, this is for ETH Prague back in June, I guess, I had one slide with the same title amongst the other things that I normally do. And it's something that it's a rant, mostly. Why that this is something that we hear a lot out there. In other conversations out there, like saying, "My mother will not use it. Oh, this app is not for my mother. It's not for," it's just something that always gets me a rank. That's why my mother, why the elder generation would use this. That's something that it's almost a rank. So let's start with the question. When did a mass adoption of a technology started with an elder generation? Can we pinpoint something? Can we, from the top of our mind? I can't. That never happened, I would say. Never, ever happened. Take it with a grain of salt. I did not research this. I'm just saying out loud, might be something out of this. But I would say that it never started. And we are on the brink of a revolution. So let's break even further. So who is my mother? Let's try to persona who is our mother. So this is my mother, Devcon, my mother. She's a lovely lady from Lisbon. So nice to meet you all. She doesn't know he's here, so don't tell her. I'm doxing her. So again, let's see who is our mother. Our mother might be roughly, if average 30 years old in the audience. If she gives birth at 25, she might be 55 plus, something like that. Let's try to put her in this level. She'll be around this gap, which make her a baby boomer and a Gen X, beginning Gen X, probably halfway through Gen X. But this is probably our mother collectively, classified as the generation that we are sometime thinking of who's big adopting. So she watched this. Do you know what film this is? Show of hands. Okay, some do. She grew up this technology. This was the technology that she was exposed at an influential level. All of this, probably some of you still use this. Who got one? Show of hands. Yay, some. So was impactful. But in the end, drilling down, that analog generation, high trust in institutions in the sense that they grew up trusting corporations, trusting governments in some countries, I don't know. But looking forward, post offices, banks, other corporations was something that was trustworthy. Limits access to technology. They don't know how things work. I ask you, probably to you folks, how things work. And it's a cultural shift for them to onboard new technology, new stuff on the digital world. So this is my second conclusion. Why do we even bother thinking about them when we are building products for Web3? So I'm almost sure that everything that we will build will start with a younger generation. This is one of the key points that I want to bring. Regardless of what we build, they will follow. So let's stop talking about that my mother will use it. So to Wesley's point, this is a waste of time, probably, to think about them. Has user profiles, has personas on how to target our audience of our products. And even more, To all the Gen Zs and Alphas out there, there's a bunch of you out there that points out you guys and all your friends and all your relatives about the same generation will be the ones that are going to use the Web3 projects that we are building right now. They will have the financial upside very soon. So there's a bunch of information that the great wealth transfer will happen very soon because of the baby boomers through the other generations. They will have the financial incentive to do so. So it's not a question of money to target someone that has money. So we need to focus on the younger generation to build the new set of products. They will be the next billion users. So let's focus on them once and for all. So let's stop saying, my mother will not use it. Let's start saying, the youth will not use it. My kid, if you're a parent, a young parent, my kid will not use it. Probably like the TikTokers will use it. Probably the Swifties, who knows? They are the ones that will probably use our products. So this is the key point that I wanted to bring you guys. Let's start building, because this is to you and for you above all. And think about them, and don't think about your mother, parents, grandmother, whatever you think like this. And that's what I have to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuno. We have time for some questions. Raise your hand if you would like to ask one. It can be about your mother. It can be about Nuno's mother. Don't ask me about my mother. You don't want to hear that. Yes, yes, yes. Come on, last push. There's a break after this. Ask a question and then go out into the world knowing you've accomplished great things at this session. Question. Okay, while you're thinking...
Everyone is hungry, I think. So.
I know. While you're thinking, I'll ask one question of my own. So same as the one I asked before. If you want people to take one thing from your talk, then go back to their normal life, what's the one thing you want them to take away?
Mostly as a designer, I target like designers as well, other builders that are thinking new products. Keep critical thinking on the way you approach. I think we take for granted everything from Web 2, and I've seen a lot of talks, even the one before us, that's always like, let's do Web 2 way of doing Web 3. And it's mostly one of the topics that I bring in my talks. Probably I'm a little bit older, probably it's my generation, I've built something of Web 2, I was around, and we did a lot of mistakes. And sometimes we are passing those mistakes to Web 3 as well. So be critical. Think a little bit beyond just what is presented, what it's easy to present to the user. And this is one example. If the maturity of our technology that we're building is going to be like 3-5 years in a row, like start building for the generation that will use it. Not the elders, not the ones that probably now have the funds to invest in you, something like that. Targets the ones that probably will use it. Those will be the next billion. That was the thing that brought me to the talk.
Perfect, thank you. Anyone has come up with another question in the meantime? Yes, amazing. Oh, this will be hard. Can maybe... Okay, yeah, let's do it this way.
This is a microphone? Okay, it is. Yeah. What do TikTokers want?
That's the real question that we all need to figure out. That's not an easy... but we kind of know what they look like. We can profile them at this point. And that's one of the key highlights. Like, we know how they use, we know the interactions, we know what engages them to probably use the product that you're building. We like profiling, like as a users, we kind of know them already. So we need to understand them better.
All right, another question? Nobody? Okay. Well, in that case, we'll conclude this morning's session. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Nuno, again. All right, you've been a wonderful audience. Thank you so much for participating. Enjoy lunch, enjoy Devcon, enjoy Bangkok. This stage will have a 1-hour break, and it will be back at 1 p.m., so don't miss out. Thanks again.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Devcon Stage 4. This is the third day, and this is our afternoon session. We're starting this really intense stage right now. You know that this stage 4, it's going to be a lot of lightning talk. It means that we'll have a lot of different interesting ideas come into us, and we'll be rushing it a little bit through. So each speaker, they'll speak for a little bit, and then you will get to ask questions. So when the speaker is speaking, remember to think of something that you want to interact with them, you want to ask them, you want to comment, or whatever. We will have time for that. My name is Vivian, and I'm gonna be your MC for the whole afternoon, so bear with me. I'm a little bit sick now. It's too cold in the Devcon venue, but I hope we can get through this all together. The first speaker in the afternoon we're having is Tina Baker-Tyler, and she is the COO of Venice AI. It's a private, permissionless, and generative AI platform. And her talk is gonna be the future of AI, why we need private, uncensored, and permissionless AI. Let's welcome Tina.
Hey guys, I hope you're having a great DevCon. It's great to be here. I've got 5 minutes, so I'm gonna go really fast. Bear with me. So imagine a small group of companies control access to the most powerful machine learning used by billions of people worldwide. They record all your AI conversations, monetize your data, and share it with governments on demand. Everything you share is attached to your identity forever. They record, whoops, what's going on here? Okay, sorry about that. Through politicized content policies, their AI models are trained to coddle and redirect you when you explore topics determined to be taboo. They restrict and redact information and influence your thinking based on their view of the truth. Does this sound like science fiction? It's not. It's already happening. The current AI development path leads to a few powerful companies controlling the technology and becoming the arbiter of truth. The race to dominate the consumer AI market is on. OpenAI and by proxy Microsoft have a head start. Their partnership puts AI in the hands of 1.5 billion iPhone users. The Biden administration's policies entrench AI development in the hands of a few powerful entities, accelerating a centralization that favors incumbents. It's notable that the newly appointed US Artificial Intelligence Safety and Security Board doesn't include any open source or decentralized AI leaders. I believe AI should be optionally private. Our interactions with AI are personal and intimate. This is not the right slide either. Sorry, guys. This isn't the polished social media version of us. It's raw, honest, intellectual exploration. Would you share your diary online? That's the level of vulnerability we expose when we use AI without privacy safeguards. Popular AI tools store your inputs and outputs, and in many cases, the platform owns the outputs you create. As I mentioned earlier, these inputs are attached to your identity. Platforms are vulnerable to hackers, which continually lead to breaches. Does anyone remember Equifax? Information held by governments is equally vulnerable, and the authorities making the privacy rules can't even protect their own data. A recent EU Parliament data breach exposed sensitive personal data of more than 8,000 staffers. Your data doesn't need to be leaked to expose you to manipulation. Cambridge Analytica demonstrated how information can change the information you share with tech giants can be scraped without your consent to create campaigns designed to influence your views. We need to stop volunteering our data and take control over what we share with AI. I believe AI should be uncensored. Centralized platforms censor according to often opaque content policies, influenced by the values of those who control the platform, hidden behind system prompts that are only revealed through jailbreaking. Users think they're interacting with true machine intelligence, a calculator programmed to do statistical inference on language. In reality, they're engaging with proprietary partiality within guardrails imposed by humans who have their own biases. At best, we receive nonsensical outputs like Gemini producing Black Vikings. At worst, human-adulterated AI can perpetuate the silencing of public discourse. No entity, public or private, should monopolize or contextualize truth. Open access to AI is under threat. Biden's AI executive order requires licenses for large models that restrict the number of parameters allowed. California proposed an AI bill which includes criminalizing certain open source AI developments. The EU's AI Act is more permissive of open source, but strict on large-scale AI. The Act's author himself has raised concerns that the regulatory bar has been set too high. A stark example of excessive regulation backfiring. France-based Mistral and Meta both recently withheld their latest open source AI models from the EU, preventing an entire region from accessing advancing AI. Politics will play a role in AI. Some push for tight controls, others champion open source development. The back and forth highlights that AI's future should not hinge on political whims. When confidence in our political leaders is waning, do we really trust them to regulate intelligence? AI is being adopted rapidly. A recent Harvard study found that nearly 40% of all US adults between 18 to 64 have used generative AI. But unlike money, or social media, we don't need to change our existing behavior, but we do need to start as we intend to continue. We must seek out and use alternatives. Open source permissionless AI, evolved through thoughtful iteration, is impervious to political fancy, ideology, and the antidote to gate-kept, curated, and censored AI. It's pretty easy for a developer to run a small model privately, locally, using Ollama or a similar service. Open source models are rapidly becoming competitive, surpassing closed source models on many benchmarks. You can find a plethora of open source models on Hugging Face. I've listed a few here. For those who can't or don't want to run AI locally, we created Venice, a generative AI platform that embodies the principles of permissionlessness. You can chat with some of the leading open source models, too large to run locally, generate images, create and interact with AI characters, and write and debug code, all in private. Venice uses decentralized infrastructure to run the platform. All of your Venice activity is stored only on your browser. Venice never shares your data with anyone. We simply can't because we never had it in the first place. Use it anonymously and for free. If you want greater amounts of inference or to access the API, you can upgrade to Pro. There's no doubt that AI would change humanity and we should engage with it, but through mediums that are optionally private, uncensored, and permissionless. Thanks.
Hello. Okay, that's amazing. This is time for question right now. We probably have time for one question. Anyone have any burning question at the moment about permissionless AI? It's kind of an important part of the, we go.
Yeah, one question. How can you in that system run LoRa's and run your own LoRa's and your own how was it called tuned models? Can you do that? Since you say you do not have the data on your servers.
Yeah. So we provide access to open source models. We host those on our service. We have a proxy service. So when you send in your prompt to Venice, it's encrypted, sent via proxy to a decentralized GPU. The response is also encrypted via proxy and sent back to you on your browser. So nothing persists on Venice servers. We don't see your prompt, we don't see the response, and it's never stored.
I cannot upload my own LoRa's after I did my own training?
You can't upload your own LoRa's for training, but just this week, hopefully later today, so I might be front running myself, we are going live with image to image. So you'll be able to upload your own images, and then you'll be able to tool them on Venice and recreate new images with a base image.
Okay.
Thank you. That is our time for a question.
Thanks
Please connect with Tina more after the event. Will you be around?
I will be around, and if anybody wants a Venice t-shirt, please help me out because I have a backpack full of them and I don't want to carry them around anymore. All
Amazing. Right. And then we are,
Thank you.
another round of applause for Tina. Next, we're welcoming our second speaker of the afternoon. We're following the AI conversation. This one will be Sudhir Upadhyay. I hope I'm pronouncing correctly. He is the head of engineering team, Kinix by Morgan Stanley, and he's gonna talk about privacy-enabled, smart contract-driven, fair and transparent reward mechanism in federated AI. Sounds fascinating. Let's welcome Sudhir.
Hello all. Thank you, Tina, for opening this, because that's something that I want to carry forward, what you just discussed. But before I do that, first of all, I mean, it's a privilege and honor to be speaking at this conference and one of the most dynamic, talented, and perhaps vibrant ecosystem, developer ecosystem. So thank you, Devcon, for giving me this opportunity to speak about here. So my talk is based on one of the research work that me and my team had done earlier. And this paper received a number of citations, both from academia and industry combined. So I thought maybe this is a good opportunity to share some of the thoughts that we had around it with this community. And hopefully, whatever we have started, this community can take it forward and also take it to completion because some of the things that we have started, these are solving some of the complex challenges. And I strongly believe and very much optimistic that if this can be solved, there will be this community. So before I go further, one of the key things that I wanted to highlight is I know there are a number of discussions and topics around decentralized AI, pretty much decentralize everything. But in this specific case, I'm speaking about something slightly different. It is about federated AI. This concept is something that started a few years back by Google, where just giving you a quick primer on this, that there are multiple organizations can train the data, machine learning models locally, and then they can share the models, not the data. And this is a very, very important concept, especially with the privacy and regulations, where no institution want to share their respective data, but they're at least willing to share the insights from that data set in form of a model. And in this setup, if you can see, there are multiple organizations, each trained locally, and then they share with the aggregator, which combines it. And hopefully, the belief is that a combined model is much better performing than the single ones. How do we achieve it, right? So one of the proposed solutions that we have in the paper, by the way, a lot of the details is in the paper itself. At this point, I'm just highlighting a few of the key top points and also some of the challenges. But one of the challenges with the adoption of this kind of technology is everyone would like to know what's in for me and how do I get incentivized for something that I'm actually contributing towards a global model. So the solution that we laid out is a smart contract-based contribution analysis framework for federated learning. Then we also design and develop techniques for federated contribution. By the way, this federated contribution term, to the best of our knowledge, did not exist before, so we think we actually coined this term. And then we also have enhanced security for private messaging between the contributor, if you saw the prior slide, and the aggregator using dynamic key generation. It uses traditional cryptography. And finally, leverage Ethereum to build economics of on-chain reward and penalty, just in case some of the contributors are malicious. One of the key things I wanted to highlight, and before I went to this, this talk falls right in between the intersection of blockchain and AI. So some concepts are, some of the slides you'll see, it's purely machine learning. And quickly highlighting the ML part of it, an ML model at the underlying, at the pretty much foundational layer is a set of metrics with set of numbers, which you can actually, which are laid out in this format. In case of federated computation, so we have a number of metrics. If you can imagine in the diagram before, we had a number of contributors giving their respective models, and how do we come up with one single number that identifies the contribution from each of the contributors. So we use federated computation, and if you are familiar with linear algebra, it's about leveraging Frobenius normalization that takes two metrics and merges the two and comes out with one single number to give us the final number. Finally, how do we calculate it? So within the aggregation layer, after each round of aggregation, federated contribution is recorded on chain. Each of the clients receive that contribution. The client goes back and does the evaluation again of that model against its own data set and sends back the performance, the actual computation performance back to the chain. And then there's a smart contract that picks it up and does the analysis of that. The framework is fairly simple. I mean, all the details are in the paper. However, from a high-level perspective, there's one smart contract that manages the entire stack. There are 3 different functions, and one of the key functions in that is how do you actually set the contribution, which is right at the center of the slide. Okay, I think I just 5 minutes. Any questions? And some answers, maybe.
Any questions? It's quite a fascinating topic about documenting the contribution. Any question from the audience? Yes, we got one. Yes, I get to throw this. Wow. Amazing.
Hi. So speaking of what you've done your research on, what is still open, where could you maybe just name a few fields within federated AI where research still has to be done? Or are we done?
Oh, yes. Actually, this is a very, very active area of research. And some of the key topics that are being researched around identifying the malicious actors, finding a way to incentivize what I just described is how do you incentivize the contributors to the global model. And also, like, there are different algorithms that are being discussed on how do you optimize the end-to-end communications. So broadly speaking, there are a number of challenges. At the same time, there are a number of opportunities which are being explored at the moment.
We have the guy in a white shirt. Yes.
Hi. Thanks for the great presentation. Can you talk about some best practices on incentive design? How to get clients to contribute checkpoints that are improvements and not going backwards on the original model?
That's a great question. In fact, one of the main challenges in identifying the right rewarding mechanism is how do you actually assess the performance of the global model, right? So one of the challenges that we ran into was each client can have a different data set. The quality of the data set could be different. The size could be different. The number of iterations could be different. And so one of the potential practice or one of the potential solutions that we identified, again, by the way, just for a disclaimer, some of the work that we did was in a permission network. And that normalizing, some sort of global normalization of attributes, the parameters, and the training algorithms could be helpful in normalizing or maybe coming up with the right metrics to combine. Otherwise, you could see very varying performances, which could be misleading. Could give you misleading results. Yeah.
We have time for one more question. Oh, actually, time's up.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. That was very interesting. So this day today, we actually had a lot of conversation around real-world Ethereum application, and I guess Decentralized AI is actually a part of it right now. And next, we're also following the AI conversation, and then this one will be on the rise of AI in Web3 development user experience, which is a very specific but important topic. The speaker is Stefan Tetzing. Stefan is the AI software engineer and a researcher at the forefront of integrating artificial intelligence with Web3. Let's welcome Stefan.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Stefan Tessing, and I work with the Remix team. And my talk today will be about the rise of AI in Web3 development area. I will be much more on the application side. And yeah, regarding at what the AI can actually bring to the Web3 environment, these are actually the main application fields that AI can bring a lot to. First of all, the user experience, where we can incredibly enhance how the user actually perceives the platform, and also the decentralized governance that AI can actually help to much more incentivize this term. Also the creation of digital assets, also DAOs, and we cannot speak about AI in Web3 without talking about fraud detection and also the security aspect. So actually, enhancing the user experience is pretty much easy. Here we have an example of the Remix platform, where we have code completion, code explaining. Those are pretty much low-hanging fruits for those who knows how LLM works. And yeah, this actually also already provides a lot of input for the user, a lot of value. And next stage of providing value for a user is by having automated chatbots, like also AI support, which are integrated in the platform. Here again, a remix example where the AI chatbot is aware of what the user is doing, is always one step ahead in order to kind of provide the user a much more better experience and so forth. Yeah. Also, the AI can be used for curating personalized content, user feeds, creating also AI bots that will serve as oracle for contracts, and also provide investment recommendation and create digital arts, as we have already seen with NFTs, and automatically generate metadata for market visibilities on different platforms without sharing the asset. Regarding at the security aspect of how AI can actually improve how we develop a Web3 application, it can actually provide a much more secure development mechanism. Just think about it when you're about to deploy a contract and there's a AI around it that kind of pass the contract and for vulnerabilities and check pretty much everything what goes around it. And also transaction, there's an AI maybe sitting somewhere watching the blockchain the real time and kind of flagging fraudulent transactions and so on. So the AI is sitting somewhere and kind of doing behavioral analysis and profiling everything, and flag bad stuff. Okay, the last thing I will be talking about is about agents. Agents is like a software layer on top of AI model, which actually kind of perform autonomous actions and have an interaction with AI in order to get out in order to provide base values. And those agents are actually able of kind of doing vulnerability scans, help into improving the decentralized governance, and also regarding the decentralized finance. We can automate that aspect of the Web3 environment by kind of providing best trading pairs, best price, best algorithms for that, and also the smart contract automation that the agent can actually help with. And yeah, I think that was pretty much my talk. I am very much open to questions.
Yes, thank you very much. Anyone with a question? I see the gentleman in the very back. I don't think I can throw that far. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
So I had basically two questions.
my first question would be regarding the Remix AI. So I actually utilize Remix a lot for contract development. So what I wanted to ask was like the answers that Remix AI provides. How does Remix handles like hallucination over it? The second is like, so Remix AI on the back end uses like LLM. So is that LLM open sourced, and what are the basically things on which it is trained at? Like, are there specific contracts on which it is trained at?
First of all, regarding the hallucination, I think it is a problem that you cannot actually avoid with nowadays states of development. But we aim to kind of reduce that by utilizing state-of-the-art models. And to be much precise regarding also the second question, that will be the Llama model. We use the latest Llama model, which are available on Hugging Face, and yeah, they are deployed on our backends, and very soon you will be able as a private person to run it locally at your own risk, as I would say.
Another gentleman over there. Yes. Sorry, I'm getting.
Thank you very much. Very nice box.
Thank you.
I hear a lot of things that a lot of people are talking, like how we can do better contracts, how can we do better chains. And I feel that we're talking too much about the core layer, like how to make the things run. And we're not talking enough how to build new things over it, like web apps, journal apps. Do you think that AI can improve here too? Or like, will it be more bringing more to the table for client part and higher level builder part, or it will be bringing more to the table for low level like blockchain and contracts?
I think it will be much more on a high level perspective that AI will bring that value.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Yeah.
I think we have time for one last question, if there's any. One last question over there.
There's a gentleman there.
Yes, amazing.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Moritz. I'm working on 42.money. We're trying to generate front ends for smart contracts specifically. What is your vision on Web3 generation of UI? We see a lot of big players in Web2, but in Web3 there's not really competition yet.
I mean, my vision or the way I see it is that the future there is very much bright. We are right now at the beginning of the era of AI kissing the Web3 environment, and I think it is pretty much opened. You can do pretty much everything you would like to do. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, amazing. Time's up for the questions. Thank you again for being here. It was an incredible discussion.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
give him another round of applause. Next up, we're rushing through, as you can see, rushing through the presentations. The conversation has been good. Following AI, continuing the AI thread. The next presentation will be about AI as an interface to the game, a roundup. And the person who will be sharing this, his name is not showing on my screen right now. Oh, Johannes Pfeffer. Let's welcome Johannes. I hope I pronounced it right. A round of applause to Johannes. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Johannes Pfeffer, and I founded a company, a project called Hyro that builds human-centric AI agent systems. And I'd like to talk about a few aspects of AI as an interface to blockchain. So in February this year, there was this article by Vitalik, which spurred this presentation. It's called The Promise and Challenges of Crypto and AI Applications. Who of you have read the article? Hands up, please. okay, I see like 4 or 5, right? Well, in the article, Vitalik has identified 4 main categories of AI and crypto intersection, with which I agree a bit, and sometimes I disagree. But let's go through them real quick. So he sees AI as a player of the game, as an interface to the game, as the rules of the game, and as the objective of the game, right? That is these 4 categories. I will have to speed through the initial ones because this is a lightning talk, but yeah, well, AI as the objective of the game, it means that the goal is to create models that can compete with Anthropic and that can compete with OpenAI, right? And AI needs a lot of money to develop, and crypto startups have shown to be able to raise a lot of money in large sums, and this could actually be a chance to create a competitor that is better aligned with humanity, right? And there are great projects doing this, for example, the Sentient Foundation, but also BitTensor, and more projects are coming up, and I'm really looking forward because we all need these models. Then there's AI as the rules of the game. This is something I will just only very briefly touch on. The goal here is to be able to run and call into a trusted AI, and so that DAOs can use AI, for example, as a judge, because we can prove the computation, we can keep things secret, we can prove the training data, and we can trust it, right? We're not very far on that in that area yet, but yeah, hopes are up. And the last 2 categories, or the first 2 ones, are these: AI as an interface to the game and AI as a player in the game. And the goal here is to act on the blockchain. But how, right? So first, you need to give the AI tools. You give them research tools, access to web, analytics, maybe scam detection, maybe even transaction simulation, lots of APIs. And then you also need to derive on-chain actions from intentions of the user. And that results in basically a unified interface to blockchain apps. But why are we excited about this? It is because there is no way that humans can manage the complexity of our ecosystem on our own. Let me illustrate this a little. Why do we even need AI as an interface? Well, let's say you're just a random dude or a random girl in this world, and you have heard there must be an infinite garden somewhere. And you go looking for it, right? Well, you dive a bit deeper, and there it is: Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, Goatsea. 1,000 blockchains, 400 L2s, 10,000 apps or more. And you're like, wow. But what happens next is kind of sad, because most of the people that join this way, they either get scammed, they buy a meme coin, and then they leave. Or they get confused, because it's all so much, and they don't understand it, and they leave. Or maybe they get rich and happy, but unfortunately, the last category is rather a minor percentage. The complexity is just huge. The human brain cannot comprehend it fully, even after many years in the space, and definitely not when you're new. And the space of change is only increasing. The speed of change is only increasing. Most people that are new don't even have a concrete intention yet, right? They don't want to bridge from optimism to fuel, but they do smell the opportunity. They might have a notion of being part of a DAO, or discover the infinite garden, or say maybe I want to get rich, but they don't know how to get there. And here comes the thing. Autonomous agents are exactly in the same position. The agent and we have the same problems and likely the same goals. We and the agents are using the same tools, the same APIs, the same everything to achieve these goals. So I argue that player in the game and interface to the game is converging with each other. From the perspective of the blockchain, there is no difference. From the perspective of the blockchain, there is no difference between a human player and an agentic player. The blockchain is agnostic to that. It is a neutral layer. But there is a difference on another dimension, and that is autonomy. Let's illustrate these differences. Let's place existing projects on this spectrum. So Terminal of Truths is not really autonomous. Andy is curating the tweets before they get posted. But it's still, some of the stuff is happening autonomously. Hyro, the product I built, is human-centric. We're trying to give control over the agents to humans. And Coinbase's based agent system, that's just an SDK. You can build anything on that spectrum. So let's take a step back and see what this means. If agent systems and interfaces are converging, and the main differentiator is the degree of autonomy, in what type of a world will we live? So here's my first take. In any complex system with thousands of tools, and especially in a system that is neutral and uncensorable, we cannot compete with agents. Agents never get tired, they scale well, and you'll never see a worse version of them than now. The only option we have, if we don't want to give up our own agency, is to make use of agents. We will mostly use agents and agentic interfaces to do stuff on Ethereum and on all other corners of the internet too. And our best bet is that the combination of humans and agents is more effective than agents alone. If that's not the case, then humanity is in big trouble. So let's build agents for humans, and let's make sure that humans are not sidelined in permissionless systems such as Ethereum. I want humans to play in the infinite garden, and that's what I'm building towards. And with this, my time is up, and I thank you for listening. If you're interested in blockchain versus AI agents, follow me on Twitter, and check out the human-centric agent system that we're building at Hiro. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the way you concluded it. It's all about human and agents together. Any burning question from our audience? Oh, Barry, and there's a, yes.
Hello, great presentation. I just wanted to ask that if we as humans give agents the whole permission, is there a way to control them? Because if we give them the whole transaction power, they can do transactions that we do not want as humans to be executed. And then we might be in losses, and then we might wake up and see our whole account to zero.
I see, yeah, of course. Very good question, and I'm not just saying that because it is one of the central questions when we're trying to make humans use AI agent systems, right? If the agent is autonomous, then we don't care, right? If they lose their money and if they do something, well, they are autonomous. But if we want to be in control, there has to be a lot of checks that what the agent wants to do for us on-chain is actually what we want to do on-chain. So our approach is to have another model that basically tries to match the intent of the user and the transaction being suggested and score that, right? So that, but yeah, the problem is not solved with that. It's just the first step. I think we have a long ways to be able to be 100% sure that what an agent suggests and wants to do for us is really what we want to do.
I mean, if you say that the agent is autonomous, it means that it can take actions on its own.
Right,
like,
and it's also responsible for its own actions, right? That's the fully autonomous version.
Okay.
We have one over here. Yes.
My question is essentially, could you explain a little bit more about how AI agents are an improvement over something like robotic process automation and those kinds of bots?
Right. So process automation is something that we've done to tackle complexity too, right? But process automation is not creative. It turns out that agents are really good at something that we thought would be a domain of humans, and that's creativity, coming up with new ideas, iterations of what has already been done. And that's like, to automate a system in robotics or in process control, you actually have to do a lot of work, right? You are doing the work, and then after that, you gather the fruits from that, and you have lots of efficiency. But agents, because they are creative, they can actually do single tasks that you do only a single time, right? And they automate specialized tasks, and that's a big, big difference.
One last question, a quick one.
Are there any EIPs or ERCs that are like based on agents? Or
Are there any?
EIPs, like proposals?
I'm not really sure that if there are yet any EIPs, because I know there are several projects that are trying to solve the problem of using AIs from the blockchain calling into, but I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't know.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you, and that's it for our question session. I guess we can reach out to Johannes after this.
Please do
and
so.
Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you so much for the sharing. Next up, we will have Killian. Killian is the Senior Computational Scientist at the Innovation Game, and he's going to talk about the coordinating intelligence, open algorithm development for science, AI, and beyond. Let's welcome Killian.
Hello, hello.
My name is Kilian. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I'm going to talk about the innovation game. Unfortunately, the founder, John Fletcher, couldn't make it due to scheduling issues, so I had to jump in last minute. We are a project based out of Cambridge University. Myself, I'm a PhD candidate in astrophysics, and Dr. John Fletcher is an applied mathematician, also from Cambridge. So what is the innovation game? Well, our theme, or our mission, is to incentivize algorithmic innovation. Well, what does it exactly mean, you may ask? If you look at the scientific literature, you see that most problems, such as the traveling salesman problem that you might know, right? Finding the shortest distance between, let's say, 20 cities. This kind of problem is a hard problem to solve, and you can only solve it through like various types of algorithms. What you see in this graph is on the x-axis, the year. On the y-axis, you see like some kind of performance metrics when you run these algorithms. So for instance, in the first, let's say, 1940s to 1970s for, let's say, the traveling salesman problem, people have been just brute forcing solutions, which is not very efficient, right? So you have, for instance, a performance of 1, a constant, right? But then people started to innovate on the algorithm side. And what they achieved is like magnitudes of order of performance boost just by having an algorithm. For instance, the red curve, you see, it is 2 to the power of 40 more efficient to innovate on the algorithm side for a given problem. Versus another algorithm, like the blue ones and the green ones as well. Why do we care? Well, you can achieve a lot of breakthroughs just by, not just by optimizing hardware, but by innovating in the algorithm space, right? And why I'm talking about that in a blockchain conference? Well, our protocol is there to incentivize this kind of algorithmic breakthrough. And how do we do that? We're actually using blockchain technology. You might know that blockchain is more about like transactions, etc. And how do we achieve that kind of like algorithmic breakthrough, and how do we incentivize that, right? We are actually using the proof of work mechanism, such as you might know from Bitcoin, and basically having many algorithms together and then benchmark those and find the best ones for a given problem, right? So let's say you have, for the traveling salesman problem, you have 4 different kinds of algorithm people have been implementing. And then you use the benchmarking process, which is the proof of work mechanism, where you mine for the best algorithm, right? And once you found the best algorithm, you basically reward the people that have been providing the IP to our platform, but also the miner who has been providing compute resources. So on the right side, you basically see how our system works. Just as a side note, of course, we also need to verify that the algorithms that were submitted to our platform are also correct. So that means, is the solution correct, but also is the method correct, right? And how do we capture value for the innovator? Well, we can basically run 2 licenses for the proprietary or for the open source algorithm. One, the open license, open data license. That means any algorithm that is found through our platform can be used for free if you also publish the data. Why is that relevant? Well, imagine you have a scientific paper in biology. Would you trust the paper if you're not providing the data as well? No, right? It's very unscientific. So we are following the ethos of open source or academia through this license. And the other license is, okay, I don't want to publish my data, but I can use, pay a small fee, like a license, to access the algorithm. And what we are basically doing is we are combating, through the innovation game, the centralization risks through AI-driven algorithms. So what does it mean? Nowadays, you have large language models, and it is possible to now look for solutions by using large language models, which is not very good, because that means suddenly your innovation is directly dependent on the amount of compute you provide, which is bad, because most of the large capital for these computing platforms are at Meta, Google, etc. But we are based at the innovation game. We are the only protocol, as of now, that can incentivize and combat this type of AI-driven algorithm development by incentivizing and rewarding the people that provide our IP to our platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Killian. Do we have any questions from the audience for Killian? One over there. You want to try? I don't think so. I'm sorry. Okay. Time to work out.
Hey, Killian, thanks for that. So on that chart of algorithm development over time, I noticed there were quite large step functions. Do you expect that algorithmic development is continuous enough for the rewards to actually incentivize the actors?
Yeah, so we expect that most of the people that use our platform are probably not innovating. They're more like benchmarkers, or like they look at existing algorithms and then optimize the code a little bit. So we expect that it's very difficult to innovate, but we want to incentivize this behavior. And the challenges that we include in our, well, let's say mathematical, computationally challenging problems that we include our platform are various sorts of. For relevant for blockchain would be, for instance, ZK proving mechanism, right? It is hard to compute a proof generally, but it's easy to verify, right? So this is very, very relevant for, let's say, the blockchain industry if people are innovating on our platform. Other areas could include AI that we also work on, and yeah, other theoretical computer science problems as well.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. It's over there.
I have a funny one. So you, maybe people don't here know, but there was a mess up and everyone got an email about the innovation game, all the speakers. So did it do anything for awareness of the work that you're doing, or did it have no effect? Because I'm here because I got that email too of the innovation game.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I couldn't understand.
So from the Devcon committee, there was an email that was sent out to everyone who ever applied for a speaker slot, and that included, it was an incorrect email, but it included the innovation game. So I was just wondering, did it do anything for the awareness of what you're working on, or did it have no effect? Because I thought it would.
Sorry, I couldn't catch your question. Could you please speak closer to the mic? Or you can come after the talk.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand it.
We can come up, we can talk afterwards, yeah.
It's okay. I guess we'll have private conversation around that question after the session. Anyone else? We still have a little bit of the opening for a question. One over here.
I'll just ask a very general question. What would you like us to do with this information?
Sorry?
What do you want us to do with this information now? Like, where do you want us to go research in, or?
So you can reach out to us if you have any hard problem, let's say in DeFi, and you want to formulate, let's say, a computational problem, you can reach out to us. Or if you're a hardware or like benchmarker, you can use our system to mine and benchmark these different algorithms. So there are two approaches. Either you want to provide a challenge for us, or you want to provide compute, or maybe you're a developer, you want to provide actually an algorithm. So there are these tracks.
Amazing. That's time for us. Thank you again, Killian. Another round of applause for Killian. Okay. Next, we actually have Hira Siddiqui. She is the CEO of Plurality Network, a project aiming to create self-managed and interoperable profiles fostering personalized experience in the decentralized digital landscape. And she's going to share about the abstract wallets and chained fruit profiles. Let's welcome Hira.
Hey, everyone. I'm Hira. I'm co-founder of Plurality Network. Can you guys hear me at the back as well? Okay, perfect. So today we are going to be talking about
Profiles and wallets, and specifically how we can abstract wallets and chains through profiles. But before we do that, let's take a trip down the memory lane. Over the past 2 decades, we have seen an immense growth on the internet. We started in early 2000s with the Web 1 phase of the internet, where users could just read and consume information just like in a newspaper. Then came along Web 2, where not only could users consume information, but also interact with the information online. This is the first time in the history of internet where users actually existed on the internet as individuals. And also when people actually started having meaningful connections on the internet. And that is why we saw a huge growth in this phase of the internet. And now, everyone here, we're all working towards building the foundations of the third phase of internet, which is Web 3, where users could not only read and write information, but also own a piece of the internet. So we've been talking a lot about onboarding the masses to Web 3, but Web 2 already did that, and it did it pretty well. I mean, it had its problems, but the majority of the world is already on Web 2. So how did they actually do it? How were they able to actually engage and retain so many users? And the reason for that was the unit of interaction. The key component, the unit of interaction of a Web 2 platform is a profile. Profiles have 3 distinct functions. These are identification of users, contextualizing their interactions, and personalizing their experiences. However, it's all inside one platform where the profile was created. So identification means you go to a platform, you create a profile, you put up your profile picture, your username, some information, and then everything that you do on that platform gets tagged to that profile. So that's how Web 2 platforms identify the users. Contextualizing their interactions means that every profile has an attached context and reputation. So for example, if there is an account that has a huge enough reputation, then the content that's coming from that account has more trust, more credibility, as compared to an account that has no reputation attached to it. So even if the information is actually the same, you're more likely to trust the one that has more reputation. And then profiles could also personalize user experiences. So every person on the internet is unique. We all want different things. We all have different interests, different preferences. And profiles could actually help personalize the experiences through curation. So showing you the content that you want to see, recommending you the content that you are most likely to engage with or like, and helping you discover the content of your choice easily and quickly. And this personalization was actually one of the biggest reasons why Web 2 platforms were so sticky and addictive. But all of it was siloed inside one platform. It could be censored. Your profile could be deleted at any time, and you had absolutely no ownership over your own profile. And this is how the unit of interaction in Web 2 looked like. Now, in contrast, let's think about what is the unit of interaction in Web 3. That is actually a wallet. So what is a wallet? A pseudonymous address which can sign some transactions. What a wallet does not have is any semblance of user information, interest or preferences, reputation, social graph, or anything of the sort that a profile had and that a profile used for creating, engaging, and retaining experiences. And that is why we have this cold start problem and retention problems in Web 3. The little context that gets generated in Web 3, for example, through buying an NFT or doing a transaction, gets further fragmented across the hundreds of layer 1s and layer 2s that we have built, which makes this problem even worse. So therefore, I propose to change the unit of interaction in Web 3 to a profile as well. And to do that, we are building a decentralized profiles protocol at the intersection of identity, data, and wallets. These profiles are self-custodial and interoperable amongst any blockchain or any Web 2 platform even. And the data in these profiles is sourced from the various Web 2 and Web 3 sources where the user already has a presence. The idea is you create your profile once, and then you use it anywhere. The wallet and chain-related complexities are all hidden behind the profile, and you give the users the same user experience that they're already familiar with and what they've been using for the past 2 decades. We call these as smart profiles, which are privacy-preserving, interoperable, self-sovereign, and they completely abstract away wallet and chains. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Hira. This is a fascinating sharing and a very important issues that a lot of people has been trying to solve recently. Do we have any question in the audience? Okay, the one. I think he wants to do it.
Hello, I'm
Hello.
Angel from Open World. What's the benefit to a user in creating one of these profiles? And then second, what's the benefit to someone like Open World, which is a DeFi platform, to having that profile available to us to kind of use?
Yeah. So for the user, it's easier because like right now, interacting with a wallet is very difficult. You have to download wallet, you have to figure out seed phrases, you have to figure out, and then even after you do all of that, when you go to a platform, it's like an empty slate. It's like you're starting from scratch. If you already have a profile, you just create it once, you can take it anywhere, and you don't have to worry about wallets or chains or anything like that, because the abstraction layer that we are building, it has chain abstraction built in, and liquidity aggregation as well, so user does not have to care about any of that. So from the user perspective, it's easier UX. From the platform's perspective, so for example, you mentioned DeFi. So of course, different platforms can have different kind of needs for what kind of data do they want from the user. So one example could be like reputation, or maybe the kind of trades that the user already has done, so you can actually show them more relevant content on your platform. There is a golden rule for websites, it's called the 7-second rule. So you have only 7 seconds when a user lands on your platform to actually show them something that catches their interest. And you cannot do that if you have no information about them. And this is what Web2 platforms have been using in order to use the same tried and tested, proven principles in Web3. It cannot happen without having any information about the user. So that's why profiles are important. Anyone else?
How are you hoping that this will incentivize folks who are not in the Web3 space at all, don't have a wallet, but have profiles to essentially join the space?
Yeah, so what we want to do is like, how do you explore a new Web2 platform, for example? You just see somewhere, oh, this looks really cool, and you just go there and you connect, sign in with Gmail or whatever, and then you just enjoy that platform. Why can't we have the same experience in Web3? So let's say you saw somewhere on Twitter or wherever you are, you saw some place, or maybe some friend told you, oh, this is a really nice game, or this is a really cool platform, or this is a really cool social media. And you just go there, you sign in with your Twitter, let's say, you maybe connect your existing Instagram or Facebook, or if you have a Lens or Farcaster, whatever you have, and then boom, you're in. And then you're enjoying the platform without having to worry about, oh, I'm on Solana, so I need Solana tokens to do this. Oh, I'm on this, so I need another token for this. Or even thinking about, I need this wallet for this platform, and not this wallet, but this wallet for that platform. All of this needs to go away. And when we actually, we believe that profiles are a UX experience that everyone is already familiar with, so it would not even look clunky or feel like users will not even feel the friction. They would just use it as any other Web2 website.
Thank you. We have little time for one more question, but that's
Thank you. So we have 5 billion people using social media, and approximately they spend 2 hours daily. It makes 36 days in a year, and we have 800 million people in crypto. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we go outside of this building, we have billions of people not using the Web3 wallets and whatever we talk about here. So how you see the user journey, how you see the onboarding the people who are not aware, and do you have any clear vision of, let's say, the migration of the Web2 users to your platform?
So I believe that the users should join Web3 because they're getting something interesting there. Right? So at the end of the day, it comes down to the applications that get built, because the value accrual should not be that, oh, it's Web3, it's cool, just join there. It should be about something about the platform or the app that they are joining, because Web3 also introduces a lot of incentivization mechanisms like ownership or rewards or tokens and all of this stuff. But the problem is that even if you build apps that are good enough for or have enough functionality for people to join, the onboarding journey is still very difficult. So you have two problems to solve. One is the onboarding journey, and the second is the application level. If you can build the applications, that's something that the community has to do. What we are trying to do is, once there is an application that the user finds interesting, then the onboarding should be as seamless as any other website. So you don't need to bombard them with all the Web3 related technicalities. So that's our thesis, at least.
And that's it for our time today. Thank you so much. That way. Let's give her another round of applause. And then next up, we have James Morgan. James is the engineering director for eBay Web3 team, and he's gonna share eBay and Web3 powered digital product passport and what this could mean for the future of commerce. Let's welcome James.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming to see my talk. So I guess we'll get straight into it, we've only got 7 minutes. Yeah, so who am I? So my name's James. I am the engineering director for eBay's small but hopefully impactful Web3 team. I came from an acquisition about 2 years ago of an NFT platform called Known Origin. Now really myself and my team are really interested in looking at the Web3 landscape, looking at the eBay machine as it stands now, and seeing how this technology can potentially impact them and find value for buyers and sellers. And today I'm going to talk about a topic called digital product passports, and why I intrinsically believe Web3 is the right place for them. And I'm going to touch on 4 topics today. A topic called connected products, digital product passports, we'll talk about Web3, and we'll talk about commerce. But first, I want to set the scene and provide a little bit of vision of what commerce could look like. So you've got to bear with me with this, right? So you walk into an office, you see your colleagues stood around a board. Maybe you're discussing the latest meme coin. You've got your Vision Pro 5000s on, some AR-enabled glasses. Not only that, it's looked in your address book and it's noticed the PFPs of your colleagues and displayed them on screen. Shout out to any X-copy or squiggle holders in the room. Not only that, it's noticed that your friend Dan at the board has got a killer watch and the latest, greatest in sneakers. These products are connected. You've got to find out more. You double tap your fingers. Some machine vision or AI vision scans these items, uniquely identifies them, and starts working out exactly which unique product they are, not the product SKU, the actual unique product. After that, the digital product passport pops up, a digital layer linking the physical product directly in your face. Now, this is a vision piece only, right? But you can see the potential, and you might notice as well, this is very much similar to how maybe NFT platforms looked trading NFTs a few years ago. From this digital link, you can see ownership. You might see if it's got a warranty. You might see trading activity on the secondary market, traceability, servicing insights. This is the vision that I want to talk about today, and this is my vision and potentially the future vision of how commerce might look in several years' time. But wait, before we go on, I think it's worth touching about some of the problems and challenges in commerce at the moment. And the first 3 topics, the supply chain. The supply chain is very difficult to wrangle for physical goods, aggregating lots of disparate information. Maybe the digital product passport is the perfect layer for this. Circularity. I bought a good on the primary market, how do I sell it? There's many websites, many marketplaces, all have different pros and cons. Maybe the product passport is the place where circularity will start. Maybe it will also tell you how to recycle this good at the end of its life. Maybe this product passport's the place where you'll get additional utility after your first transactional engagement with that brand or with that shop. And finally, the last 3, there's some emerging regulatory insights coming from the EU. So from 2026, 2027, the EU will mandate digital product passports in things like batteries, fashion, white goods, collectibles. Now, the goal is to make things more circular and give consumers more choice. Maybe a tokenized digital product passport is the place where that will happen. The last 2 digital physical experiences. A lot of the NFT space sort of tried to tackle this over the last few years with some mixed success. Maybe starting with a physical and adding on a digital is the right approach. And then interoperability for your items. For the things you own physically, how do you interop with the wider world? Again, maybe this digital layer. So this is the vision I presented. Slightly wacky, really lo-fi. This is not what we're building. This is a vision piece. But really, what does it enable? It enables a digital layer on physical, which is interactive product experiences, real-time information about your goods, empowering customers, and then interoperability, where you can take your physical good and use it anywhere. And this is, again, what these could enable. And then really quickly, I've only got a minute left. Last but not least, what is this? So first of all, a physical item and a product connector. Really, a connector comes in many forms. QR codes, RFIDs, NFC chips, machine vision we spoke about. And then you've got this digital layer. And this is what I talk about for digital passports. And this could be, you can own this thing, right? That's what crypto enables, ownership of digital items. Quickly, a few industry examples, 30 seconds left. There is already people playing in this game in the fashion space, in the luxury space. Maybe on-chain is the next online, and this change in consumer behavior will be a big driver for Web 2 adoption beyond trading stonks and meme coins. And finally, why does eBay care? It's massive. We've got to be ahead of these trends. And why Web 3? It's credibly neutral. It's a base layer. Frenemies can play together. Lots of composable great standards to build on, and interoperability and ownership. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is very, very interesting and very real world. Do we have any questions in the audience? Let's see. Anyone? Okay, cool. Oh.
Hello, James.
Hello.
Quick question. When do you imagine a global platform like eBay showing its regular users, I don't know, an icon and it's verified as something that says this come with a DPP, and of course you can check it visually, but when you acquire this pair of sneakers, this watch, whatever, well, you will also acquire this digital passport. Yeah, is there some form of a estimate timeline or?
Yeah, so I guess we may already be playing in this place in pilots, but you may not notice. And we also go down the mantra of eBay users don't really care exactly what we're doing as long as they get lots of great value from it. So maybe we're already doing this and they don't know, and maybe next year it'll sort of be pushed up the rankings and things will become clearer. So, but there's also lots of luxury brands already playing in this space. Is the reality.
Right over there. Ooh, nice.
Hey, James. Based on eBay's sales numbers and that, what throughput do you think that you need from the underlying technology to serve your users?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I guess, to get to eBay scale, the end game, it's hard to really talk about it. It's a reality. It's hard to really say stuff in public, but, eBay's a huge user base, billions of products, hundreds of millions of users. In the last 2 years, with the rise of L2s, there's an actual credible path for actually how to achieve the throughput and the scale that eBay, and that's what we'll be keeping an eye on, as that space emerges.
One more question, and the last one. Right over there, the gentleman in the cap. It's going to be from over there, yes. Beautiful.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit confused as to what would be the advantage for the end user. This feels like a lot of overwhelming information that might not be tangibly beneficial. And it also, frankly, seems like a bit of a privacy nightmare. I can see how aggregating all of this kind of information in a not centralized but central point of identity could be problematic. So are there any, do you also envision a level of privacy associated with that?
Yeah, so privacy first, very true. We think about this a lot. And is it right that this wallet owns 10 Rolexes? Probably not. But we look at technologies like providing proofs, selective disclosure, zero knowledge stuff. That's really where I think this will go, and it'll ultimately be at the behest of the holder of how much information that they should disclose. I do agree that privacy is a big issue in this physical space, much more than in digital is the reality. I can't remember your first question, sorry.
Okay, so that's it for our question session today. And please reach out to James if you have any further question, any discussion you want to continue. Thank you again. Thank you. Next up, we have Edwin Aoki. Edwin Aoki is the PayPal Technology Fellow and the CTO of PayPal's blockchain, crypto, and digital currency unit. And today, he's going to share with us stablecoin technicalities, innovation, challenges, and the opportunity. Let's welcome Edwin.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me back there? All good? You know, when we at PayPal started thinking about building a stablecoin that was going to form the basis of a new way to pay, it was obvious to us that it was going to launch as an ERC-20. Because after all, the programmability, the ubiquity, the strength of the developer community, and the breadth and the commitment to continual innovation and evolution of the core made it an obvious choice for us to launch for a token that we knew was going to become a global mass market adopted activity. We had this hypothesis that by combining the structural advantages of an open source, distributed, decentralized network with the kinds of innovations that can run on top of a foundation of fast, secure, low-cost, transparent transactions would be a game changer for financial services and how we move money around the world. Because most of the time, that money moves today using technologies and systems like ACH networks, correspondent banking, and wire transfer systems that are literally over 150 years old. And when we actually launched in August of 2023 with PYUSD, we were pleased and actually somewhat relieved to find out that that hypothesis was correct. The ink was barely dry on the virtual sort of press release that we did before we started hearing from regulators, from crypto enthusiasts, from press, from media, and from normal customers and merchants that we were onto something. And that was especially interesting because these are not audiences that typically tend to agree, especially when it comes to things like crypto. What we found at the time was that the promise of what we were trying to offer through that was actually quite interesting, and the community started to follow shortly thereafter. And that was particularly noteworthy for us because actually the road to launching PYUSD for us was a little bit rocky, at least in the last mile. Because you see, PYUSD as a token is regulated and greenlisted by the New York Department of Financial Services. The reserves that we have are held bankruptcy remote in a limited purpose trust in the name of token holders. And both PayPal and Paxos, our issuing partner, are regulated financial services companies in the US and elsewhere. And what that meant was that before we could launch, we actually had to seek a lot of regulatory approvals. And what that meant, in turn, was that even though it was widely speculated that PayPal was working on a stablecoin for some time, we couldn't actually talk about it to anyone until literally the day before we launched, which is not great from a product launch perspective. Fortunately, the community, all of you, delivered. And within a few hours after launch, you could move your PYUSD from your PayPal wallet to your MetaMask wallet. You could explore transactions using your favorite blockchain explorer. You could embed PYUSD into your existing environments and dApps. Our friends over at YellowCard integrated PYUSD pretty quickly, and they allowed for the movement of funds from a Venmo wallet, for example, to YellowCard in Africa, where the cost of moving money from the cost of moving $100 from Venmo in the United States to Malawi was 40% less than the equivalent operation through traditional payments rails. Fireblocks integrated it for businesses so that businesses that wanted to take advantage of digital asset payments but were waiting for a trusted, well-known, and well-understood financial brand to be able to get on the bandwagon could finally do so. In fact, in the few weeks after launch, over 150 countries had access to PYUSD through dozens and dozens of market participants and exchanges. But of course, Ethereum isn't perfect yet, anyway, right? Gas fees can be unpredictable and are known to spike from time to time. The transparency that we love about Ethereum makes it difficult to perform certain kinds of sensitive financial transactions like payroll or business to business, where you don't necessarily want to expose the salaries of all of your team members or your intimate business records to the public internet. And of course, the ease of use that we talked about in terms of being able to bring PYUSD online for us meant that it was easy for scammers to go and create imposter coins or other kinds of fake airdrops that would attempt to separate people from their hard-earned money. And that comes back to all of you, because you are the lifeblood and the power that actually drives innovation, and why we are particularly interested in tracking the EIPs around things like extending account abstraction, around faster times to settlement, and new capabilities that are bringing online in the core the things that we need to extend PYUSD for payments. We're excited by what's going on in the L2 space that allows us to address some of the scalability and performance challenges that I mentioned earlier and bring new kinds of tokens to light. And we're excited in particular about being able to partner with the dApps, the DeFi applications, and also, more importantly for us, the TradFi companies that are really like SAP and EY that are really set up to create market fit for the entirety of global commerce. And that's one of the reasons why we are committed to and being proud to be part of this environment. We have announced recently that as part of that commitment that we've just launched in conjunction with our friends at Paxos and Layer 0, a bridge that will allow for the interoperability of PYUSD on Ethereum to Solana. You can get that on Galaxy today, and we think that that is going to extend and further expand the utility and the interoperability of PYUSD for both commerce and DeFi. We're just getting started. So we invite you to join us in going and revolutionizing digital commerce through digital assets and DeFi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edwin. We probably have time for 1 to 2 questions right now. Anyone with any question? This is fascinating sharing. In the audience? One gentleman over there. Okay, let's try this. Please catch. Oh.
This is the most entertaining part, is watching.
I know.
Hi, you were mentioning like business transactions, payroll, where privacy is important. What's your path? What's your roadmap with payroll USD? Which direction you see, or what you working on to help for that?
Yeah, so we're working with the various protocols, including the folks that are part of the ecosystem, to incorporate more of the privacy-preserving technologies into the substrate of both the core and the application layer of what we're doing. One example of that, I know this is an Ethereum conference, one example of that is that Solana has recently implemented a confidential transfers token extension, which allows for amounts to be masked on-chain. And that is actually really important, because that means that although you can still have the transparency of seeing that transactions are occurring, things like amounts and certain other details are encrypted and kept away from prying eyes. So that's an example of the kinds of things that we're working with the rest of the community, and that we invite all of you to help us support as we really try to optimize these protocols for payments.
Great. One last question. One last question. Anyone in the audience? One over here.
I was hoping to have to throw the box like into the back.
Yeah, no one raised their hand.
All right.
So just, you mentioned SAP, EY earlier. I couldn't quite get that. Can you maybe speak or elaborate a bit more their position and why you think that's interesting?
Yeah, so SAP announced a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, that PYUSD is now a invoiceable currency in their digital hub. And what that means is that any of the Fortune 1000 companies that are using SAP's ERP system today can, without changing their back end, start to invoice their customers with PYUSD and collect that in through us or Coinbase or other interactions that they may be connected to now. What's really interesting about that is that when we talk about being able to reach the next billion or 2 users, habits die hard, and that's especially true in large enterprise. And so the more that we can plug into existing systems and existing ways that CFOs and corporate treasuries and accountants are working today, the more that we can get that in there. And as an example, PayPal is now starting to pay its invoices to companies like EY with PYUSD.
Oh, suddenly we have two over there. But we're actually, okay, let's take one more. The gentleman in the blue shirt. Last one. It's going to be a quick one. Where are our box? It's over there. Yay.
Thank you. If you can rate from 1 to 10 how decentralized the token is.
Well, as a reserve-backed token where there is a single store of value and a trust, and as I said, a trust account that's there, it's, that aspect of it is not decentralized. Obviously, the base level protocols which allow for the movement on chain are, you can move PYUSD into, your own personal wallets, you can use them in DeFi. So on that standpoint, there is decentralization there, but when you get a reserve-backed stablecoin, there's always some component of centralization to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Edwin. And that's a wrap for the first session in the afternoon at Stage 4. We will start again at 3 p.m. sharp. We're not going to wait for anyone, just starting at 3 p.m. Please remember to come back. After that, we'll have discussion around decentralized identity, different organization, innovative funding mechanism. Look forward to seeing you here. Thank you. for joining us back at stage 4 of Devcon. This is the third day, and this is the second session of our stage. Today we're gonna have so many different interesting topics to unpack, including identity co-ops and different funding mechanisms. It's gonna be awesome. Before we start, please note that this is a lightning stage, which means that all of the sharing will be in a shorter manner. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to share what they want to share about, and then you'll have 3 minutes to think to share the question and then interact with each other. So remember, when the speaker is sharing, pay attention and then think of what you might want to ask them or comment or anything. And in a session, we'll have 10 different speakers talking about different ideas. Let's dive into it. First, we'll have our first speaker, Yanis. Yanis is a software engineer at the PSE team, and right now he'll be talking about bringing real-world identity on-chain. Let's welcome Yanis.
Hi everybody, I hope that you're super excited. I have 5 minutes to convince you that we can turn this into this. So basically, what I'm going to introduce is the concept of like signed digital identities. So in the world, you can find a lot of digital identity programs, and usually like you will find them in the form of like a signed identity document. Usually it looks like something like that. So you have like the government. Here it's Alice, and the identity of Alice is like represented as a concatenation of some attributes: her name, her date of birth, her address. Then we hash all these attributes and we sign them. So the government uses his own private key to sign them. Then he puts it into a passport, into like a card, or in the form of like an NFC chip or a QR code. And so basically, Bob, the verifier, needs the signature, the message, and the public key that is publicly published on the government website to verify the signature. So that's great. That's what how things are processed like at the border, basically. But the thing is that if Bob wants to know more about Alice, like if he wants to like know if she's more than 18 years old, for example, then Alice would have like to disclose her whole identity. So how can we solve that? We can solve that actually using zk-snark. So I'm not going to introduce zk-snark, but basically like you can set some inputs of a function as a private. And in that case, we are using zk-snark to like, in our same verification process, we are now hiding the signature and the message. So now we have like a way to verify the signature that is inside your identity document in a privacy enhancing way. And we are now able like to access some data inside of Snarkland and extract it and then selectively disclose. So I can set a prover and say, hey, I want to like extract the date of birth and compute like something such as like is the age super to 21. And then Bob, the verifier, now just only need like a Snark proof and to get the public key of the government to verify this proof. So now let's talk to Anonadar, the project we are working on. So Anonadar is applied to Adar. Adar is the biggest identity program in the world with like 1.2 billion people having an Adar identity. And basically, so we developed exactly what I showed. And in a, you can integrate it like in a very fast way. Under 5 minutes, we built a whole SDK, a whole experience about how we can use this zk-snark to authenticate people instead of using Google authentication, for example. So now the user has to like input his QR code, Adar secure QR code, as in the form of a PNG, and then can connect. And then you have like a comprehensive interface saying what's the prover like is going to reveal to the verifier. And so now you can see, like in that example, there is no selective disclosure, but the user is going to sign his proof with like his own Ethereum address, for example. So what are the use cases? So as I said, I wanted to convince you like that it's a good authentication mechanism. So you can target specific countries, specific ages. It's also like a way to have like anti-Sybil mechanisms on chain, because now you can securely bring your personal identity on chain securely through zk Snark. You can do KYC, so you can verify that a certain person, for example, comes from a certain region or a certain country. And you can also like bind it with some account abstraction to have like a wallet recovery mechanism based on like your identity. And we also did like a program before Devcon to incentivize like Indian hackers to come to Devcon. And so you were able to redeem like a discounted voucher if you were able to prove that you were from India using Anonadar. What's next? Next, we are tackling DigiLocker. So basically, DigiLocker in India is the application where you can store all your official documents, your driving license, your degrees, your bank statements. And this is actually signed data. So we know how to snarkify it, and we know how to generate proofs about it. So now you can imagine like authentication mechanisms that are like very deep, but still have like a very strong privacy layer. And this is, so I'm working on Anonadar, but here is like a sample of all the other digital identity programs that could be also snarkified. Thank you.
Thank you, Yannis. So we have 3 minutes to take questions. Anyone from the audience? Any burning question for Yannis? I have one gentleman over there and then one over here.
Hello. So I wanted to ask, by proving these ZK identities and only exposing data that is needed for an application, would you say that digital identity systems like this can be used in applications where government compliance is required for KYC purposes? Is that something that this project aims to solve?
Yes, I think that's a discussion that needs to happen. But basically what you're doing is that you have like the insurance, which is the government, and then you'll do like some kind of import. You're importing this data through a ZK Snark verification. And then the question is like how you export it then. Like, because as a government, like you generated a signature and then you receive this weird format like saying grow 16, whatever. They don't know how to handle that. So yeah, of course, like there is a lot of discussions about like what should be like the way to standardize this type of proof. How can it be consumed by a government or like another third party? So that's actually like something we are working on, and yeah, that's a good question.
And then the gentleman in the purple shirt.
Hey, firstly, thank you for creating Anonadar. I think it helps a lot of people, including myself and so many other Indian developers, to come here. The question I have is, I think Aadhaar is a great example, and I think the infrastructure for Aadhaar is set up for something like this. What about other places where digital identity platforms have not been set up generally? How would you see something like this coming up in those kind of countries?
Yes, that's a good question. So I think there are like the design landscape now that ZK is way more advanced. Like the design landscape is like quite broad. I would say that if you have like any form of like digital identities, like a signature inside of a document, that should be like the main way to go. But if you don't have that, you have other ways. Like for example, in Nigeria, they have like a secure endpoint, API endpoint that you can target, and they will give you like a signed response. Not a signed response, sorry, but you can like use, for example, something like TLS notary, which is like wrongly called ZK TLS, but you can generate a TLS proof that you have like some identity from this API. You can also use maybe ZK email to prove that you have an email that states that you pass through a KYC process from another provider. Yeah, and in that case, if you don't have all of that, I guess that other teams are like exploring like biometrics and this type of infrastructure to prove the fact that you're a human. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, then that's it for our question. I'm sorry, we're really short on time. Thank you again, Yannis. Let's give Yannis another round of applause. Next, we're welcoming Liu Guo. He is the co-founder of Matterstown, and today he'll be sharing the blockchain and the economy of online information. Let's welcome Liu Guo.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming.
So today we're going to talk about the incentive mechanism for online content. So we all know that the incentive mechanism is very important, right? Because it determines what kind of content do we see online. And blockchain has the potential of becoming the incentive mechanism of our internet. So it's really important for us to understand how does content actually, the economy of content, how does it actually works on the internet. We can roughly classify the monetization method as direct monetization and indirect monetization. The direct ones are like Substack, Patreon, the ones you see on the left. The indirect ones are the ones you see on the right. And interestingly, most of the Web3 projects, the NFT projects, fall under the direct monetization part. Whether it's community token, NFT marketplace, membership, things like that. They are the ones that the consumer directly donate, subscribe to the content creator, whether it's public content or exclusive content. But the indirect monetization, such as ads and referral and live streaming, there are still majority of them, or actually all of them, are still controlled by the Web2 companies. And if we take a look at the revenue or the amount of transaction on those two different type of monetization, we can see that the indirect or the so-called attention economy is much more bigger than the direct monetization. And it's actually the indirect monetization that kind of make up the internet that we would typically call internet, the user-generated content ones. The ones that are heavily on the direct monetization are things like Netflix, Apple's, or like the Amazon movies. So it's a very interesting contrast, right? If we have the majority of the internet on the attention economy, why haven't we tried to do anything with it in the Web3 world? Well, I guess one reason is that attention economy has a lot of problems. We know that it's kind of problematic. It's kind of captured in this quote that if you're not paying for the product, you are the product, right? So we try as much as we can to avoid it. And attention economy is actually turning into something bigger, right? Because we have the capability of tracking people to predict how people behave. It also becomes something bigger called the surveillance capitalism. And it's becoming more reasons for people to avoid it. But the interesting thing that we have realized in the past few years is that information has this very interesting property, which is captured in this quote by Stuart Brand, that information wants to be free, but information also wants to be expensive. Because the cost of replicating information on the internet is so low that we will always, in most cases, get used to receiving and sending information in a free way. So that makes the fact that attention economy will always be the majority of the internet. It doesn't matter what kind of underlying technology we use. It's almost a property of human nature and how information works in general. So instead of avoiding attention economy, we start thinking about the problem that can we actually turn its head around and make it work for us, for the content creators, for the readers? Can we make it into a protocol, right? Because blockchain is the mother of protocols. So can we actually standardize attention economy and get rid of the problems that it has and make it actually work for us? So the attention economy we see today are something on the left. It's active, it tracks our behavior, it sells our impression directly. But we have another kind of advertisement which is passive, and the ones you see on the right. We see that every day on the street. It's not problematic at all. Sometimes it's actually interesting, right? It's very colorful. The big difference is that the one on the left does not have a boundary to see where our privacy is, but the one on the right is actually passive. So some of the experiment we start doing is that we're basically just minting online billboard into NFTs, and we trade those NFTs under Harburger tax. So it's exactly the same way as the billboard works in real life. For example, the one on the right over there is just actually an NFT. And whoever bought that NFT can put on their content as advertisement. And that revenue stream then go back to the content creators. So I think this is just only the beginning because the attention economy on the internet is such a big industry that there's a lot of opportunities in that, and we're only starting to scratch the surface. So thank you for your time, and let me know any questions.
Thank you. I always enjoy your sharing. Okay, attention economy. Anyone with any question in the audience? We have roughly time to take 2 to 3 questions. Any questions?
So you're auctioning off NFTs that represent ad space, and the revenue from that goes to the content creators on your platform. And does any of that money go to the platform as reinvestment to improve the platform?
Yes, in our particular case, 80% goes to the content creator and 20% goes to the platform or the application builder. But I think it really depends on the application itself. Whoever built the billboard has that choice. How many of that should go to the application? How many of that should go to the content creator? We expect that because the competition is quite severe. It will be the percentage that goes to content creators should be higher than, for example, what Google AdSense does.
Has that been enough to sustain you?
So for this particular case, the traffic is actually too low now, but if the traffic grow by around 3 to 5 times, it will be enough to sustain.
Any other questions? I'm also personally curious, what is your strategy for the traffic to grow 3 to 5 times?
Yeah, that's another topic, but that's basically the growth strategy. Well, I think the fundamental part is like how do we make the application to allow people to have deeper real connections, and I think that's fundamentally why people will stay on the application.
Basically continuing what you're doing right now. Yeah. Okay, we have time for one last question. Anyone? Okay, one over here. It's a tricky one. This is the only room where we throw the microphone.
So is it like something like in Madify, what it's trying to do? Madify?
Sorry,
On Hey, Madify.
Positive magnify?
No. Yeah, I guess you do. At Madify, I guess they are trying to do the same thing.
Can you hold it closer to you? Yes.
Yeah, they are trying to do the same thing. Like you can actually have the revenue model based on like what, like you can post, you can be the promoter of the things rather than we actually giving the money to the companies to promote your. So the more you promote on the social media, social media on the Lens protocol, the content, the part of it goes to the content. So I guess it's a bit different, but same to like what your indirect way of doing.
I didn't totally understand the description, but I guess I can learn from you later.
Thank you. And that's it for our questions. Feel free to reach out to Guo after the event. He'll be around. He's always around. Thank you again. Let's give him another round of applause. So, as I mentioned, today we have many different interesting real-world discussion and then different topic. Next, we're coming back to the identity thread. So our next speaker, his name is Muhammad. And Muhammad has been working on something very interesting, edgy, and then I guess something many of us would like to learn. He will be presenting the Rohingya decentralized identity and community building. Let's welcome Muhammad.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the stage. How's everyone today? It's about to go dark a little bit. Thank you very much for the stage. My name is Muhammad Noor. I'm a Rohingya myself from neighboring country, Burma, Myanmar, as a Rohingya. Today, I would like to talk two aspects of identity. Of course, one part, which being how a technology can help a marginalized community and how that can be as a model for the rest of the world. So moving forward, we started this project called the Rohingya Project. Moving forward. So before we go into the project, I would like to differentiate between two aspects of a lot of people talk about. Number one is a refugee. A refugee, a person that migrated from their own country for multiple reasons, religious persecution, political persecution, and many of those things. And stateless is a person that is not recognized by the state or some sort of fall into the crack of any system that does not have any sort of identity. So according to the UN, this is not exact, but there's about 120 million refugees across the globe, and that is also increasing, and about 20 million stateless that include in many parts of the world. And unfortunately, we happen to be one large portion of those stateless people. Moving forward, what is the Rohingya and who are these people? Rohingya are the indigenous ethnic minority of Myanmar, formerly known as Burma, mainly residing in Arakan state, which is a Rakhine state. The Rohingya people have endured over 4 decades of statelessness, displaced, and genocide and homeland, and many of these victims, which has been recognized by the international community in many of the international jurisdiction, called as genocide, ICC and ICJ, some of you might know. And the stateless has left. There are about 3 million people now, people living in diaspora, that consist of Bangladesh, and which I will follow. So these 3 million people, over 3 million people have no documentation, have no birth certificate, have no passport, and so that they have no access to any kind of things. Moving forward, so this is a kind of a rough map where the Rohingya are located across the world. So this is like about 300,000 plus in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, in Pakistan, in India, and Bangladesh is one of the largest, which is 1.3. It could be 1.4. And Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many other countries, regardless of Australia, Japan, and Europe, and US, and so on and so forth. Moving forward, just to give you a glimpse how the refugees are living, this is an aerial shot of Bangladesh refugee camp. It's extremely harsh condition. There's no sanitation, no food, and there's many NGOs trying to help, and there's no infrastructure. Just to give you a closer glimpse, this is how it looked like. It's all makeshift camps. Every time there is a burning, fire, and many of those issues. To go quickly, so those are the harsh condition of the Rohingya people. So because of the statelessness, we are trying to identify a few things. So because of the, so they don't have basic rights and basic access to any of this, which is no Rohingya can go to any university, education, or even simple school. Any kind of social functions or financial is something really, really big. No Rohingya can even receive money from something like a Western Union. Forget about opening up a bank account. And of course, identity is a major issue. Quickly moving forward. So we started this project called the Rohingya Project. The Rohingya Project is a grassroots initiative dedicated to preserve and promote Rohingya identity through a decentralized identity using blockchain, enable access to learning and skill building, and unlock some sort of opportunity. So the way we are going forward is, of course, one of our vision is because being Rohingya has been marginalized in many different parts of the world. So it is our vision to how do we restore Rohingya identity and dignity as well. There are 4 components in the Rohingya project. Component number 1 is a decentralized identity. So this can be an unlocking for rest of this. And second is education and skill. We have built a number of it as well, which I will show you, and a community exchange where we use multiple token technology to incentivize community people. And then we have a heritage archive that actually preserve our identity and heritage and all sorts of things. And moving forward, so this is a quick glimpse of what we do in heritage archive, audiovisuals, and community exchange, P2P transaction, aid distribution is another one. In the decentralized identity, we are using something called community-based verification, since we don't have any central institute. And we are one of the largest centralized victim of centralized institute. Moving forward, this is what we are targeting in terms of sustainable development goal. So my time is up, so I'm just quickly going to show what our roadmaps are. We started in 2018, so we did multiple collaboration. One of them is University of Washington. We did a pilot in 2019. And then we did educational pilot, historical archive as well. And this year we have launched the Art Academy. So this is what basically we won, and this is where we have finished it. This is what we're going to build now in the future, some sort of infrastructure development and MPV and so on, and looking for community engagement and looking for partnership. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed.
I took one extra half a second.
We have time for questions, but if you guys don't mind, I want to ask a question myself first. Can you share a little bit more about the community-based verification system?
Right. Since we do not have any central authority, and neither we have any kind of a passport or anything that they can rely on, so it's based on, for example, if I say I'm from this particular place in Rakhine State, I'm a Rohingya, and those local villagers will verify me saying that, yes, I know his family, I know him through the language, through the, and stuff like that. So we have a very strong community-based verification that we are pleased to verify.
How many people verify you for you to become a part of the?
It could be from 2 to 3 people that knows you can be verified.
Thanks for sharing that. Any more questions from the audience? We have one. Okay, please catch. Nice.
Okay. How do you handle the challenge of having mobile devices or internet access for this, or do you have a failover system that doesn't require any kind of mobile device or internet access?
Right, right. So since as I have shown you the map, our diaspora is across different parts. So those who live in Thailand and Malaysia, they are fairly in a good infrastructure, have some sort of a good access to the phone. But those who are in Bangladesh camp, they might not have a good access to the phone and internet. So we are trying to build a QR code offline so that they can use with minimum charges. And we have a lot of offline facilities that we're providing so it can be assisted. And we are trying to deal with a very marginalized and sorry to say, illiterate community. So we have to do a lot of, a lot of spoon feeding and handling on the ground. Hope that answers your question.
Hey, thanks for your presentation. I have a couple questions. First question is, I'm curious where you are getting the funding to do this project. Second question is your goal with this decentralized identity. Is it to get countries, like normal countries, to recognize this identity?
Right, thank you very much. So the way we are now funding ourselves is through a community funding, which is really like a bootstrapping. We did a couple of crowdfunding. We haven't got any dedicated or organizational funding, which we are looking into it. That is one. And the second one, what was the second question just now you mentioned?
I think it's whether you want to be recognized by other nations.
By the authorities? Right. So Rohingya decentralized identity meant to be a secondary identity or a kind of community identity rather than a legal identity. So in any state, you have a legal identity like passport and ID. Then you have license ID to have specific services. This is meant to be a community identity to access some educational and financial services. But that is a bigger goal in the future where we would lobby once we have enough number to recognize and moving forward on that. Yes, so that's part of the plan, yes.
Got it. One last question, short one.
Yeah, you mentioned about community-based verification, but the number of persons, 3 or 4, it's too small actually, I think. So is there any mechanism for if you want to abuse this mechanism, you can say, I'm this person, even though I'm not this person. Right. But is there any mechanism for avoiding this?
Yes, there are. So the way this happens is that when you put an application, the first thing you do is you record yourself 1 minute Rohingya language video. So you say, I'm from here, blah, blah, blah. And the community verifiers will look into it. If they are not satisfied, they will have a one-to-one online call to make sure you are talking, you have the language. So we have 5 major tests. Cultural test, language test. This is the only thing we can rely on since we don't have documentation. So really, geographical knowledge of the place and so on and so forth. So it is extremely hard for any non-Rohingya to penetrate, but it's extremely easy for any Rohingya to get registered.
Thank you. That's it for our question time. Please reach out to Mohammed if you have any more questions about it. It's a very interesting project and fascinating sharing. Thank you. Let's give Mohammed another round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. So the next The next person I'm introducing, it's like very interesting for me because I've been collaborating with him for the past 2 years. The person we are welcoming is David Casey. He's the CEO of Fund in the Commons, and he will be sharing blockchain's unique potential, transforming lives and the humanitarian sector for refugee solution. Let's welcome David Casey.
Thank you so much, Vivian. All right, hi everybody. My name is David Casey, and today I will be presenting on real-world use cases, specifically last-mile humanitarian aid for refugee populations. So a little background about myself. I've been playing with crypto and blockchain for a little over a decade. The first use case I found was while I was building my first startup, which was an Airbnb-style transformational experience booking platform with about 800 locations around the world, eco-villages, retreat centers, et cetera. And we were trying to find ways to off-ramp merchants in the global south from Stripe to local fiat. And we came across Bitcoin. It was like email for money, and that was about 2013, 14, and I was hooked. A year later, we started playing on the Colored Coins protocol, launching barter currencies on top of the Bitcoin blockchain. And eventually that evolved into something I launched in 2020 on the Celo blockchain called the Resource Finance protocol. And that was a cashless multilateral B2B credit clearing network, or in other words, asynchronous multilateral barter for businesses. I also work with Celo on the venture side as a scout, working with entrepreneurs building last mile fintech and payment solutions. More recently, I run 2 parallel sister brands called Funding the Commons and Earth Commons. It is a public goods funding event series incorporating conferences, residencies, and hackathons. And we just worked with Vivian and the Pagoda team on a residency in Chiang Mai that just closed out, late at the end of last month. So we work with builders, funders, and researchers, academics, and the public sector, bringing together conversations around how to better fund public goods. So, got very little time, so I'll skip over that. We've been looking at how to pilot blockchain-based public goods funding infrastructure in the real world, and we think that humanitarian aid for refugees are a very interesting use case for a few reasons. One, identity. Refugees are often stateless, as you've heard from the last speaker. Banking, financial inclusion, access to the financial system, opportunities to access money, income, aid, et cetera, in cash and not vouchers. Safety, storage of transport across borders during conflict, and archiving, as you also heard in the last talk. We think that refugees also help solve use case issues for the blockchain industry at large. I think blockchain has a lot of interesting potential use cases, but it hasn't delivered on many of them over the past decade. So briefly going into a couple pilots, we are just completing the first one in Uganda, where we funded 2 music studios using the Bitcoin blockchain, actually, which we hadn't used in a few years, and interesting to retouch it and see that it is kind of the place of most liquidity in parts of Africa still. We are building 2 music studios, and these music studios are starting to produce music songs that we have a plan to mint as stories and share with the world, which I'll tell you more about in a minute. There is some pictures of the studio and the activities. This is a Burundi refugee community in Uganda. Okay, getting to Southeast Asia. So we have been doing a pilot here in Thailand and Myanmar over the past few weeks, and we have some very interesting early learnings. So the first thing is that crypto regulation here is different than in other places. Peer-to-peer payments are not legal in Thailand or Myanmar. So that's one interesting fact when doing crypto pilots. Ethereum mainnet does not have direct off-ramps into fiat, but the Stellar ecosystem does, and that makes it compliant inside of Thailand. In Myanmar, the areas of the country that are not under government control, don't have regulation at all, essentially, except that to be sanctions compliant, according to the US, you can't deal with any military entity on the Burmese side. So the other challenges in Myanmar are vast. The government is bombing internet cafes. You guys asked for real-world crypto, so here it is. And they have undercover agents arresting P2P off-ramp and liquidity providers. So it's a pretty gnarly environment to work in terms of crypto humanitarian aid, and more learnings to come soon. Upcoming, we have a pilot with the Celo ecosystem in Africa that we're preparing right now. And where is this all going? So we are working with Kickstarter's new crowdfunding protocol, which is being launched on the Celo blockchain early next year. And we are building a decentralized crowdfunding and storytelling platform for refugees around the world to crowdfund for infrastructure, and specifically infrastructure that trains them how to generate media, videos, music, journalism, art, etc. So if that's interesting to you, please come talk to me. David Casey, thank you.
Thank you, David. Interesting. Anyone, any audience with a question for David? It's really amazing seeing the project growing over the past couple of months. It's very new, but solving real-world issues is something I feel like we all have in our heart. Really appreciate that. Any questions from the audience? One over there. Oh, let me try. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you were talking a bit about the P2P payments being illegal, but then how is it being executed? Like how do they work around this? Because I guess then that means mobile app stores are also not compliant, or they would not allow apps like that. What are the workarounds? How can you actually execute?
Do you mean in Thailand or elsewhere?
Yeah, you said, I think Thailand, Myanmar, it's
yeah,
illegal?
In Myanmar, more than, I don't know, half the country is not under the control of the government. And the military government in Myanmar is actually not recognized by the US government. So compliant crypto actually means not dealing with the government and building KYC systems that can exclude military actors. So that's kind of like a reverse compliance, which is a really interesting situation. In Thailand, as far as I understand, crypto P2P payments, direct wallet to wallet in a cryptocurrency or stablecoin are not legal in the current regulatory environment. However, using an off-ramp like using the Stellar blockchain, sending USDC to their MoneyGram off-ramp and having a Thai person pick up at MoneyGram in Thai baht is compliant. So that's the current way to use crypto in this country, as I understand it. You can trade and speculate on crypto. That's fine on a centralized exchange like BitCub. But yeah, not the actual use of cryptocurrency.
We'll have time for one last question over there.
Hey, thanks for your presentation. My main question is, in this world, what does crypto give you that Web 2 does not? If the regulations are making crypto payments hard or illegal, does that also apply to normal fiat payments?
Great question. So I can use the example of Myanmar. The banking infrastructure and all Web 2 apps are under control of the military government as well as all the telcos. So a fully independent infrastructure using Starlink, mesh networks, and crypto are really the only option that many people have to actually get money into the country and not have it at risk of being frozen or confiscated and them being put in jail.
And that's it for our time together on stage. Thank you again, David.
Thank you. I know that was a little dark.
I'll see you around. Cool. The next one we have is going to be a very interesting topic. This is also at the really core of my heart. The next speaker is Atsushi Hayashi, and he's going to share about tackling East Asia's population decline issue with local co-ops subsystem for local governance. Let's welcome Atsushi.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe that the most important thing is to implement new idea and the mechanism into society. If you ask me the way to start its implementation into real society, I will answer in rural area of Japan, where the population is rapidly declining. And Japan's population peaked in 2018 and has continued to decline. And it is fair to say that Japan is one of the countries in the world with the most declining aging population. And it will become a serious issue, not only Japan, but also East Asia also. Thailand is about to center a time of population decline. The map of Japan is colored by red by local governments that predicted to likely disappear by 2050. About 40% of the more than 1,700 basic local governments are in danger of disappearing. We have decided to focus our attention on Japan's local community and local government to develop and implement a new community operating system, local COOP, by taking back the roles previously left to government agencies and putting them in our own hands. We will build a foundation for the more flexible and fulfilling way of life. Numerous small communities will be created, and the people who move freely between them will solve problems and create a new value through the co-creation and the mutual assistance. Local COOP is truly a mechanism for the founding the local commons, whereby local assets such as vacant houses and the best forests in a community can be accessible and nurtured as commons while raising funded external resources. The goal is to optimally redistribute and invest commons and the common fund without the involvement of the former government or council in governance. Now let's describe the specific case study. The first case is Yamakoshi Village, a type of depopulated area in Japan. Currently, Yamakoshi Village has a population of less than 770, and it's facing difficulty in maintaining the infrastructure that is essential for daily life. With a sense of crisis that the village will be disappear if nothing is done, we were contacted by the villagers about 3 years ago and offered this proposal. Let's let people around the world know what is going on in Yamakoshi Village and gather our friends. So let me show the video.
This is the rural community of Yamakoshi, Japan. In 2004, a massive earthquake hit this part of Japan. Many left and never came back.
今のお父さんお母さんがいなくなったら、若者たちが帰ってきてくれなかったら、このままだとこの村は消滅してしまいます。
To help deal with this, Haruka has got some ideas in the digital space.
二人っていうのをなくさないために NFT を活用し始めました。
When you buy an NFT, it's almost like your passport to be a digital villager. How many do you have now?
今、1012人。
There's 1,012 people that have bought these NFTs.
Yes. 日本に住んでても、世界に住んでても、誰でも NFT を購入できて、誰でも山越の仲間になれます。
It's worth not underestimating the value of that legacy, and I hope Web3 technology can help bridge the divide between young generations and historical legacies.
Currently, the number of the digital villages, both domestic and international, exceeds 1,700, more than double the number of the real villagers. The second is about the relationship between the sustainably regenerated nature and the sustainable local community. We have focused on the abundance of nature in Japan. 70% of the country land is forested, and the archipelago is surrounded by the sea. On the other hand, as a result of the decline of forestry and the other industry, planted forests have become desolate, creatures are disappearing, fish are harder to catch, and the risk of the landslides and the other disaster is increasing. It is important to guarantee economic feasibility while restoring the cycle of nature. Sinla makes it possible to raise funds for the maintaining of Japan's local forests and the oceans by allowing pre-holding rights for the carbon credit to be created, to be exchanged on the blockchain. By using the funds raised to maintain natural resources, carbon credit can be created. The project is also promoting the democratization of the emission trading so that individuals as well as companies, both domestic and international, can participate in the trading. As our first site for creating a carbon credit, we have a partnership with OSST. On the other hand, carbon credit are not only things generated from the forest maintenance. We're working to create biodiversity forests and restore the nature that humans have destroyed. To create a watershed where diverse creatures can return and the disaster are less likely to occur. The forest is now in a position to generate carbon credit worth 330,000 US dollars per year. This model, which can be financed while caring for the local nature, is beginning to be deployed in the other regions. Local coup the practice is still in the process, but we have discussed with a specific example. We are forming the common fund with a steady stream of the funds and the resources through the multiple channel. The common funds are matched using methods such as quadratic funding. In Japan, we are currently conducting demonstrations in four areas and plan to conduct a demonstration outside of Japan in the near future. Local coup is a strategy to start by creating a subsystem of local government in Japan, which is facing the rapid population decline, and it's an excellent opportunity to design the original radical self-government. We intend to develop local coup as the main system to implement a plural world where people freely move between multiple communities and help each other, creating the communities that are self-sovereign but necessary for survival. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very interesting because some of the community members in Taiwan actually get a resource to buy one of the NFTs. So we're technically one of the villagers. Any questions from the audience? Anyone? Okay, Dev. Oh, I'm going to throw it. Oh, oops. Very far.
Nice. Thank you so much for that very brief overview. I was wondering if there's ways, like for people outside of Japan who maybe don't have a Japanese passport, to participate in these kind of schemes. Is that part of the conversation? Is there any way to design in digital nomads to come in and experience even for short periods of time?
In Japan, there's some kind of discussion about the digital nomad visa ID, but it's kind of separated. So now we are just, for example, Nishikigoi NFT is just a digital resident certificate NFT. So you can participate in the discussion, and then you can participate in the voting, and then also you can visit to the village and stay and talk with local residents and people and participate in the festival, something like that. And it's interesting. There's so many elderly people, over 80, 90 years old, but they all realize digital villagers. So if you're a digital villager and go to the Yamakoshi village, probably elderly, the little Oba-chan, grandmother, grandpa, and ask you, where are you from? Are you digital villager? Wow, welcome to Yamakoshi. That's happening. They don't know, they have no idea about blockchain, Ethereum, but they realize the relationship between the local resident and the outside of people, digital villager. That's wonderful, I think. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but we only have time for one question. Thank you again. Let's give him another round of applause. It's such an amazing project. Always so heartwarming. Thank you, thank you. Next up, we have someone sharing, also another interesting topic. We have Giga. Giga is the founder and CEO of Circuiteria, and she's going to share about leveraging Ethereum for sustainable solutions in Southeast Asia. Let's welcome Giga.
afternoon. My name is Geza, and in my talk, I want to take you on a journey through Southeast Asia, where with the help of Ethereum, we can create a more sustainable future. Let's start with Somsak, a young farmer in rural Thailand. Every year, he suffers from unpredictable weather patterns, unfair market prices, and the constant need to increase his yield by using pesticides. Somsak's story is not unique. It's a reality faced by millions of farmers across Southeast Asia. And besides farmers, a lot of more people are affected by climate change. With rising sea levels, deforestation at an alarming rate, and energy demand skyrocketing, Southeast Asia has now the fastest CO2 emission growth in the world. The consequences you can see here. And when I arrived here in Thailand, actually over 1 month ago, I wanted to go to Chiang Mai, but I couldn't because it looked like this. After I could make it finally to Chiang Mai, I made my way to Vietnam, to the very north of the country, close to the border of China, where I encountered situations like this. I made these pictures and then talked to the local people. This is the very last spot where they could find fish. And you could imagine how this will look like if it continues with the droughts. But how do we change a system that is facilitated by economy of scale, where a lot of people suffer and only a few benefit economically? For this, let us understand the villagers better. So the reason for many of our social and environmental issues are indeed coordination failures, issues that could be solved through better collective decision-making. This is where crypto economics comes in, as it brings with it all the aspects that could solve these coordination issues. The key question is, how do we design crypto economic systems so that they enable a sustainable future? Let us remind us what sustainable means. Sustainable means the resources are steady, the resource availability is not depleted over time, and the system is steady. The concept of regenerative, however, goes beyond sustainability. As resources are regenerated over time, the capacity is built up sustainably while being resilient to shocks. And this is a concept regenerative finance, or ReFi, builds up on. And this is something we want to build on. Let's see how Ethereum can help to achieve this vision of a regenerative future in Southeast Asia. So platforms like Ethereum offer insurances against natural disasters. They give automatic payouts to farmers like Somsak. Renewable energy trading platforms like PowerLedger or Arcream offer peer-to-peer energy trading. That means households with solar panels can sell excess energy directly to others. And besides these projects, there are a lot of more promising ReFi projects in Southeast Asia. Considering the time, I leave you with this overview. But if anybody's interested, feel free to get in touch with me after the talk. And I would also highly recommend the Regen Hub, where many of these projects are present. Yeah, with Ethereum, we can go beyond sustainable and empower regenerative systems. But let's return to Somsak and see how we can help him. So, as mentioned before, smart contract insurance Somsak can use to get payouts in case of natural disasters. Then he could also list his harvest directly on the marketplace. He can also gain better prices by verifying the quality, and peer-to-peer energy trading platforms can help him to gain an additional income stream by selling solar energy. Thanks to Ethereum solutions, Somsak now gets fair market prices, adopts regenerative farming practices, and sells solar energy. But many of these solutions doesn't exist yet, so that means we need to build them, and now is the best time to do that, the reasons you can see here. And yeah, with this I would like to end, and the tools are here, the need is clear, and the time is now, so let's build the regenerative future we all deserve.
Dankeschön. Very happy to see some of the Thai projects on the slide, like Happy Ground, just happy to see them. Any questions from the audience? One lady over there. Still couldn't hear you. Maybe try this one? So much fun. Everyone should get a chance to throw it. It's still not.
Oh, it's not working?
Now it's working.
Oh, thank God. All right. It's nice to have that help. I was wondering just the piece on your presentation about access to the information of the market, right? Because I think that's one of the major challenges of farmers in the global south is actually being able to see what's being sold at what price range, et cetera. So I love the idea here. I just want to understand more of how are folks incentivized to share that information, that I find it very challenging for people to openly share what's being produced and at what cost.
So you mean the transparency from the pricing to get that information?
Mm-hmm.
How to improve that? Yeah, of course, this is something we need to figure out. I mean, there are already some existing solutions that are that are connected to blockchain. I think we can collaborate with them. But otherwise, I think that's a great topic for the upcoming hackathon.
For sure.
Any questions in the audience? Other questions? Anyone? Okay. Oh, one over there. Catch it.
Hello, hello. Oh, yeah. So you mentioned the different things that, based on Ethereum, that can help with coordination, like peer-to-peer energy trading and the marketplace and things like that. I think the reality of many local change makers is that like time and tech skills are also a barrier. How do you see, or in what ways do you see that going forward, kind of Ethereum and the issues on the ground of change makers coming together or converging? How do you see that moving forward?
Time on tech skills, I mean, of course we need more developers, but I think people from all kind of fields, because often you need also people to bring in new ideas and to develop these concepts, right? And I actually, by my own, attended a lot of hackathons, and I first thought I can't attend them because I'm actually not a developer, but in the end, you need this diversity at hackathons, right? And to really, bring the right solutions to the market and also attract more people, yeah? Because you need to communicate the vision and to bring in more people from all kinds of fields. And I think this is exactly where we are right now, also with Ethereum, that we open up and attract people by showing the positive outcomes and future we can create.
And that's it for our question time. Thank you again, Gisa. Next up, we have Charles Hamill. He is the head of product at MiniPay at Opera, and he'll be sharing scaling crypto. There's an app for that. Onboarding millions in Africa with MiniPay. Let's welcome Charles.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Charles from Opera. I'm leading the product team for MiniPay. And I'm here to tell you about how we're onboarding millions of users in Africa to crypto and to stablecoins. Opera, as you may know, is a browser company. We have many apps, and we have over 100 million users on the African continent. Opera Mini is our most popular app. It's a browser that allows you to surf the web, but in a very efficient way. That means that you don't have to buy as much data to browse the web, so people love it. And MiniPay is built right into Opera Mini and distributed through this channel. We've launched about a year ago to 5 African countries, and we've been getting tremendous traction. MiniPay is not only built inside Opera Mini, but it's also built on the best of Celo. And it's different in many ways to other crypto wallets. MiniPay doesn't try to be a Swiss Army knife that sees all your assets and all the chains and all the swaps. It's really focused around a payment use case using stablecoins. And Celo is perfectly suited for that. It allows us to use phone numbers instead of wallet addresses. So similar as to mobile money systems already in market today. It's super fast and almost free. So a typical stablecoin transfer on Celo is 0.1 cent. So we don't need things like account abstraction to really get the user benefit of gas abstraction. It also has automatic key backup. So when users activate MiniPay, their keys are backed up, they don't lose them, which is a common thing in self-custody wallets. And it's a UI that's really tries to speak to users with familiar terms and has this Web 2 experience to it with the full power of Web 3. And the last part, which very few wallets do, is really have a localized approach to on and off ramp by working with smaller partners to really make sure that it's possible to buy and sell stablecoins for very low amounts using local payment methods. Zooming in on one of these differences, the phone number to wallet address system is actually built on Social Connect, which is a Celo protocol that allows us to map this in a privacy-preserving way from number to address, but not the other way. And it really improves discoverability of, you can see which one of your friends is already on MiniPay, and it makes copy-pasting addresses a thing of the past. Another interesting feature of Opera MiniPay is that although we've added support for more stablecoins, dollar stablecoins, we wanted to make it easy for users to move in and out of them if needed by having this concept of swaps using pockets. So you can simply drag and swap from one pocket to the other one-to-one, and we use the Mento protocol for this, which allows us to have super low slippage and excellent fees. As this is a developer conference, I'll mention that we also have mini apps, which are web apps that are integrated within MiniPay. We have over 10 of them now. Also getting tremendous traction since launch. And this is something that you can do and you can build using existing web and Ethereum technologies. And the Celo team is there to assist also in making this a reality. I'm happy to share that since launch, we've activated over 4 million wallets, mapped to phone numbers, and as of October, we've done over 1 million, during October, we've done over 1 million P2P transfers between those users. Thank you. You know, going past the tech and the numbers, right? We're starting now to tell a bit more of these stories that we're seeing in market using MiniPay. I'll go a bit quick now. I see time's running out, but this is a story of a freelancer getting paid in stables and being able to use them locally. This is another one in Kenya, being able to use USDT and pay local merchants for groceries, interacting directly with the payment system locally, M-Pesa. So it requires no merchant integration. This is another one, someone who's lost their wallet in Kenya and was able to basically pay for everything during a week thanks to MiniPay and this integration with the local payment system. MiniPay is now growing outside of Opera Mini, so I'm also glad to announce that we've made available now the Android app as a standalone app, so you can just go on the Google Play Store and try it out. It's enabled in over 60 countries, and we basically ramp up as we have good cash in and cash out in those countries. This is what it looks like, really trying to focus on the dollar use case and the payment use case. And we foresee that users in country in Nigeria or Kenya will invite people from outside Nigeria to the standalone app, and you can imagine cross-border payments being powered through this system. Also happy to reveal that the iOS version is coming very soon. So if you are keen to be one of the first to try MiniPay on iOS, scan this QR code, sign up the form, and we'll be sending invites to the test flight very shortly. And if you want to build on MiniPay, please reach out to us on X at MiniPay or at CelloDevs. And the CelloDevs are organizing bounties during ETH Global. So if you're joining the hackathon, make sure you check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. That was incredible, all the attractions. Any question from our audience? Any questions? Okay, well, a few. I see the gentleman in the red shirt first.
So my understanding is that in Africa, there's not much of a savings culture because many of the currencies are losing their value every year. So there's more of a borrowing culture than a savings culture. With access to stablecoins and MiniPay, are you seeing more of a savings culture develop? Are people using this for savings and accruing those savings over time? What sort of data are you seeing around that?
So savings is certainly something that we hear could be useful in the context of MiniPay. This is not a use case we're really focusing on now. So for us right now, it's a marginal use case. It's really around money movement at this point.
Another one over there.
With using USD there, is that somehow in conflict with the local currencies? Is that something like you see as a risk? Like, for example, when integrating with tax payments that should be happening, or just with local governments not being happy that their original money is not being used, or how is that in Africa?
So, I mean, these economies already have a lot of demand for dollars. This is just a different channel to access them. And users can use Opera Mini MiniPay in a way that they can think in local currency, like they can denominate everything in local currency. So a lot of people are doing that to sort of alleviate the kind of mental friction.
One more over here. Good job.
All right. What is a mini app? Is it like an iframe or?
Yeah, it's an embedded web app. Yeah, okay. It's not an iframe, but we just invoke your app, and each app is within a sandbox, so we only allow known blockchain interactions.
Okay. Is the outputs like is it dumping HTML or is it?
Yeah, this is existing web technology.
Okay,
This is existing Web3 API. It's not exotic in any way. But it's packaged in a way that users don't have to connect their wallet. It's integrated, and the signing process is very human readable.
Okay, cool.
I see that there's a few people wanting to ask more questions, but the time is up for the session.
Feel free to
reach out to Charles
directly
for further discussion. Let's thank Charles for another time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. That's incredible. Before I jump into the next speaker, I want to point out, since we're on topic for Africa, there's actually a GM Global Majority Community Hub in room 107B, and then today is Africa Day. So if you want to learn more about Africa, all sorts of use cases, meet the builders, go to room 107B for the community hub. And then the next one, we're welcoming David. David, he is the Ethereum Next Billion Fellow, which we just met yesterday at the event. And he's gonna share like how to run Ethereum node in Africa. Let's welcome David.
Hi. Okay. Okay, I want to start by asking a question. How many of us want to be here in the next, let's say, 10 years, 20 years, to see that Ethereum has gotten to the great potential it should be? How many of us? Okay, good. Awesome. So I think we are all in one spirit. I'm David. I'm David Uzochukwu from Nigeria, and I'm here to really spur our hearts to see how we all come together to make Ethereum truly decentralized, right? And I'll be talking on, from my own perspective as a participant and as a user, and someone who believes in the future of the Ethereum network, what I'm trying to do and how I'm doing it. So I live in Nigeria, Africa, and Africa has some few unique challenges, and it has a lot of potentials. So today I'll be talking about running nodes in Africa and other few things. So why geographic decentralization why geographic decentralization is vital for the Ethereum. If Ethereum has to move, if Ethereum has to be truly decentralized, it means we need to have these nodes, the infrastructure points, right, distributed, right? And it has to be distributed from a geographical perspective. So currently right now, in the world, we have like 7 continents, right? And Africa is one of it, right? And just to also add, I believe in one day that some of us, one day, possibly me or you, might go to Antarctica to actually run a node. Right now, in Africa, we have less than 1% of node operators in Africa. But in other part of the world, we have more than 30%. In other side part of the world. And that's not true decentralization. True decentralization is where we have a good balance to these infrastructures, right, running together. The interesting thing about Ethereum vision is it has a vision of security, trust, resilience, but all of this can't happen if we don't have true decentralization. Because one, if we have an imbalance, right, it means the majority will actually have high rules or policies which might not favor the rest. So we all have to be it has to really be decentralized for us to really have this vision come to pass. Geographical diversity is also one thing, one of the vision or core visions of the Ethereum network itself, right? Seeing Ethereum really being decentralized is what the network needs. So this is just a map showing us like the nodes we have in globally. Just like I said, we have less than 1% of nodes in Africa and also Latin America. So these two continents kind of have similar, unique challenges. So I'll be talking on some of these challenges also. One question also another thing I will be talking about is why should we also think about or supporting Africa in trying to run nodes, right? Because of the potentials. At the moment in Africa, we have approximately about 1.7 billion people, right? And majority of this, a good number of these of this number is they are all youth, right? And one thing I love saying is in Africa, we have a lot of challenges, right? Where there is challenges, that's where you talk about finding solutions to solve these challenges. And one great solution right now, it's the Ethereum network, it's the Ethereum blockchain. We solve challenges we face in Africa. So that tells that there's a great potential in Africa, and that's why also we want to see more nodes running in Africa. Building a decentralized future, our work at Nodebridge. So in trying to solve this issue of true decentralization, from my own standpoint, I came up with a community called Nodebridge, right? The idea right now is just to see how we kind of have more home node operators, right? Spur people's mind to also be participants of this network in a way to really make this Ethereum truly decentralized, right? Some few challenges we have in Africa is education, lack of internet infrastructures, lack of power infrastructures, economical issue, right? So, and you know, in my own small way, right, one of the things we try to do at Nodebridge is to also break this barrier, right? And we find a way to also break this barrier by, for instance, doing workshops, right? I've been doing a lot of workshops around, in some few African countries, also educating them, finding out better ways to actually tell them that, yes, we all have to be part of this network, making this network resilient again. And then also power. So because we have to find a way to also like use a very small system so as it's sustainable and it's actually also solve the problem. So this is just like a Raspberry Pi running an Ethereum node on ARM, which also solves that problem, right? So I also like custom build all of these things so as to solve the problem for an African person who is not able to actually buy this infrastructure, who is not able to buy this infrastructure because setting up this infrastructure is quite expensive. Yeah, this is some of the workshops also we kind of get to do. Yeah, this is also some of the setups we've seen more Africans running these nodes, right? So they kind of have different setups. So actually at the moment, we also kind of use Starlink. We use power solar systems to generate power for sustainability. And also with the custom nodes we put together. Also, yeah, this is like the whole power system, the Starlink, some of the node operators we have at the moment are actually using. Also education. So why security depends on global node operators and solo stakers, right? So just like I said, we all have to come together, right, to really to push Ethereum to be truly decentralized. And then the point here is Africa is trying to solve its own problem. But because we're trying to solve a global problem, which is trying to solve decentralization, we all have to be, like, all of us have to all come together, like helping each other. For instance, there are different systems right now, like the DVT system. Okay, so like the DVT system, which actually you could also delegate through permissionless system. You could actually have like a cluster to delegate also your stakes to a particular node that is sitting in underrepresented location, right? So we all have to come together to actually do these things together because it depends on us all, not just one geographical point, but it all depends on everybody who loves this network and who is ready actually to see this network in the next 50 years to come. Yeah, how you could also support, like, there are different ways also you could also put this support, just like I said. Supporting node operators from your own point of view. Let's say it might be you delegating your nodes, it might be you delegating your stakes, it might be you setting up some resources which is for education and it's like. So I also just want to quickly ask, what does true decentralization mean to you?
And we can think about it in the next session. I'm sorry, David, but the time is up and we have a really tight schedule. If you want to talk to David, I think the work he's doing is absolutely amazing. Definitely connect with him and then go to the GM Hub to learn more about African builders, meet more of them. Another round of applause for David. Thank you. Okay, cool. Next one is also gonna be very fun. It's decentralized public infrastructure to connect every school in the world. And our speaker is Christopher Fabian. Let's welcome Christopher.
Hello, good afternoon. All right. You have a whole bunch of school connectivity content coming up for the next few presentations. And the reason that I'm so excited to be here is that we've had a long collaboration with the Ethereum Foundation, with the community of builders here. And over the last 6 or 7 years, we've come to a place where we're able as a project to talk about some really exciting things in DePIN. I just want to ask about my timer. I think the timer's off by a little bit. I wanted to show you this picture. This is a picture of school connectivity. This is a picture of school connectivity in Panama. Each dot is a school on here. The red dots are schools that are not connected to the internet. The green dots are schools that are connected to the internet. And this is the type of map and data that our project generates about the world. It's the first time that we've ever been able to see the world through the map of digital infrastructure. We have this map now for about 40 countries. And you're able to see in real time whether or not human beings are connected to the internet. And that's really important, and I'll tell you why it's important. About a third of people in the world have no internet connection at all. That means that they're not able, we just heard in the last presentation about the lack of nodes in Africa, for example. If you don't have internet, if you don't have access to gigabytes, you're not able to be part of the economy that we're all talking about over the last few days. And more than half of the world's schools, particularly, don't have this access. Our project is called Giga. It's a collaboration between UNICEF and the International Telecommunications Union, and we focus specifically on making sure that schools are connected. We've been around for about 5 years. We've connected in the last 2 years about 12,000 schools. It's about 7 million kids. And we've helped to pull together about $1.7 billion in financing for school connectivity. In the countries that we're working in, we've helped to reduce the cost of connectivity by more than 50% and increase the speed of connectivity in schools because it's often very, very low where it even does exist. And interestingly, we've mapped about 2.1 million schools. Nobody in the world knows how many schools there are total. We think they're between 5 and 7 million, but there is no complete map. So when we do map schools in a country, we're often the first point of truth for a government because they don't have an exact number of their schools. And since we're working with connectivity, with trying to get people online and young people online and give them access to opportunity and choice, our unit of measure, our commodity is the gigabyte, which is interesting because it's one of the few commodities, assets, that's fully digital from end to end. This is what I'm going to talk about in the next part of the presentation, which is that we can, if something is digital, because something is digital, we can talk about it in a very different way than when we're talking about physical assets, real-world assets. And we're very, very excited to be launching a new piece of Giga, a new piece of our architecture in the next year. And that piece is our connectivity credits marketplace. I'll spend just a few minutes talking about what that means for us. But essentially, it means wrapping the gigabyte in a way that we can start to create price transparency. If you look at the price for the gigabyte in Zimbabwe, for example, it's about 70 times the price of a gigabyte in Kenya. And that massive price disparity creates huge pockets of unfairness. It's not true just between countries, it's also true within countries. Poor people always end up paying more for the things that wealthy people either pay very little for or don't even think about at all. And so I'm going to just walk through what we're doing in the space of building a system to tokenize gigabytes. The exciting thing is that this platform is now up and running in its prototype stages in 4 different places, so I'll talk about that a little bit too. As we're going through this process of building, and our team is about 30 people working on the tech and engineering side in Barcelona, and another 40 people in Geneva. So it's a fairly sizable group working on Giga, with a real focus of about 5 or 6 of us on this particular marketplace. So when you purchase connectivity for schools, when you purchase connectivity for health centers, we also work with governments for hospitals and health centers, we're working because the Prime Minister or the head of state or the Minister of Finance or Education has asked us to be there and to help them create this connectivity. That allows us to have access on the buy side. Governments spend a lot of money doing this anyway. It's just often not very well spent. We also have a lot of sell-side companies, the people who are actually providing that connectivity. These are mobile network operators, internet service providers, and others. And so what we've created as Giga is a way to connect the buyers and sellers of this commodity, this digital commodity. And we're doing this in various ways in various countries. But an example of that is that you have a government like Rwanda, one of our champion governments, and Herben will be talking a little bit about the work we're doing there later, who is procuring gigabytes from a variety of different companies in Rwanda. We also have a set of sellers that are everything from a small ISP to large mobile network operators that are providing this. And because we have a privileged place through the United Nations, because we're part of UNICEF, we're able to negotiate on behalf of the government for aggregated purchasing of gigabytes of this commodity and kind of create that market. The second part, after you've kind of identified what the need is to figure out what the commodity is itself. Because of this map, which I described at the beginning, and we've built the open source stack to find schools from outer space, so we use high resolution satellite imagery. We've built our own ML on top of that to figure out what a school building is. We're able to tell you in real time if the school is connected based on both some appliance stuff that we've built and things that we can install behind the router in the school, as well as connecting with network operators through their APIs and other kind of larger systems. We're able to actually talk about a gigabyte in situ as it's being used and see whether or not a school is connected. You can imagine already we're working with governments to, when a school turns green, to issue payment automatically. If it turns red, you issue a warning. That's a sort of smart contract-based underlayer that we've built as well. But we can start to do things with this digital asset. And if you grab the QR code, you can go and search and look on the map. You can see all of the countries that we're in. You can try to find the school that you went to. It should be there if it's in one of the 34 countries that we've already started working in. And if you want to tokenize a commodity, you also have to think about that market cycle, where the commodity sits in it. We stole this from the carbon credits market. Carbon credits sort of work. They don't work all the way, but they give you an idea of how you can create a sort of recirculation. One of the reasons carbon credits don't work that well is it's very hard to figure out where they're being used and where they're being, where trees are absorbing carbon. The asset itself, the metric ton equivalent of metric carbon equivalent, is not a real thing. It's a kind of synthetic thing that we've created. But with a gigabyte, we can actually talk about the asset, and we can do this whole cycle, which goes from somebody saying they want to do something, they want to give gigabytes out or deploy gigabytes, to somebody purchasing that, and we can watch that whole cycle happen through the marketplace. So that's a sort of second step, is figuring out how to tokenize the thing. The third part of building a marketplace is actually building the tooling itself. And so we're pretty excited that we are setting this up right now in Geneva. We picked Geneva for a variety of reasons, but it has allowed us to really be based in this very structured, very regulated system that is respected around the world for certification. So we know that if you want to certify a farm for pulling carbon in from the air, you need to go through a certain process. Same thing for a gigabyte. You need to know that a school has been connected, a health center has been connected, and somebody needs to stamp that. In our system, we have the United Nations and all of our partner governments who are able to provide that certification. We're also building this in various countries with their own national credit systems. If you work with connectivity at all, you've heard of something called a Universal Service Fund or Universal Access Fund. Those are ways that governments already pay for school connectivity in poor areas. They just don't work very well because they're sort of black boxes and you can't see inside to what's been done, whether the money that gets taxed from network operators actually goes and gets deployed or not. We also have this marketplace that we're starting to launch. We've actually just sold, a few weeks ago, we sold our first credits, which is very exciting. It's a very small amount of credits in one country, but we're starting to see buyers work with us sort of offline right now, but it's beginning. And then we're looking at what the protocol and the governance can be for all of that. The other thing you have to do if you're building a marketplace is you also have to figure out who's going to take part of it. We've identified in this whole system a set of actors. That's everything from the government ministries who are already buying connectivity for their schools and health centers, to the sellers, the ISPs, new ISPs or network operators coming in, groups like Starlink, to old ones, the incumbent operators, as well as investors who would want to be part of a kind of marketplace environment. And we've already started stacking these up in 4 countries, 5 countries, which is really exciting. So in each of these countries, we're building a small prototype of this marketplace, which is really a one-to-one relationship between a seller and a buyer in that country for school connectivity. And what we're saying is essentially this. If you are somebody who's going to connect schools, you're a small ISP, internet service provider, or network operator, and you want to connect those schools all the way over there, but they're really far away, it's expensive, and you don't maybe have the money to outlay the capital at first, we'll give you a credit for connecting the school. And the further away it is, the more credits you're going to get. It's up in a mountain, more credits, there's no electricity, more credits, and so on. So you, as a small ISP, can go and do all of that hard work, knowing that you're at some point going to get repaid. At the same time, we go to the government, we go to the Minister of Finance, others in the government, and we say, if we bring you these credits at the end of the year, and if a company brings them to you, you will go and give that company a tax break. You'll reduce their corporate tax, you'll give them some kind of incentive for doing that. And the government says, okay. And so between those two, we create a system where we're able to fairly mark that the commodity has been delivered even before all of the work has been done. And the service provider knows that by the time they connect that school or that health center that's so far away that nobody wants to connect it, they'll actually get paid back. So we put up here just a few of the different use cases that we have for, and sort of those pairing of users that we're building for in different countries. Some of them use the Universal Service Fund as the backing, some of them use corporate tax exemptions, and some of them use things that are already in place, like national fiber, as the asset that gets paid off. So for example, you could say, if you connect those schools far away, your credit will buy you access, will buy you free access to the national fiber backbone, or a place on somebody's cell tower or their mast. And this is pretty exciting. So these 4 or 5 pilots are getting instantiated now, built out now. We're going to learn over the next year what works and what doesn't. And then we get to start to bring in a much larger group of players. Because a marketplace doesn't work with just one buyer and one seller. That's not a very good market. The idea is that these credits can really become digital infrastructure credits. They can become used by anybody who wants to start to connect new communities. We just heard about node bias against poor places. If you have an interest in connecting something, in getting it on the network, in creating a node in any sense, whether it's a data center, or if you're trying to do edge AI, or if you're trying to put an Ethereum node up, you need to have connectivity. And so we can start to create a dynamic in that which rewards people for connecting and allows for the things, the people that need to be connected cheaper. And I just want to, I'll tell you a quick story about why that's so important. So this is a school in Kenya. This is a school in a place called Nunkapir, which is actually, it's only about 15 kilometers, so that's not quite that far, from Nairobi. It's a school that we helped to connect. We helped the Kenyan government connect it last year. So this is the school. If you're looking at this, if the school is in back of you and you look across the road, there are power cables, there's fiber somewhere a little bit over there, but it was never connected to the internet. It was never connected to electricity. And one of the reasons schools often in warm places and sunny places aren't connected to electricity is that you don't need it because you're in school during the day when the sun is out and you just have the windows open. And it was never a thing before. But with this ability of ours to work with the government, we were able to help the government locate this school, create the financing for it, and do something pretty incredible. So there is a server there. It has the Giga logo on it. It also has Liquid Telecom's logo on it. Liquid is one of those infrastructure providers who I mentioned. And in order for them to connect this school, they needed to borrow space on somebody else's cell tower. And they were able to do an internal swap of resources with that other service provider, the ones who made the cell tower, so Liquid could put up their long-distance Wi-Fi radio on the tower. And that's a version of connectivity credits that happens sort of organically. In the school itself, and we see this across the world as we're connecting schools, attendance goes up once you start connecting. Because if you're in a school, if you're a 14-year-old in a school and you're learning nothing, and the teacher, as is the case in many countries, the teacher can't even really read a paragraph of a text in the language of instruction well, you know that you're being ripped off. You know that your time is being used unfairly, and you are angry. So you know you shouldn't be there. as soon as there's connectivity, you're able to do something. You're able to borrow somebody's phone, do something a little bit on it, and you know there's a potential for a future. We've also seen school results increase by, I mean, this school is about 10%, even without the full digital curriculum being put in place. And we don't do anything inside the school. So Giga does not do any of the work with ed tech or teacher training. That's all other parts of UNICEF that do that. They're experts who do that type of work, but we just bring the kind of connectivity in. And the last thing that's really interesting in this story is that this is the main teacher. Her name is Paris. She said that she's able to save about 4 hours a month because she doesn't have to go to an internet cafe to enter in the grades and the attendance and all that kind of stuff that she had to do before there was connectivity in her school. And so that's all important. That's why we're doing this work. From a technical point of view, the ability to tokenize gigabytes proves a few things that tokenizing other traditional real-world assets doesn't, I think. One is that we can talk about standards because in this particular case, unlike carbon credits, it's very easy. There's one agency that does internet. It's the International Telecommunications Union. There's another that looks at school connectivity, that's UNICEF. So together, there's really only 2 groups that do the standard setting for it. Often real-world assets, it's hard to figure out like the user interest of the real-world asset itself. You know, there are a few of us who want to buy a very small percentage of a physical painting and think that's important, or a part of an apartment building. In general, that hasn't hit retail yet, but a gigabyte is broken down into a megabyte and broken down to a kilobyte. Those things already kind of work. And you can validate this stuff in real time. You can see it on the map that I showed all of you. So you can see whether or not this asset is moving, which is nice for an investor, somebody who's looking at getting their infrastructure built out. And that ability to see things in real time is pretty important. And finally, as I said earlier in the presentation, having this backing from the Swiss government is very, very helpful. So we're hosted by the government of Spain, Catalonia, and Barcelona to build our technology, and by the government of Switzerland and the Canton of Geneva to set up this particular piece of work, the connectivity credits marketplace. We've been having the meetings that we need with all the regulators and legal folks, and Switzerland is very, very good at structuring regulation, which is why there's so many folks in Zug already. We believe that Geneva has a unique place as a center of international commerce in Switzerland as well, and so it's really a delight to be there. I wanted to leave a few minutes for questions. Before that, I would just say there are a variety of ways for this community to be involved. One of them, obviously, is just being a contributor to the different repositories that we have. We are delighted to be working with the open source community on a variety of levels. The second is that as we talk about impact and impact tokens and others who are doing that type of work, they find this layer that we're building something that they can build on top of. So people working on environmental tokens can use schools as monitoring hubs and so on. The third is you may know folks in countries who want to be part of this. There may be infrastructure providers that you work with who are interested in being part of this, or there may be governments who would like to experiment with a new way to connect their populations. So really delighted to have spent that time sharing this project with you. Harbin's going to talk a little bit more about how we've been working with the Ethereum community on staking in a little bit, but we have a few minutes for questions as well. Thank you so much for listening this afternoon.
We have 3 minutes left for question for this one. I see one hand over there. Oh, that's a long distance for me. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. You want to do it?
I hit somebody in the head with one of these boxes once, and it was really, I don't know if you want me to throw it. Okay, do it.
Okay.
I'll throw the microphone.
That gentleman over there in the back. Yeah. Wow, you're so good.
Thank you for the introduction. So I think digital marketplace, it works when we don't know who will be the seller and buyer, and marketplace works as an interface between the seller and buyer. But in this case, I think you already know who will be the buyer. Buyer will be the government, and seller will be the telecom companies. But do you have any other reason that you are introducing the marketplace here?
It's a great question. So if I just want to sell my goats to you, we can start off that way, and at least we know that the goat is worth something, right? And before I sell you my first goat and you give me the money, we have no idea that the goat is actually worth anything. But after that, we've established that there is some transaction. We're at that stage now. So we want to just see and know that this commodity can be moved digitally, because right now the way it's accounted for is terrible. But the idea is to open that up and to have a lot of different goats and a lot of different buyers in the next phase. It's just you can't start by building that unless we at least price out the goat and know that that first transaction can work. And so that is the government and the ISP. But later on, it becomes the people around the ISP, the folks doing data centers, all of that, who can be on the buy and on the sell side, probably.
Sorry, but we're on a super tight schedule. And that's it for our question for this session. The next sharing will also be about Giga. So after the two sharing, maybe you can gather your questions together and then go to Chris over there. Let's give Chris another round of applause. Thank you, Chris. Next one, we have Gerben. He's gonna talk about how Giga stake for school connectivity. Let's welcome Gerben.
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me well? Good. Thanks to the organizers for putting me right after Chris. It saves me a lot of introduction for what Giga is and does. Quick summary. So we're a project about connecting every school in the world to the internet and every young person to information, opportunity, and choice. A little bit of a summary of what we've achieved so far. We've connected about 14,500 schools, benefiting almost 8 million students, and we're currently active in 34 countries. So it's a big operation. One of the opportunities that we found, one of the challenges that we have, is in once a school is connected, to fund the operational expenses of the school. So we're kind of looking for a sustainable financing model, and one of the projects that we've looked into is around staking. So I thought it'd be interesting to talk to a crowd that's very familiar with staking and talk a little bit about the challenges that we faced in implementing this in the real world. So what we want to do is we want to create staking nodes and use the staking rewards to pay for the operational expenses of internet connectivity. So it's kind of like an endowment. A little bit about the size of the opportunity or challenge that we have. We did a case study a few years ago where we looked at what it would cost to connect the 86,000 schools in the 17 countries that we were active in at the time. And we discovered that it would cost approximately $305 million in operational expenses. So it's a very significant problem that we're looking to solve for. But the benefits also speak for themselves. So with sustainable funding, about 25.5 million students and teachers will be able to benefit from connectivity. What we've done so far is we started with setting up a staking node and loading it up with 32 ETH. So you can look at the validator node there. And what we are using this funding for is to pay for connectivity for one particular school in the Murama Primary School in Rwanda. So about 1,000 students in Rwanda are benefiting from this connectivity at the moment. But we ran into some problems. So currently, we have to jump through all kinds of regulatory hoops in making this system work. So we have to off-ramp the ETH into fiat. Then the ISP needs to send like a paper invoice to a company that like pays this invoice. And then the school needs to be connected. So you kind of lose track of the payment process in that way. And it's something that we feel hinders the scalability of this a lot. So there's no problem in sort of paying for one staking node ourselves and connecting one school, but doing this for all the remaining schools becomes a problem for impact investors if you can't prove the impact. So this is where we are. We have completed this pilot, and we want to scale, but we're currently sort of stuck in the middle where we're trying to set ourselves up for success. One of the things that we need to do for that is create an end-to-end crypto flow in the cooperation with the Central Bank of Rwanda. And we have a pathway for doing that. And the second is to set up a pooled impact staking product. But I'm here today with a super specific call to action. And Vivian, I might like ask you where that group of African community was gathered. But we're essentially looking today for a crypto company based in Rwanda who could join us in this regulatory sandbox of the central bank and help us make this more scalable going forward. I'll leave a few minutes for questions.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from Rwanda here? We're not here.
Nobody.
It's okay. We have the whole hub. Okay, we have one question here, one, I think, over there. Let's start with this gentleman with the white shirt. Yes.
I've got a crypto company in Rwanda. I'll talk to you after.
Ooh.
Good.
Oh.
I told you it would work.
So I'm from Myanmar, and we are having all kinds of crises. So is there?
Can you speak up a little?
Yeah. So I'm from Myanmar, and in Myanmar there are a lot of civil wars going on, and the schools needs a lot of this internet connectivity issue. So the first challenge is that not only the internet connectivity, but also we only got around 6 hours, 7 hours electricity here. So in that kind of scenario, will the Giga infrastructure will be work, or that's the first question. And second is, will there be future plan to come to Myanmar to support this kinds of internet infrastructure development? Yeah.
So this particular project was really about like raising the money to pay for operational expenses. There's of course this whole infrastructure question and electricity providing question that also needs to be solved for, which is part of a bigger problem, I suppose. We do intend to see if this solution will scale on a global level. So far, we've always hit this like regulatory glass ceiling in this solution. So we are quite excited to be working with the central bank in Rwanda in trying to break that glass ceiling for this particular use case, and then hopefully using that as a pilot study to show central banks that there's an opportunity in this space in other countries as well.
Okay, but I think for the Rwanda, they already have support of the central bank. But in Myanmar, the central bank and all kinds of financial transactions are always checked by this dictator military. So I think this will be not happen in like next few years, I believe.
Yeah, Myanmar sounds like a very complicated situation. I agree with that.
Thanks for raising the question. Any other question? We have time for one last question. One over there.
So I'm from Kenya, and I really appreciate the work that you are doing with Chris. So my question would be, in terms of locating, for example, the institutions, he had mentioned that you have an ML model that helps you identify what is a school and what is not a school. Is that model available for use to other use cases? So I work in agriculture, identity for farmers.
I mean, the answer is yes. It will probably have to be a different model. But we do have a data team that looks into that. And I don't know if you mentioned it. Did you mention that we're also doing hospitals and health centers? Or am I spoiling something? Yeah, so we're also branching out into other public infrastructure, like hospitals and health centers. Yeah.
Okay, I'll look for you afterwards.
Thank you, and thank you, Gerben. Thank you, Giga team. That was a lovely half an hour. Okay, that's another round of applause for them. Wonderful work. Okay, that's a wrap for this session. But you know what? We have more. We are taking a 30 minutes break right now, and then we'll be back at 5:20. There's gonna be more discussion around decentralized public infrastructure and different kind of public goods funding mechanism. I'll see you at 5:20. Bye, everyone. welcome back to stage 4. This is our final session of the day. We have 6 different speakers today sharing, like this session, sharing different ideas from public goods funding to decentralized public infrastructure. A quick reminder of what this stage is about. It is all lightning talk. So it means that each speaker will have 5 minutes to share the idea, and then following with 3 minutes for you guys to ask question or comment. So feel free to be interactive, listen in, and let the speaker know what you want to learn more about. Without further ado, our first speaker of this session is Akshit Gupta, and he's gonna share about also decentralized public infrastructure, pushing decentralization beyond blockchain. Let's welcome Akshit. Welcome.
Hi everyone, am I audible at the back? Yeah, okay, awesome. So hi everybody, I'm Akshit. I lead the engineering team at Huddle 01, and we are a deepen dedicated to making real-time communication affordable, cheaper, and performant. So we are a deepen project. So if you're familiar with deepen, deepen stands for decentralized physical infrastructure. And we saw a gap in the market that real-time communication is very hard, and it's very pricey as well. So people like Zoom, like companies like Zoom, Google Meet, all these rely on heavy infrastructure and have to host it on cloud providers like AWS. So this is what my talk is about, how Deepen can make it cheaper. So as I said, Deepen stands for decentralized physical infrastructure. And in blockchain, we've seen a couple of trends from the start. Things like NFTs have reshaped ownership, digital ownership. In games, you have these skins and everything, and these can be solved via NFTs to make sure that only one person owns it and stuff. And smart contracts have automated money transfer as well. So you can program how smart contracts transfer money based on a particular condition. So, but we're still deploying these things on centralized infrastructure like AWS. So if you were to build a complex app which requires heavy infra, you still host it on AWS. Things like storage and bandwidth still require centralized infrastructure. So that's where Deepen comes in. We saw this with Filecoin. So Filecoin is a really good example of a Deepen project, which is decentralizing storage. So similar to Filecoin, we have it for real-time communication. So charging for stocks and paying for flows. So this is a very interesting trend we saw, and AWS was charging crazy amounts of money for egress costs. So as you can see in the slides, AWS charges like 700x amount of pricing for egress costs. So say like you fill a bucket full of water, water being the amount of storage, then the amount of water that's being transferred out of AWS, which is data being transferred out, they charge like really costly amounts for that and not for the stocks that they save. So that's how AWS is charging, and it's like 700 markup. So why I'm bullish on bandwidth projects like Deepen. So internally at Huddle 01, we did an interesting study where we calculated the bandwidth costs for hosting on AWS, like hosting a real-time communication app on AWS. And as you can see, for a single participant, the bitrate consumption was around 700 kbps. And for 8 speakers in a room and 20 listeners, the data consumed was around 112 Mbps. And if we were to take like 100 such rooms hosted on a particular app, you'll see that it comes around 11,200 Mbps. So data consumed in an hour would be around 40,000 gigabits, okay? So that's a huge amount. And if we were to calculate the data transfer cost on AWS, that comes around to $400, okay? So if we were to use a Deepen project and these services were hosted on a physical infra where people are incentivized to run these nodes, then the price goes much lower, okay? So these are some popular deepin projects. You can see Huddle01, which is the project we are working on. And some popular projects like Grass are also working in this bandwidth department where they're saving cost. All you need to do is just install an extension and you'll be good to go. So if you are looking to build a deepin, the best way would be to look for a market which is super overpriced and you can easily save costs by allocating that job to a particular person who can run it on their own machines or host it somewhere, maybe with less P. So as you can see, the less P, the better. This is one thing to follow if you are looking to launch a deepin project very easily. And it's very easy to deploy a project with less P as there's no physical part involved. There are really good projects with more P as well, as you can see on the left. But with less P, you'll be able to run it and make it work. So thank you. That was a small lightning talk by me. And I am happy to entertain some questions.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any questions from the audience? Anyone? Let's wait for another 5 seconds. Okay. Oh, do you want to throw it? Yes, perfect.
So you talked about essentially that the less the P, the better.
Oh, you'll need to put it, it's a mic.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
So you talked about a point where essentially the less P, the better. I just wanted to understand if you have less P, there's also a chance of having more chance of gaming the system. That means verification can become tricky. If your system is more digital rather than having a physical network, for example, Helium, it's very difficult to game a Helium system because you have a Bobcat miner. But in case of something like Huddle, it's more of a digital network. That means you require verification systems, more like QoS systems. So have you thought about that at Huddle01, where you can have a QoS system implemented, which can act as similar to a physical infrastructure network as well, so that nobody games it?
So the best way to go about is to first solve distribution as we did, because the main concern is to save costs, because people will only come if you save costs. But if you are to move ahead and look at it in the long term, then you'll have to come up with a ZK system which is provable in nature. So we have to look for a way to make the compute verifiable, provable, using things like ZK as they've come. And right now, the way to prove, make it provable is very difficult, as things like SIRCOM have their limitations as well. But the last step would be to make it provable in some sense.
Yeah, awesome. I think if you're able to do that, then communication becoming provable in a digital environment will make it a highly scalable environment and make communication much more performant and scalable. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, one over here. Sorry, we have only time for one more.
Hi, Loksit. Amazing talk, by the way. So I got curious to know, let's suppose if a company like Google or Microsoft want to adopt a DeepN, do you think it's that scalable right now or maybe in future?
So if Google were to do it, then first of all, they are in direct competition with the DeepN project, as they have GCP and they're charging egregious costs for those. And so it would be difficult for them to adopt. But eventually, once the DeepN project scales and people start adopting it, then they'll have no choice to move on to these cheaper options, because it will be much cheaper for them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and that was incredible.
Thanks, everyone.
Let's give him another round of applause. Okay, next up, is Kevin Owocki, and he's going to share downtown stimulus, public goods funding for mainstream. Let's welcome Kevin.
Hello, friends. What's up? I'm Kevin Owocki. I'm one of the co-founders of Gitcoin. Has anyone in the audience used Gitcoin? All right. Can't see it on the live stream, but a bunch of hands went up. I'm going to talk about bringing the Gitcoin model of quadratic funding to Main Street. So how do we exit our little crypto bubble and start to do more public goods funding downtown? So if you've been in the Ethereum ecosystem over the last couple of years, you know that quadratic funding is a democratic way to run a public goods funding campaign. If you are an ecosystem that wants to fund your ecosystem public goods, you put out a pool of funds, and then you allow grants or projects in your ecosystem to access those funds by raising money from their constituents and receiving money from the central matching pool. But there's one weird trick with quadratic funding that makes it into a democratic power tool, and that's that the matching is based off of the amount of contributors to each project as opposed to the amount that they've given. So if you raise $100 from 100 contributors and I raise $100 from one contributor in a quadratic funding campaign, the one with the broader base of support is going to get 99% of the matching pool. And this makes quadratic funding into a power tool for funding what matters for everyday people in these communities, because the poor and the many get to make capital allocation decisions instead of the rich and the few. Quadratic funding has delivered $65 million worth of funding in the Ethereum ecosystem over the last 6 years on Gitcoin. But I wanted to prove that we could bring it out of the crypto bubble and to Main Street. And so in 2020, when COVID was ravaging the world, and in my hometown of Boulder, Colorado, 99% decrease in foot traffic for the downtown was happening, businesses were struggling to stay afloat. And so I got together with my colleagues, Zach Herring and Katie Johnson, and we put together a $25,000 matching pool of quadratic funding in downtown Boulder, Colorado. And we're able to run a quadratic funding campaign for a yoga studio, a bookstore, a coffee shop, and a couple of other projects downtown. So this is what it looked like, downtownstimulus.com. And basically the way that we positioned this was that you could support local businesses by making a contribution to these businesses using a credit card payout. So basically we took quadratic funding, we took Gitcoin grants, we stripped out all the crypto, and we just allowed people to contribute with quadratic funding, or sorry, with US dollars, and have their contributions matched by quadratic funding. So we had a $25,000 matching pool, thank you to Vitalik Buterin and to local philanthropist Brad Feld, and we're able to raise $16,000 from 320 contributors of an average donation of about $40. And all in all, we're able to raise about $41,000 for downtown Boulder public goods. I think this is really exciting that a primitive that has been pioneered and distributed in the crypto ecosystem was able to go mainstream with a campaign like Downtown Stimulus. And I'm really excited about this meme of cosmolocalism, which is basically an approach to production and governance that provides a combination of global coordination with knowledge sharing in local manufacturing and resource use, emphasizing open source software and a relationship between the global and the local, where the global services the local. Okay, so in what ways can we, in the Ethereum ecosystem and the open source ecosystem, create a global commons, create knowledge and production that is in service to the local? And this is opposed to the Web 2 surveillance economy, in which you have Facebook communities going into your local communities and surveilling everyone and tearing apart the social fabric because it's more profitable for Facebook shareholders that way. How can the Ethereum commons be in service of the local commons is the design space of cosmo-localism and Ethereum localism. And I'm happy to say that downtown stimulus, to me, is a proof point that this is possible. We can take the programmable money, where we program our values into our money in the Ethereum space, from the Ethereum space, and start applying it to downtowns across the world. And I'm really excited to see what kind of experiments in public goods funding, community currency, supporting the arts, and supporting public goods that we can do when we do that. So I'm Kevin Owaki, founder of Gitcoin. That's been Downtown Stimulus. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Kevin.
Hello.
Hello. Amazing. We have like roughly 5 minutes for questions. By the way, I'm also a big fan of cosmolocalism.
Yeah, thanks.
Anyone in the audience? The gentleman in the purple hat. Should I? Oh, wow, you're good.
Good catch.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I love your work and all that. I was going to ask, with things like community currencies and things like that, where you might put conditions on your money, I sometimes think that that's obviously a restricted form of trade that, whereas like regular fiat currencies are sort of unrestricted. So with that lens, how would you say that the community currencies can sort of outcompete freer money, if that's the right premise for you?
Yeah, so the question is, how can community currencies outcompete national currencies?
Yeah, like how would it have more utility if it's somewhat constrained in some ways?
Yeah. I think that community currencies are cool as an outsider, but I'm not a designer of any, so I'm not qualified to answer that question. I think Scott Morris has done a lot of work on community currencies, and I would ask him.
Yeah, I guess I was riffing off the like adding our values to our money, and if we put sort of constraints on it in that sense to fuel our values, I can see definitely the bigger picture that that's awesome, and I want to see more of that. But then I also sort of play devil's advocate, because more so another friend does this to me, where he sort of says, well, I could just do that with the US dollar, or I could do that with this fiat currency. So I'm trying to sort of find the arguments, like other arguments that say this money with value restrictions is kind of more better in a more immediate form than I can currently argue. So I'm trying to find on that side.
Yeah. I think that, one of the things that I see a parallel between what we're doing in the crypto ecosystem and what community currencies have done for hundreds of years is that what we're doing in the crypto ecosystem is memetically local, and community currencies are geographically local. Okay, so like to me, memetically local means that like Gitcoin's a public goods funding coin, Filecoin is a file storage coin, Ethereum is a computational coin in a local memetic area. And so, in what ways, what we learn in community currencies can be applied to global currencies like the DAO currencies and vice versa. I think that there might be sort of a cosmo-local convergence there. Yeah, but my talk was about quadratic funding more than community currencies. I think that they're both cool, though. Thank you. Do we have time for one more question?
Yes, we do. Gentleman over there.
Thank you. Hi, Kevin.
Hey.
What do you think, or what in your mind will be the hardest part of building some version of downtown stimulus in another local community? Finding the initial donors, or the tech, probably tech is just forking something, or making people understand how to use the system or anything, like in your experience, what do you think is the focus, should the focus be on if you want to build something in my own local community?
Yeah, great question. So we built a code base that you can use to do fiat quadratic funding rounds. It's called simplegrants.xyz. Go to simplegrants.xyz, fork it, deploy it in your own local community. I should have put that in the talk, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, the hardest part, honestly, was raising the initial 25K. Quadratic funding campaigns in Web3, there's a lot of treasuries that are just hundreds of millions of dollars, and we draw on those to run quadratic funding rounds in QF. But the raising of funds to do quadratic funding locally is sort of hampered by do you have access to wealthy individuals who are willing to do it? And can you crack the nut of the local government actually funding it? We actually went around the local government. We didn't even talk to the local government because their funding cycles are just quarters and quarters long. So to answer your question, I think that raising the initial amount of funding is the hardest thing that you'll do if you're going to run these campaigns. And hopefully we can make the tech a little bit easier with simple grants.xyz. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And that's it for the time.
Okay, thanks for having me. Happy Devcon, everyone. Peace.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, now it's time for our next speaker. Next, we have Garm, who is the Glow Dollar co-founder. He's gonna share a very interesting topic, reclaiming our 8 billion, funding public goods with stablecoin profits. Let's welcome Garm.
Hey, Devcon. I'm Harm and one of the co-founders of Glow Dollar, and I'm here to talk about reclaiming our 8 billion through funding public goods with stablecoin profits. You may not know this, but there's 2 tokens that are involved in 47% of all DEX swaps. I am talking, of course, about USDC and USDT. And because of this, they're making a pretty healthy profit. Tether reported 5 billion in profits in the first half of 2024, and they're earning that profit basically on the backs of the Ethereum ecosystem embracing these stablecoins. And how do they actually do this? Well, Tether and Circle basically have a duopoly on all of these stablecoins, approximately 155 billion in market cap, and then they earn about 5% yield on that, which is a lot of money. There's 2 problems with this 8 billion though. One, this 8 billion is extracted from the ecosystem, and 2, because of the duopoly, we are compromising on decentralization and censorship resistance. Let's start with the latter. So a duopoly controlling critical infrastructure like this is very dangerous. For 3 reasons. A duopoly gives single points of failure, it can get lazy or greedy, and it breaks censorship resistance. Let's dive into each a little bit closer. So when the USDC DPEG happened during the SVB bank run, we saw that there was a huge liquidity crunch on Uniswap and Curve, and basically most tokens became untradeable during that period. This is an existential threat to the ecosystem because if everything breaks down, if one of these stablecoins go down, you end up with a problem. Secondly, a duopoly can get lazy or greedy. When the risk-free rate was about 5%, Tether was making 8%. So they're doing something with the assets backing your stablecoins that is more risky and could result in it going unstable. And just because they want to make $80 on every $1,000 of USDT out there. Third, a duopoly breaks censorship resistance. This is something that Vitalik highlighted a couple of years ago. Basically, whenever ETH needs to do a contested hard fork, Circle and Tether could decide which one is going to be the canonical one. And to be honest, a DeFi that depends on 2 companies is decentralized in name only. How about that 8 billion and how it's extracted from the ecosystem? Can we reclaim it as an industry? Can we use these billions for something better than basically having Circle and Tether buy islands and jetpacks? After all, holding USDT is funding Tether at no cost. If we would take that 8 billion that they are earning and we distribute it equally amongst all of the Devcon attendees this year, every single one of them would get 600K. That's a shit ton of money. We can do something much better with it. Unfortunately, giving the profits directly to you is illegal in most countries, so we need to find something else. We could fund the ecosystem. We could pay 50 times Ethereum Foundation's yearly budget with that, or 75 times Optimism's retro funding spending today, or triple all Ethereum validators' income, cover all ops expenses of L2s. We could outspend the pharma lobby, which is the largest lobby on the planet, and still have 2 billion left. That 2 billion we could then direct into things that improve the state of the planet and have crypto in a good light for once and graduate from a cockroach of the economy to a flagship through lifting, for instance, people out of extreme poverty, providing meals or buying malaria nets. So next time you're faced with using a stablecoin, you can choose between big stablecoin, which keeps all the yields and buys islands, or you could use a yield-bearing stable, which is illegal in most countries and thus forced offshore, which is riskier, or you could choose Glow Dollar, a US-issued and regulated stablecoin that uses its profits to fund public goods and charities. So after all, holding Glow Dollar is funding public goods at no cost. So we call this auto PGF, automatic public goods funding at 0 cost. We're already doing this, so we fund organizations like Protocol Guild, Gitcoin, Optimism's retro funding, Cello Public Goods Endowment, Give It every month. We started this a year ago, you can do this in our DApp, and you can just easily select, after you connected your wallet, you can select options like Optimism's retro funding. We started this a year ago. In the first month, we donated $150. This month, we're donating $4,000. So that's a pretty healthy growth in a year. After this talk, I hope you help us capture 1% of the stablecoin market, after which we would be able to donate $6 million to projects within the ecosystem every month. How can you do this? You can start by diversifying your USDT and USDC holdings. Start with 10% today, ramp it up to 100% by the end of the year. You can ask your employer to be paid in a different stable, or you could integrate Glow Dollar in your DApp directly. I hope you are as excited as I am about reclaiming our 8 billion, and that you'll start funding public goods within the crypto ecosystem with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Garm. It's a very cool project, I need to say. Anyone in the audience with, okay, the gentleman in the red shirt. Catch it, catch it.
Could you talk a little bit more about how holders choose which public goods the funds go to, and how might that change at scale?
Sure, yeah, so it's very easy. You go to app.glowdollar.org. There you connect your wallet. Based on how many Glow Dollars you have, you will see an amount of funds that will generate on a yearly basis. There you can choose recipients. We currently have 8 in a list. These can be either causes, so for instance, Web3 public goods, or individual recipients like Give It. And then if you add them to your bucket of recipients you want to have, you can choose which percentage each is going to get. Let's say you want to do 50-50, then you sign a message, we store it, and then at the end of the month, we tally everything up and donate it to the relevant organizations.
Cool. Do we have other questions in the audience? One in the back, yes.
Hi there, great presentation. I just wondered if you could outline if there's any differences of a negative variety between the main stablecoins and what you're doing. I mean, would there be any disadvantage in using Glow Dollar? What's the biggest challenge for that?
Well, of course there are some disadvantages, but at its core, it's just a similar stablecoin as USDC. We are US issued 100% fiat backed by cash and US treasuries. We follow the same license model, so it's the same sort of risk framework. That said, we are not as ubiquitous as USDC, so you might not be able to use it at all exchanges or in your favorite DeFi platforms, but you can hold it in exactly the same way in your wallet as you do USDC.
Great, thank you very much.
We have time for one more question. Anyone? Okay, over there.
Hey, what type of organization is Glow Dollar? Is it a non-profit?
Glow Dollar is currently structured as a non-profit. That means that we do not have the exact 501c3 status in the US yet, but we are what's called a non-stock corporation. That means that there is no equity, there's no token, there's just directors, and then within our statutes of the organization, it also says that we cannot distribute dividends or anything of that kind. We can only distribute salaries. And we are working on becoming an actual nonprofit in the near future.
Cool. Actually, still a little bit of time left. Any more questions from the audience? Anyone? If not, thank you, Gar. Thank you so much for the sharing today. Now we're taking another mini break for 1 minute, and then I'll come back to welcome our last speaker of the day. this is our last session of the day. We have Chris as our speaker, and he's gonna talk about cult, truth, values, and the bubble. Let's welcome Chris!
Hello, hello. Can you hear me well? All right, that's not the actual title, but that is the actual title. So yeah, originally this presentation was intended as something more technical, but now I found it actually more interesting to bring something more humanistic here to the stage. And this title might sound confusing, and I'll try to cover a lot of ground here, and I'm very excited to do that with you together today. So a bit of a preface. So yeah, my background here is quite diverse. So I used to be a software engineer for a while. I used to work in research, and now I'm a bit more in a coordinative perspective, but I'll actually get right into it to give you a bit more of that. So values. I'll start with talking about values of individuals in the ecosystem and how I perceive different people here and where I allocate myself as well, and then give you a bit more of a landscape of different companies, different parts of the ecosystem in this value framework. Then I'll talk a bit about economical and political games, truth, cults, the bubble, and I'll try to tie that all together at the end, even though it might sound confusing now. It will make a lot more sense when I go into it. So I like to ask myself the question a lot is, why? What's actually my motivation why I'm here? And what is the motivation why other people are here? And so to put it in a very simple framework, I realized most people can be described in this kind of triangle. So either people care a lot about decentralization in the space, people enjoy fun and a community, or people care a lot about monetary gain. And often that gets a bit disguised, or it's not very clear. And so it's really nice to have very direct conversations with people about that. And for me personally, it has been a bit like that. So I started with a lot of idealism. I realized at some point there's also a lot of money to be made here, which is often not directly talked about that much. But in the end, I stayed because of the people and the community, and I'm slowly going back towards more idealism and impact. But if we look at the space overall, actually it makes sense to extend this framework a bit and add one more, the intellectual challenge, which is very interesting for a lot of us here. And so if we do that, and we try to map the space a bit, so then we get to a landscape which looks a bit like this. And for me, that was pretty interesting to just allocate different parts of the ecosystem and also see like, where does it fit? Where could I personally fit with my values? And this is not the full truth, but I found it really interesting to map the landscape a bit like that, and maybe that's helpful or interesting to one of you. Yeah, continuing here towards the games we're playing, the economic games in the ecosystem. So there was a really good talk recently this week by Christoph Schlegel from Freshbots. We're actually in a market structure where there's a lot of private value, for example, private order flow. The stable equilibrium is actually a full monopoly, which is the opposite of decentralization. Do we want that? Let's look at what the market actually looks like. For example, here, the builder market. Some of you might know it's a duopoly basically at the moment, but in an equilibrium, actually, it would be a full-on monopoly. And why is that like that? Or, for example, looking at how order flow works. Also here, it would be basically an equilibrium of like one party controlling all of order flow, but actually it looks more like this, like a very complex structure. So that means in the background, there's a lot more political games happening than we are aware of. And it's very interesting to observe those once you're like a bit deeper into the space. And the question is, how do we not devour ourselves in this like internal political warfare, but actually focus on the issues we care about? Open question for now. I might get back to that. So another angle to look at this is like, what do we trust in this space? So here we can put it under another framework. So I feel like the space emerged a lot from losing trust in government institutions, then trusting more in protocol and code, or do we actually just trust ourselves? Because often we have this overemphasis on just wanting to trust the protocol, the code, something predictable, but maybe there's something else. And so I kind of ended up with this nice midwit diagram. I really like those. So some of us really work hard. I used to really work hard and want to save the world, but in the end also, let's have some fun. Let's not be too serious in this space, but also really just enjoy ourselves once in a while. And so one question that arose in my reflections there is, if you just have fun, sometimes crypto feels like a big playground of technology, and do we then still actually care about issues? Or do we just become chill and just have fun, do nothing to change the world? For me, actually, it's more the way, if we can relax a bit, if we don't have to have these like political warfares, for example, stuff like this, then we can actually be more united and aligned in the ecosystem overall. And so to continue from here, what are actually, if we look at ourselves, really reflect deeply on an emotional space, our needs as humans here? Like, what do we actually care about? Why are we here? And what makes us happy? For me, actually, it's really mostly about the people, and to be more seen as like a whole human being, to be sometimes confidently insecure and not know things, that's something which really fulfills me. And that's also a reason why things like this place here as a conference, but for me it feels more than a conference with the cozy spaces, the smaller groups, or pop-up cities have been thriving, where you actually get a feeling of community. But then also there's other dangers there. If we become such a closed ecosystem of like community really close to each other, but then there can also be, you see myself there at Berlin, for example, it can sometimes become almost cult-like. We're like a bubble in ourselves. So what about this vibe that the whole ecosystem feels a bit like a bubble with its own language, and we don't actually know how to talk anymore with the outside world? Is that a danger as well? And so I realized in a very interesting conversation with Phil Diane that the world is actually watching us a lot more closely than we think. For example, the New York Fed recently published a paper in August where they were looking at tornado cash sanctions. And I was astonished by the amount of detail, how they actually understand the builder landscape and the graphs I showed you before. So I think it's also time to start talking to this world and not only see them as the enemy, but maybe find a more collaborative approach there. So to conclude, based on all of this, we're in a fucking complex space here, but sometimes you're a bit too much stuck in your head because we try to build protocols which predict every single edge case, but by evaluating things, we can also trust more our intuition, be humans, be vulnerable, be stupid. Like, I often also have this imposter syndrome, even though we work really closely with Ethereum researchers and we're like very deep in the ecosystem, that like, I know nothing, but all of us sometimes feel like that. And even though we can still create things, we can dare to also be on stage once in a while, like myself here, and sometimes peek outside of the bubble, talk to people outside of the space, try to speak their language, and put things in like simple words and simple frameworks, like I tried to do it here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Good to have you
Any
here.
questions?
I do have one. Like, what do you think is the way for us to break out of the bubble? Because it's the language is so different, you know. How do we start?
Like, understand where other people come from. Like, start from the other person's starting point. Bring things into really simple words, simple language. Find analogies from other people's world and to describe it from there, and then bring them closer in.
Is that how you unbro your mom?
Yeah, I'm still struggling with that, but I'm making some progress slowly. My dad is easier.
Cool. Do we have any question from the audience? Any question? I guess we can have discussion privately after this.
Cool. Happy to talk later. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amazing. We're finally coming to an end of our session today. Congrats, everyone. This is the third day of Devcon. Tomorrow will be the last day. Woo! Or not. We'll be back here tomorrow, and I'll see you here. Bye, guys.